Questions 1 through 500 of 1000 Literary Questions and Answers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. 1000 Literary Questions and Answers by Mary Eleanor Kramer. 1. Who wrote the poem beginning, Everywhere, Everywhere, Christmas Tonight? 2. What and where is Orchard House? 3. Who was William Ellery Channing? 4. What writers have immortalized Greylock Mountain? 5. What and where is Ponkapog? 6. Who said, Great deeds cannot die. They with the sun and moon renew their light forever, blessing those that look on them. 7. Who wrote The Red Badge of Courage? 8. For what is Griff House noted? 9. What was the Bread and Cheese Club? 10. Who wrote the first anti-slavery book published in America? 11. What writer resides in a double cottage, the parts of which are known respectively as the bungalow and the barracks? 12. What poet selected his own burial place and designed his own sepulchre? 13. Who wrote Old Town Folks, said to be the most authentic description of early New England life? 14. Who was the originator of the first circulating library? 15. What American writer's home is covered with ivy grown from a cutting brought from Melrose Abbey, Scotland? 16. For what is St. Giles Church, Cripplegate, London, famous? 17. Where do we find the following heroines of fiction? Becky Sharp, Dora, Minnehaha, Gloria Quayle, Hester Prynne. 18. What and where is Old Trail Town? 19. Who wrote My Rag Picker? 20. Who has been called the Broad Highwayman, and from what was the term derived? 21. Who is the author of The Virginian? 22. Who was the poet of the Bluegrass Country? 23. Who said Hawthorne's House of the Seven Gables is the most valuable contribution to New England history that has yet been made? 24. Who was the author of the following lines? 'Tis not in the high stars alone, nor in the cup of budding flowers, nor in the redbreast's mellow tone, nor in the bow that smiles in showers, but in the mud and scum of things, there alway, alway something sings. 25. Who wrote Pickwick Papers? 26. For what is Cheyne Walk noted? 27. Who resided at Craigenputtock? 28. Who was the author of the lines, Wherever God erects a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there, and 'twill be found upon examination, the latter has the largest congregation? 29. What English poet was 3 times married? 30. For what is Kilcolman notable? 31. Who was called the Jean Ingelow of America? 32. What historian established a naval academy at Annapolis, Maryland? 33. What and where was Woodland Hall? 34. Where was Holmes's famous long walk, mentioned in the Autocrat of the Breakfast Table? 35. What and where was Hogarth Lane? 36. For what is Walpole House notable? 37. Tell the circumstances leading to the writing of the Star-Spangled Banner. 38. Who wrote the Book of Joyous Children? 39. What American novelist is the grandson of the famous actress Frances Ann Kemble, Fanny Kemble? 40. Whom did Whittier term the Cadmus of the blind? 41. Who wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic? 42. What famous historian graduated from Harvard College when but 18 years of age? 43. What celebrated English statesman said of the Constitution of the United States, "As far as I can see, the American Constitution is the most wonderful work ever struck off at one time by the brain and purpose of man"? 44. What poet owned a famous dog called Bosun? 45. For what is Avonmouth noted? 46. Where do we find the following characters of fiction? Maggie Tulliver, Lizzie Hexam, Wackford Squeers, Mary Ashburton, Little Annie, Little Nell, Elsie Venner, Freckles, Rebecca. 47. For what is Tabard Inn famed? 48. What and where was Crazy Castle? 49. Who was called the Wizard of the North? 50. Who was called the Ettrick Shepherd? 51. Who said, "If we cherish the virtues and the principles of our fathers, Heaven will assist us to carry on the work of human liberty and human happiness"? 52. What speech is referred to as the most eloquent oration in the English language? 53. Who was the founder of the nationalist clubs in the United States? 54. Who was termed the 10th Muse? 55. Who wrote Zigzag Journeys? 56. Who was known as Gail Hamilton? 57. Who wrote The Hoosier Schoolmaster? 58. Who wrote Over the Hill to the Poorhouse? 59. What and where is Slabsides? 60. Who was the author of the following lines? 4 things a man must learn to do, if he would make his record true: to think without confusion clearly, to love his fellow men sincerely, to act from honest motives purely, to trust in God and heaven securely. 61. What led to William Cullen Bryant's writing To a Waterfowl? 62. Name the author of the poem Woodman, Spare That Tree, and tell the circumstances that led to the writing. 63. Who wrote, "If one write a better book, preach a better sermon, or make a better mousetrap than his neighbor, though he build his home in the wilderness, the world will make a beaten path to his door"? 64. Who wrote The Old Oaken Bucket? 65. To whom was Longfellow's beautiful poem, Santa Filomena, a tribute? 66. Give George F. Hoar's tribute to the flag of the United States. 67. Who was Tom Sawyer? 68. Give the incident that led to Francis M. Finch's beautiful poem and tribute, Nathan Hale. 69. Name the author of the following beautiful and famous prayer. The day returns and brings us the petty round of irritating concerns and duties. Help us to play the man. Help us to perform them with laughter and kind faces. Let cheerfulness abound with industry. Give us to go blithely on our business all this day. Bring us to our resting beds, weary and content and undishonored, and grant us in the end the gift of sleep. 70. Who wrote The Building of the Ship? 71. What custom gave rise to the writing of John Greenleaf Whittier's poem, Telling the Bees? 72. Who was Master Ezekiel Cheever? 73. What notable writer was the daughter of a lighthouse keeper on the Isles of Shoals? 74. Who was the author of Dear Land of All My Love, and for what was it written? 75. What poet died at Aldworth? 76. Who wrote the most authoritative life of Abraham Lincoln? 77. Who was the author of Venetian Life? 78. What 3 American war correspondents have done notable work in fiction? 79. What American novelist married a Russian nobleman? 80. Who said, No coward soul is mine, no trembler in the world's storm-troubled sphere. I see heaven's glories shine, and faith shines equal, arming me from fear. 81. Who wrote Following the Star? 82. Who wrote Old Mobile? 83. What and where was Paradise Flat? 84. Who was the author of Memoirs of a Baby? 85. What writer said of his first book, Like the boy with the measles, I am sorry for it in spots? 86. Who wrote under the signature H.H.? 87. Who wrote the famous hymn, One Sweetly Solemn Thought? 88. Who wrote Rutledge Rides Alone? 89. What English poet died at Rome, attended in his last illness by his friend, an artist? 90. What American poet began the translation of the Iliad in his 71st year, completing it and that of the Odyssey in 6 years? 91. Who was America's greatest humorist? 92. What American writer adopted as a life motto, Hope and Keep Busy? 93. Who wrote the Bimby stories? 94. Where is the Red Horse Inn, and for what noted? 95. In what work does Sir Walter Scott describe an old-time Christmas? 96. Who was the author of Poor Richard's Almanac? 97. What and where is Elmwood? 98. Where was Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, first sung? 99. Who wrote Marching Through Georgia? 100. Who was the author of Dixie? 101. What is the Franklin Inn Club? 102. Give the origin of the Pig Dinner of the University of California. 103. Who was called the Poet of the Rockies? 104. Where is Pigeon Cove? 105. Who is known as the Sweatshop Poet? 106. How did James Whitcomb Riley first obtain notice among literary men? 107. Who was Anne Warner? 108. Give the pseudonyms of 20 American writers. 109. Who was Enoch Arden? 110. Who was Adam Bede? 111. Who wrote the sentiment, "Friendship is the warp and woof of human oneness. Love is the dye and pattern which make the fabric splendid"? 112. Who wrote Tam O'Shanter? 113. Who said, "We shape ourselves the joy or fear of which the coming life is made, and fill our future's atmosphere with sunshine or with shade"? 114. For what was Mill Grove Farm famous? 115. What writer, speaking of himself, said, "My life is a lovely story, happy and full of incident"? 116. What American writer used many pseudonyms, among which was Jonathan Oldstyle? 117. Who said, "It was Washington Irving, not Hendrik Hudson, who truly discovered the river, Hudson River, and gave it to us"? 118. Who was the author of the beautiful poem An Order for a Picture? 119. Who was the author of the following lines? "Be mine some simple service here below, to weep with those who weep, their joys to share, their pain to solace, or their burdens bear. Some widow in her agony to meet, some exile in his new-found home to greet, to serve some child of thine, and so serve thee. Lo, here am I, to such a work send me." 120. Who said, "Hitch your wagon to a star"? 121. Who said, "Sweet mercy is nobility's true badge"? 122. What American poet wrote a series of newspaper articles over the signature Benji F. Johnson of Boone? 123. Who wrote Trilby? 124. Who was the author of Pigs is Pigs? 125. What writer penned a most interesting narrative of his experiences during the Civil War, under the title A Rebel's Recollections? 126. Of what American humorist was it said, "He saw life as through a glass, brightly"? 127. Who wrote The Blue Bird? 128. Who wrote Ben-Hur? 129. Who was the author of A Hoosier Chronicle? 130. Where do we find this petition? "Lord, send a man like Bobby Burns to sing the Song of Steam"? 131. Who was the author of the following sentiment? "Let this hallowed hour with better thoughts be spent"? 132. Who was the author of Ben Bolt? 133. For what is Clock House noted? 134. Who wrote Calumet K. 135. For what is Talbothays noted? 136. Who hath immortalized Cape Cod in fiction? 137. Who was the author of The Garden of Allah? 138. Who wrote The Moonstone? 139. For what is Casa Guidi notable? 140. Who wrote Soldiers of Fortune? 141. Who first introduced the New York ghetto into literature? 142. Who was Eli Perkins? 143. Who was the Hawkeye Man? 144. Who wrote the beautiful lines, Whenever we cross a river at the ford, if we would pass in safety, we must keep our eyes fixed steadfast on the shore beyond. For if we cast them on the flowing stream, the head swims with it. So if we would cross the running flood of things here in this world, our souls must not look down, but fix their sight on the firm land beyond. 145. What novel was considered the first serious work of American letters, and by whom was it written? 146. Who was the author of the poem Christmas Treasures? 147. Who was David Harum? 148. Who was called the Beecher of England? 149. What notable work on slavery has been translated into 19 languages? 150. Who was the author of the following? Like a blind spinner in the sun, I tread my days. I know that all the threads will run appointed ways. I know each day will bring its task, and being blind, no more I ask. 151. Who said, Love is the only bow on life's dark cloud. It is the morning and the evening star. 152. Name 2 American writers who were classmates at Bowdoin College. 153. Who was the author of the poem, O Captain, My Captain, and what occasioned the writing of it? 154. Who was the Maid of Orleans, and who immortalized her in a drama? 155. Who was the author of the following? Not what we give, but what we share, for the gift without the giver is bare. Who gives himself with his alms feeds 3, himself, his hungering neighbor, and me. 156. What English poet referred to the late Queen Victoria as the widow at Windsor? 157. Who said, Each can have what inspiration each will take? 158. What English author was knighted because of his defense of the English government in his book, The Great Boer War? 159. For what was Thérèse Taverne in Paris noted? 160. What is Toynbee Hall? 161. Who wrote My Little Sister? 162. What great English novelist was born in India? 163. What American poet penned the following tribute to Wilkie Collins? Yet I believe that kindly death reserved for him a welcoming shade. It seems so natural for his soul to meet a mystery unafraid. 164. Who wrote Whitcomb Fair? 165. Who wrote Peg Woffington? 166. Name 4 prominent literary men who, in direct succession, edited the school magazine at St. Paul's School, Concord, New Hampshire, while students there. 167. Who was called the Poet of the Sierras? 168. What American novelist wrote a delightful story of Holland, and yet never visited Holland? 169. What American writer wrote her first book entitled This, That, and the Other, when but 18 years of age? 170. What American poet had so great an admiration for Joseph Jefferson that he declared that he would rather be Joseph Jefferson than anyone else in the world? 171. To what poet did Ralph Waldo Emerson refer as the Jingle Man? 172. Who was the poet-statesman? 173. Who was the author of the following lines? Not what we have, but what we use. Not what we see, but what we choose. These are the things that mar or bless the sum of human happiness. Not what we take, but what we give. Not what we pray, but as we live. These are the things that make for peace, both now and after time shall cease. 174. Give the incident of the occasion of Alfred Tennyson's writing his beautiful poem, Break, Break, Break. 175. Who wrote a famous apostrophe to the ocean? 176. Who was called the last of the Boston Tea Party? 177. What does James Russell Lowell say of success? 178. Who was Bjornstjerne Bjornson? 179. What poem did Longfellow scribble on the back of a note received from Charles Sumner? 180. Give the words of William Henry Channing's My Symphony. 181. Who said of Abraham Lincoln as he lay dying, Now he belongs to the ages? 182. Who was the Quaker poet? 183. What American woman novelist wrote several novels dealing with the religious life, and what were they? 184. Who was the author of Gradatim? 185. Who wrote The Song of the Shirt? 186. Who was the hero of James Montgomery's poem, Make Way for Liberty? 187. What does Thomas Campbell's poem, Hohenlinden, commemorate? 188. Give the words of Portia's plea. 189. Who wrote The Wonderful One-Horse Shay? 190. Who was Tito Melema? 191. Who was Toby Philpott? 192. Who wrote Beyond the Threshold? 193. Who said of the Hoosier poet, He has always stood for clean and wholesome living, for mercy and kindness and a better day tomorrow. There is nothing in his poems that can comfort very much the man who hates his neighbor, or who sees nothing good or beautiful in the world around him. The songs of Riley are the cheerful songs of a sincere and trusting heart. 194. What and where was the Limberlost, and who has immortalized it in her books of fiction? 195. Who wrote the famous poem on the thought, He giveth his beloved sleep? 196. Who was the writer of the lines, To have done whatever had to be done, to have turned the face of your soul to the sun, to have made life better and brighter for one, this is to have lived? 197. Who is worshipped as the greatest teacher and moralist of China? 198. Who was the great Danish storyteller? 199. Who was Aesop? 200. Where do we learn of the following literary characters? Jane Eyre, Marian Holcomb, Rhoda Gale, Katerina Maslova, Candida. 201. Who wrote The Prisoner of Zenda? 202. What American poet wrote his first verses over the signature of Pip Pepperpod? 203. What American novelist lived in the famed Valley of the Moon, Sonoma, California? 204. Who wrote The Man with the Hoe, and what inspired the writing? 205. What great naturalist, as a boy, was wont to go down into the cellar of his Wisconsin home, that he might be comfortably warm while reading Shakespeare, Milton, Burns, and the Bible? 206. What great stage manager began his career at 16 years by carrying a spear in Hamlet? 207. What American poet began life by teaching school in Southern California, where his schoolroom was a spreading live oak tree, his seats of logs? 208. What American novelist began writing striking short stories during his freshman year in the University of California? 209. What American writer was born on Rincon Hill, San Francisco, California? 210. What novelist wrote her first book, The Story of Patsy, to raise money to establish a free kindergarten in California? 211. Where is Poe Cottage? 212. For what is Greensboro, North Carolina, famed? 213. For what was Chapter Coffee House noted? 214. Who wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles? 215. For what was Doon Valley famed? 216. Who wrote The Light That Failed? 217. Where do we hear of Bleeding Heart Yard? 218. Who immortalized an old curiosity shop? 219. Who wrote the lines, The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, await alike the inevitable hour, the paths of glory lead but to the grave? 220. Who wrote Three Men in a Boat? 221. Who wrote The Right of Way? 222. Who wrote A Window in Thrums? 223. Where do the following lines appear? God of our fathers, known of old, Lord of our far-flung battle line, beneath whose awful hand we hold dominion over palm and pine, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. 224. Who was the first authentic poet laureate of England? 225. What English poet held the post of poet laureate for the longest term? 226. Who resides at Strand, Sweden? 227. What promising young American novelist, before his early death, wrote 2 novels out of 3 planned to form the Epic of the Wheat, and what were they? 228. Who was called the poet of the natural man? 229. Who wrote Dear Lady Disdain? 230. Who immortalized in fiction the bluegrass region of Kentucky? 231. Who wrote Sappho? 232. Of what poet was it said, He died aged 67, young in the joy of living, almost juvenile in the earthly contentment he radiated. 233. Who said, "My work is the embodiment of my dreams, to bring before men's eyes the image of the thing my heart is filled with"? 234. Who wrote The Southerner? 235. To what writer was there tendered a bow of orange ribbon dinner? 236. Who wrote Their Silver Wedding Journey? 237. Who wrote The Adventures of Harry Richmond? 238. Who said, "Chillon, thy prison is a holy place, and thy sad floor an altar"? 239. Who said, "No man selecting a literary harem could possibly leave out Jane Austen's heroines, Anne Elliot and Elizabeth Bennet"? 240. Who wrote 26 and 1? 241. Who wrote The Harem and the Purdah? 242. Who wrote The Last Days of Pompeii? 243. Name 4 men who were both artists and authors. 244. Who referred to Edgar Allan Poe as a gentleman among canaille? 245. Who wrote Peter Ibbetson? 246. Who was Matilda Hoffman? 247. Who wrote Michel Strogoff? 248. Who was the prototype of Rowena in Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe? 249. Who writes under the pen name Richard Dehan? 250. Who wrote Ships That Pass in the Night? 251. Who wrote The Secret Garden? 252. What English novelist published her first book at 36 years, and in the next 20 years earned $150,000 by her pen? 253. What French novelist wrote his masterpiece at 60 years of age, when nearly blind? 254. Who is termed the Prince of Poets of Paris? 255. For what is Otsego Hall noted? 256. Who lived at Cummington in the Berkshire Hills, Massachusetts? 257. What 3 Americans were sculptors as well as authors? 258. Whose summer home in Massachusetts is called Dreamwold? 259. For what is Monticello noted? 260. Where was Whistler's White House located? 261. Who was the renowned R.L.S.? 262. Who wrote the Patty stories? 263. What Greek god was the patron of music and poetry? 264. What and where was the Villa Crawford? 265. Who wrote The Village Blacksmith? 266. Who wrote Grandmother's Story of Bunker Hill Battle? 267. Who wrote Pictures of Memory? 268. Who wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow? 269. For what is Frederick, Maryland, noted? 270. Whom did Swinburne call the only poet of supreme and simple poetic genius of the 18th century? 271. Who said, "Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, and even his failings leaned to virtue's side"? 272. Who said, "My ear is pained, my soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which the earth is filled"? 273. Give the history of the Canterbury Tales. 274. What is the epithalamion? 275. Whose masterpiece is Atalanta in Calydon? 276. Who said, "The wine of Bacon's writings is dry wine"? 277. Who dwelt in a castle on famed Strawberry Hill, near Twickenham, England, where he made a collection of ancient armor, illuminated manuscripts, and bric-a-brac of all kinds? 278. Of whom was it said, "His dominant trait was an insatiable ambition, to which he owed all the joys and all the sorrows of his life"? 279. What and where is Roycroft Inn? 280. Who wrote the poem beginning, "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud"? And what tribute did Abraham Lincoln pay to this poem? 281. What novelist of our time has chosen Kent, England, as the scene of his fiction? 282. Who wrote Tales of the Mermaid Tavern? 283. What well-known playwright is the step-grandson of Robert Louis Stevenson? 284. For what is Hauteville House famed? 285. Who said, "Great men, taken up in any way, are profitable company"? 286. What poet, when asked the date of his birth, responded by giving the date of his marriage? 287. Who said, "We are all children in the kindergarten of God"? 288. Who has been termed the great apostle of pessimism? 289. What and where was Vailima? 290. For what is Keilhau noted? 291. Who has been termed the ideal idealist? 292. Who said, "I find letters from God dropped in the street, and every one is signed by God's name"? 293. What New England writer, with her husband and infant, perished by the sinking of a ship off Fire Island, New York? 294. Who was the author of the Blithedale Romance? 295. Who wrote Auld Lang Syne? 296. Who wrote a book of observations on the life of the bee? 297. Of what English poet was it said, "He was something of a Quaker in poetry, and loved the sober drabs and greys of life"? 298. What writer and his wife, also a writer, perished in the destruction of the Lusitania? 299. Who wrote the first songs and the first music composed in America? 300. What is the national hymn of Russia? 301. Who was the author of the following famous prayer? "When the day returns, return to us, our Son and Comforter, and call us up with morning faces and with morning hearts, eager to labor, eager to be happy, if happiness shall be our portion, and if the day shall be marked for sorrow, strong to endure it." 302. Of whom did Channing say, "Give him sunshine and a handful of nuts, and he has enough"? 303. Who wrote The Greatest Thing in the World? 304. Name 3 literary men who at the same time Served the United States at foreign courts. 305. Who has been termed the Boswell of the old-time Negro? 306. What American poet was the author of a poem that netted him $500 a word? 307. Of what American novelist has it been said, the mantle of Louisa M. Alcott has fallen upon her? 308. Who said, I awoke one morning and found myself famous? 309. Who is Octave Thanet? 310. Who wrote Cranford? 311. What noted divine sold a slave from the pulpit of Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, New York? 312. What and where was the Old Corner Bookstore? 313. Who was the author of Hugh Wynne, Free Quaker? 314. Who said, Hearts like apples are hard and sour, till crushed by pain's resistless power? 315. Who was the author of The Iron Woman? 316. Who wrote Dawn O'Hara, which was her first book? 317. Who wrote The Wood Carver of Olympus? 318. Who is Abe Martin? 319. Who is the author of the following lines? And when you think of this, remember too, 'tis always morning somewhere, and above the awakening continents, from shore to shore, somewhere the birds are singing evermore. 320. Who was Ramona? 321. What and where was Greenpeace? 322. What and where is Quillcote? 323. Who was the founder of the famous Boys' How Clubs? 324. What and where is Hull House? 325. Who wrote Christmas as It Used to Be? 326. Who was the author of 20 Years at Hull House? 327. Where do we hear of Bracebridge Hall? 328. Who was the first woman to be elected to the presidency of the National Educational Association of the United States? 329. What city was the original Old Chester of Margaret Deland's tales? 330. Who was the author of The Old Peabody Pew? 331. Who wrote the lines, "'Tis easy enough to be pleasant, when life flows on like a song, but the man worth while is the man who can smile when everything goes dead wrong"? 332. The work of what English poet, the daughter of what poet, was first printed by Charles Dickens in his magazine, Household Words? 333. What and where was the Brain Club? 334. Who was the author of Marco Bozzaris? 335. Who was called the Mad Poet? 336. Who was called the Poet of Celestial Passion? 337. Who is Sir Anthony Absolute? 338. Who was called the American Sibyl? 339. Who writes under the pen name Marian Harland? 340. What and where is Pigeon Roost in the Woods? 341. What writer lived at the Holt? 342. To whom did Walt Whitman refer as a good, faithful young Jersey woman? 343. What and where is Charycroft? 344. Who wrote A Rill from the Town Pump? 345. Who wrote A Spinner in the Sun? 346. What American novelist, after a visit to the slums of London, wrote a book embodying his experiences called The Abyss? 347. Who has a summer camp called Woodchuck Lodge? 348. What American statesman made practical use of the classic motto, in essentials unity, in doubtful matters liberty, in all things charity? 349. Who said, the true university these days is a collection of books? 350. In what church were hung the lanterns described in Paul Revere's Ride? 351. Who wrote The Marshes of Glynn? 352. What writer's mother sent him daily letters when absent from him, each containing the phrase, I send you my daily prayers, and I bless you, dearie? 353. What gave rise to the writing of Goldsmith's She Stoops to Conquer? 354. Who said, little minds are tamed and subdued by misfortune, but great minds rise above it? 355. What poet, a contemporary of Tennyson and Browning, was at the close of the 19th century the last of the group of great English poets of the first rank? 356. What and where was Buff Cottage? 357. What and where was Idlewild? 358. Who said, a tart temper never mellows with age? 359. What poet spoke of himself as a shy lad in homespun clothes of Quaker cut? 360. Who wrote Backlog Studies? 361. Who was termed the great avatar of Vishnuland? 362. Who writes under the pseudonym of David Grayson? 363. What American novelist, after residing in England for many years, became a British subject when a great war arose, in order to throw the weight of his influence with England? 364. Who wrote Tomb Blossoms? 365. What and where was Desoris? 366. What American poet was termed the American Hood? 367. Who was the author of The Mask of the Gods, which he considered his best literary work? 368. What and where was The Den? 369. What famous gospel hymn writer was blind? 370. Whom did Emerson call Elizabeth the Wise? 371. Who said, I have swum with Alcott in Thoreau's Cove, with Thoreau in the Azabet, with Channing in every water of Concord? 372. What and where was The Perch? 373. Who was called the Yankee Solomon? 374. What is acknowledged to be the most original book of poetry by an American, and by whom was it written? 375. Who wrote Lays of Ancient Rome? 376. Who wrote The Lady of the Lake? 377. Who wrote Sohrab and Rustum? 378. What and where was Alsatia? 379. What English poet was for 10 years editor of the National Review. 380. What poet was voted a tablet in the Hall of Fame of New York University? 381. What American poet of great promise died at the early age of 25 years? 382. Who was the author of Pan in Wall Street? 383. Who was Lady Penelope Penfeather? 384. Who said, "The way to fame is like the way to heaven, through much tribulation"? 385. In what 3 volumes is Ruskin revealed as an art critic? 386. Who was Russia's first political writer? 387. What New England poet earned his Academy expenses making shoes? 388. Name 2 American bachelor poets. 389. Who has been called America's greatest realist? 390. What Dutch novelist has written all his works in English instead of in his native language? 391. Who was the author of An Ode in Time of Hesitation? 392. For what is Greencastle, Indiana, noted? 393. Who was Chicago's most popular poet? 394. What American novelist has been termed the historian of the South? 395. Who wrote Mothers to Men? 396. Who said, Rule 1 of story writing is to write stories that please yourself. There is no Rule 2. 397. What American writer of fiction owns a handsome Italian villa at Lenox, Massachusetts? 398. What American novelist has been termed one of the most successful ambassadors between America and Great Britain? 399. Who wrote A Gentleman from Indiana? 400. Who said, "Everyone of yesterday is dead, and only those of today are living. Tomorrow should be paradise"? 401. What English poet's grave is marked by a stone bought by a public subscription? 402. What and where is Gad's Hill Place? 403. What and where was the Knoll? 404. Who was Boz? 405. Who was called the Ayrshire Ploughman? 406. Who wrote the elegy called Adonais, and in memory of whom? 407. Who wrote Beside the Bonny Briar Bush? 408. Who said, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever"? 409. What poet laureate of England was once designated by a newspaper editor as a little old doctor who sometimes wrote poetry? 410. Who has immortalized Harpeth Valley in fiction? 411. What and where is Markland? 412. Who was Fuzzy Wuzzy? 413. Who wrote In School Days? 414. For what is Mitre Tavern notable? 415. What led to Edward Gibbon's writing The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire? 416. Who was called the English mystic? 417. What American statesman and orator delivered an address on The True Grandeur of Nations, which made him famous? 418. What English poet was pronounced one of the finest-looking men in the world? 419. Of what American poet was it said, "He is the poet of the household, of the fireside, of the universal home feeling"? 420. Who was the author of "A Wet Sheet and a Flowing Sea"? 421. What English poet fell heir to a title at 10 years of age? 422. Who wrote A Princess of Thule? 423. What and where was Typee? 424. Who said, "Boston State House is the hub of the solar system"? 425. Who wrote To a Fringed Gentian? 426. What 3 American novelists are famed for their true depiction of New England life? 427. What American poet was called a genuine humorist by the grace of God? 428. For what is Fishkill notable? 429. For what is Carscallen Villa notable? 430. What was The Squirrels? 431. Who wrote Common Sense in the Household? 432. Who wrote Wild Animals I Have Known? 433. What American author and artist was famed for his pictures of Indian life? 434. What English poet lived for the last 30 years of his life at Putney Hill, near London, with a friend who was also a poet and critic? 435. Who said, "Endurance is the crowning quality, and patience all the passion of great hearts"? 436. Who wrote The New Atlantis, and what does the title refer to? 437. What English poet was born at Ottery, St. Mary, Devonshire? 438. Who was Father Damien? 439. Who was the author of the lines, "God give us men, a time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands"? 440. Who wrote Down Durley Lane? 441. For what is Laleham, England, noted? 442. Who was called the Great Commoner? 443. For what is Domremy, Lorraine, France, noted? 444. Who wrote the lines, "Gird on thy sword, O man, thy strength endue, in fair desire thine earth-born joy renew. Live thou thy life beneath the making sun, till beauty, truth, and love in thee are one"? 445. What English writer and philosopher did Alexander Pope call the wisest, brightest, meanest of mankind? 446. Who was James Otis? 447. What noted Norwegian poet and playwright was born at Skien, Norway? 448. What are the Rhodes Scholarships? 449. What Scottish writer was born at Selkirk, Scotland, in 1844? 450. Who wrote The Lamplighter? 451. What poem, by what English poet, deals with the life and teachings of Siddhartha or Gautama, the Hindu Buddha? 452. For what is Kirriemuir, Scotland, notable? 453. What noted English novelist was the granddaughter of Dr. Thomas Arnold, of Rugby, and a niece of Matthew Arnold? 454. What American writer was born deaf, dumb, and blind? 455. What woman was instrumental in founding the first female seminary in the United States? 456. Who said, "Poetry is simply the most beautiful, impressive, and widely effective mode of saying things, and hence its importance." 457. Who was called England's myriad-minded genius? 458. Who wrote Reveries of a Bachelor? 459. Who is the writer of the lines, "O brother man, fold to thy heart thy brother, where pity dwells, the peace of God is there. To worship rightly is to love each other, each smile a hymn, each kindly deed a prayer." 460. On what college campus does there appear a monument erected to the memory of one of the college's presidents, and bearing the following words, taken from the last commencement address of the man whose memory it hallows? "I beseech you to treasure up in your hearts these my parting words. Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity." 461. What great orator's grave is in beautiful Milton, Massachusetts, where he and his wife often spent their vacations? 462. What American novelist is famous for his pictures of Creole life in New Orleans? 463. Of what book did Dr. Johnson say, "It is the only book that ever took me out of bed 2 hours sooner than I wished to rise"? 464. What English traveller and writer, a favourite of Queen Elizabeth, was beheaded by James I? 465. What poet was spoken of as one of the very diamonds of Her Majesty's, Queen Elizabeth's, court? 466. Who was termed the sweet swan of Avon? 467. Who was called the Shakespeare of theological literature? 468. Who said, "The childhood shows the man, as morning shows the day"? 469. What was Will's coffee house? 460. Who said, "Too low they build, who build beneath the stars"? 471. What did the Tatler outline as its course? 472. Who was called the genial Charles? 473. What English poet's father was called Mad Jack? 474. Who said, "To me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears"? 475. Who said, "All my hurts my garden spade can heal. A woodland walk, a quest of river grapes, a mocking thrush, a wild rose, a rock-loving columbine, salve my worst wounds"? 476. Who said, "No life can be pure in its purpose and strong in its strife, and all life not be purer and stronger thereby"? 477. Who wrote Songs of Seven? 478. What American poet has been honored by the English people to the extent of having his bust placed in Westminster Abbey? 479. Who once said to Macaulay, "Well, anyone can see that you are an honest, good sort of a fellow, made out of oatmeal"? 480. Who wrote the lines, "Take joy home, and make a place in thy great heart for her, and give her time to grow and cherish her. Then will she come and oft will sing to thee, when thou art working in thy furrows, aye, or weeding in the sacred hour of dawn. It is a comely fashion to be glad. Joy is the grace we say to God." 481. Who is George Bendish? 482. Who applauded Pope for his sarcasm, and said, "When you think of the world, give it one more lash at my request"? 483. Who said of Edmund Burke, If a man were to go by chance at the same time with Burke under a shed to shun a shower, he would say, "This is an extraordinary man." 484. What English writer said, "At 50 years I commenced as an author. It is a whim that has served me longest and best, and will probably be my last." 485. Who was termed Scotia's bard? 486. Who wrote, "Earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal"? 487. What English poet was drowned by the capsizing of a boat in the Bay of Spezia? 488. What poet dictated the inscription for his gravestone a few days before his death? 489. Whose home was at Elleray on the banks of Lake Windermere? 490. For what is Lasswade noted? 491. Who said of Macaulay, "The quantity of reading Tom has poured in, and the quantity of writing he has poured out, is astonishing"? 492. Who wrote Aurora Leigh? 493. Who said, "I am a part of all I have met"? 494. What American poet was the son of an actress? 495. What American writer wrote his poem The Dirge in memory of his two brothers? 496. Who said, "Live as on a mountain. Let men see, let them know a real man, who lives as he was meant to live"? 497. Who wrote Down Among Men? 498. What three sisters all wrote novels? 499. Who said, "An acre of Middlesex is better than a principality in Utopia"? 500. Who wrote The Cricket on the Hearth? End of questions 1 through 500 of 1000 Literary Questions and Answers by Mary Eleanor Kramer.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Excerpt from the best moving pictures of 1922 to 1923 by Robert E. Sherwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. The best moving pictures of 1922 to 1923. Who's Who in the Movies. Fair, Eleanor, actress, born Richmond, Virginia. Education, here and abroad. Stage career, musical comedies. Screen career, Kismet, Miracle Man, Broadway and Home, It Can't Be Done, Through the Back Door, White Hands, Driven, Has the World Gone Mad, etc. Companies: Robertson Cole, Paramount, Selznick, Vitagraph, Gunning, United, East Coast, Dependable, Equity. Fair, Virginia Brown, actress. Born Brooklyn, New York, 1904. Screen career: doubling for Romeo, Without Benefit of Clergy, Fightin' Mad, Monte Cristo, Omar the Tent Maker, Storm Swept, Vengeance of the Deep, etc. Companies: Universal, Goldwyn, Metro, Fox, Pathé, First National, FBO, American. Fairbanks, Douglas, actor-producer. Born Denver, Colorado, May 23rd, 1883. Married Anna Beth Sully, 1907. Divorced 1918. Married Mary Pickford, 1920. Stage career since 1901. Hawthorne of the USA, The Show Shop, Henrietta, The Cub, The Gentleman from Mississippi, etc. Screen career: The Lamb, Manhattan Madness, The Americano, His Picture in the Papers, The Knickerbocker Buckaroo, The Nut, The Mark of Zorro, The Three Musketeers, Robin Hood, The Thief of Baghdad, etc. Companies: Triangle, Artcraft, United Artist. Fairfax, Marion, Mrs. Tully Marshall, continuity writer and producer. Born Richmond, Virginia. Education: Emerson College, Boston. Early career: playwright. Screen career: The River's Edge, Valley of the Giants, Hashimura Togo, Love Insurance, Daughter of the Wolf, Putting It Over, Go and Get It, Dinty, Bob Hampton of Placer, The Lying Truth, Sherlock Holmes, The Snowshoe Trail, etc. Companies: Famous Players, Marion Fairfax Productions, American, First National, FBO, Metro. Farnham, Dustin, actor. Born Hampton Beach, New Hampshire, 1874. Stage career: in The Virginian, The Squaw Man, Cameo Kirby, Littlest Rebel, etc. Screen career: The Squaw Man, The Virginian, A Gentleman from Indiana, David Garrick, The Scarlet Pimpernel, The Spy, The Corsican brothers, big happiness, primal law, the devil within, strange idols, oath-bound, the Yosemite Trail, while justice waits. 3 who paid, the buster, bucking the barrier, trail of the axe, etc. Companies, Lasky, Palace Paramount, Fox, United, Robertson Cole, American, Farnham, Franklin, actor, born Boston, Massachusetts, June 5th, 1883, education, Boston, Massachusetts, stage career, 12 years, screen career, The Clock, Fighting Grin, Anything Once, Vanishing Trails, serial, Fighting Stranger, So This is Arizona, The Last Chance, The Raiders, The White Masks, Shackles of Gold, Gun-Shy, Gold Grabbers, Crossroads, etc. Companies, Universal, Metro, Selig, Canyon, Smith, Goldstone, Fox. Farnham, William, actor, born Boston, 1876, education, Bucksport, Maine, stage career, began when 9 years of age, holding Spear and Booth and Barrett Company, leading man of stock company at age of 16, leading man for nearly every prominent female star, toured in Ben-Hur 5 years, played Shakespearean and classical repertory on tour and with own stock company, Monte Cristo, screen career, The Spoilers, A Tale of Two Cities, Les Miserables, Riders of the Purple Sage, Last of the Duanes, The Conqueror, When a Man Sees Red, The Rainbow Trail, His Greatest Sacrifice, If I Were King, Perjury, A Stage Romance, Moonshine Valley, Without Compromise, Brass Commandments, etc. Companies, Selig, Fox. Farrer, Geraldine, actress, born Melrose, Massachusetts, 1883, education, Europe and America, stage career, from 1901 in opera and on concert stage, screen career, Carmen, Joan the Woman, The Jaguar's Claws, The Woman God Forgot, the stronger vow. Shadows, world and its woman, flame of the desert, the woman and the puppet, the riddle, woman, etc. Companies, Lasky, Artcraft, Goldwyn, Associate Exhibitors. Fawcett, George, actor. Born, Virginia, 1860. Education, University of Virginia. Stage career, extensive experience in United States and England. Screen career, The Crisis, The Great Love, Romance of Happy Valley, Hearts of the World, Cinderella Man, The Hope Chest, The Girl Who Stayed at Home, Scarlet Days, The Greatest Question, The Branded Woman, Dangerous Business, Lessons in Love, Little Miss Rebellion, Idols of Clay, Paying the Piper, Sentimental Tommy, Moon Gold, The Old Homestead, Ebb Tide, Manslaughter, Only 38, Forever, West of the Water Tower, etc. Companies, Universal, Fine Arts, Selig, Select, Selznick, Artcraft, Paramount, Griffith, First National, Drama Films. Faye, Julia, actress. Screen career, Old Wives for New, 6 bestsellers, Don't Change Your Husband, Something to Think About, Forbidden Fruit, Male and Female, The Affairs of Anatole, Adam's Rib, Nice People, The Great Moment, Fool's Paradise, Saturday Night, Manslaughter, etc. Companies, Paramount, Real Art. Fazenda, Louise, actress. Born, Lafayette, Indiana, 1895. Education, St. Mary's Convent and L.A. High School, Los Angeles. Stage career, short season stock. Screen career, Spider and the Rose, Main Street, The Beauty Shop, The Beautiful and Damned, Quincy Adams Sawyer, The Spoilers, The Gold Diggers, and numerous Senate comedies. Companies, Universal, Keystone, Senate, Paramount, United, First National, Educational, Warner Brothers, Metro, Principal. Fellows, Rockcliffe, actor. Born, Ottawa, Canada, 1883. Education, Bishop's College School, Lennoxville. Stage career with Mrs. Fisk, Grace George, etc. Screen career, The Regeneration, The Web of Desire, The Easiest Way, The Point of View, Cup of Fury, In Search of a Sinner, Pagan Love, Bits of Life, Island Wives, The Stranger's Banquet, Penrod and Sam, The Spoilers, etc. Companies, Fox, Selznick, Goldwyn, First National, Hodgkinson, Famous Players, Vitagraph. Ferguson, Casson, Actor. Born, Alexandria, Louisiana, May 29th, 1893. Stage career, concert singer and musical comedy. Screen career, How Could Eugene, The Prince Chap, At the End of the World, The Law and the Woman, Manslaughter, Grumpy, Secret Service, Johnny Get Your Gun, Flame of the Desert, Madame X, Merely Marianne, An Unknown Wife, A Gentleman of Leisure, etc. Companies, Orozco, Hampton, Paramount, Goldwyn, Fox, Universal, Real Art. Ferguson, Elsie Louise, actress. Born, New York City, 1885. Married, Thomas B. Clark, Jr., 1916, divorced. Education, Normal College, New York. Extensive stage career. Screen career, Sacred and Profane Love, Footlights, Peter Ibbotson. Outcast, Barbary Sheep, Such a Little Queen, His House in Order, Lady Rose's Daughter, etc. Companies, Famous Players, Paramount. Ferguson, Helen, actress. Born, Decatur, Illinois, 1901. Screen career, The Gamblers, Going Some, Shod with Fire, Just Pals, Desert Blossoms, The Call of the North, Miss Lulu Bet, Hungry Hearts, The Flaming Hour, The Famous Mrs. Fair, Brass, Within the Law, etc. Companies, Blackton, Metro, Vitagraph, Goldwyn, Fox, Universal, Paramount, Warner Brothers. Ferguson, W.J., actor. Stage career since 1855. Screen career, The Deep Purple, Passers-by, Dream Street, Peacock Alley, The World's Champion, Kindred of the Dust, The Yosemite Trail, To Have and to Hold, etc. Companies, Real Art, Pathé, Griffith, Tiff, Paramount, First National, Fox, Finch, Flora, Actress, Born, England. Stage career with Ben Greet and Vaudeville. Screen career A Night Out, Prudence the Pirate, Oh Boy, The Unwelcome Guest, His Better Half, Dawn, Lessons in the Flower, Social Errors, Luck, and numerous comedies with the late John Bunny. Companies, Vitagraph, Biograph, Pathé Paramount, Blackton First National, Hodgkinson, Burr, Fitzmaurice, George, Director, Born, France, Married, Ouida Bergère, Screen career, Stop Thief, Arms and the Woman, The Iron Heart, The Recoil, Innocent, Common Clay, Japanese Nightingale, The Avalanche, Witness for the Defense, The Counterfeit, On with the Dance, Right to Love, Idols of Clay, Paying the Piper, Experience, Peter Ibbotson, Three Live Ghosts, The Man from Home, To Have and to Hold, Kick In, Belladonna, etc. Companies, Klein, Pathé, Famous Players, Paramount, Fitzroy, Emily, Actress, Born, London, England, Stage career, 25 years, Screen career, Way Down East, Wife Against Wife, Find the Woman, Fascination, No Trespassing, Driven, Fury, etc. Companies, Vitagraph, Real Art, Cosmopolitan, Griffith, First National, Hodgkinson, Paramount, Metro, Universal, Fleming, Victor, L., Director, Born, Los Angeles, Pictures, A Regular Guy, Wild and Woolly, Down to Earth, A Woman's Place, Red Hot Romance, The lane that has no turning. Anna ascends. Dark secrets. The law of the lawless, etc. Companies, fine arts, artcraft, First National, Paramount. Flynn, Emmett J., Director. Born, Denver, Colorado. Education, Sacred Heart College, Denver. Screen career, Alimony, Racing Strain, Yvonne from Paris, Other Side of Eden, Eastward Ho, The Lincoln Highwayman, The Man Who Dared, The Untamed, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, The Last Trail, Monte Cristo, A Fool There Was, Without Compromise, In the Palace of the King, etc. Companies, First National, Goldwyn, American, Fox. Flynn, M.B., actor. Born 1890. Education, Yale. Screen career, The Silver Horde. Going Some. The Great Accident. Officer 666. Just out of college. Roads of Destiny. Dangerous curve ahead. The Night Rose. Voices of the City. Bucking the Line. Roughshod. Oathbound. Woman Who Walked Alone. Drums of Fate. Omar the Tent Maker. The Snow Bride, etc. Companies, Goldwyn, Fox. Paramount, First National. Foot, Courtenay. Actor. Born, Yorkshire, England. Education, Oxford. Early career, studied civil engineering. Stage career with Beerbohm Tree, Frohman, Belasco, etc. Screen career, Cross Currents, An International Marriage, Love's Law, His Parisian Wife, The Two Brides, The Bronze Bell, The Star Rover, The Passion Flower, Fascination, Little Old New York, Ashes of Vengeance, etc. Companies, Vitagraph, Bosworth, Fine Arts, Morosco, Famous Players, Mutual, Artcraft, Paramount, Metro. Ford, Francis, Director and Actor. Born, Portland, Maine, 1882. Stage career with Amelia Bingham in Stock, etc. screen career, The Purple Mask, The Phantom Ship, The Isle of Intrigue, The Silent Mystery, Thunderbolt Jack, Man from Nowhere, I Am the Woman, Flower of the Range, The Heart of Lincoln, Thereof, Another Man's Boots, The Trail's End, The Storm Girl, Gold Grabbers, Action, The Lady from Longacre, Village Blacksmith, Three Jumps Ahead, Haunted Valley, The Fighting Skipper, The Angel Citizens, etc. Companies, NYMP, Fox, Universal, Pathé, Arrow, Awan, Smith, Anchor, Goldstone, Ford, Harrison, actor, born, Kansas City, Missouri, education, there and Los Angeles, stage career, stock in Baltimore, Maryland, Syracuse, New York, screen career, Girls, The Lottery Man, A Lady in Love, Food for Scandal, Oh Lady, Lady, Wedding Bells, A Heart to Let, The Wonderful Thing, Love's Redemption, Smilin' Through, The Primitive Lover, Find the Woman, The Old Homestead, Shadows, When Love Comes, Vanity Fair, Little Old New York, etc. Companies, famous players, real art, First National, Paramount, Preferred, FBO, Goldwyn, Cosmopolitan, Foreman, Tom, actor, director, born, Mitchell County, Texas, 1893, stage career, stock, etc. Screen career, The American Consul, Forbidden Paths, For Better, For Worse, Heart of Youth, Told in the Hills, The Tree of Knowledge, The Roundup, The Ladder of Lies, Sins of Roseanne, The Easy Road, City of Silent Men, Are You a Failure? The Girl Who Came Back, Money, 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 White Shoulders, If You Believe It, It's So, etc. Companies, Calum, Lubin, Lasky, Palace Paramount, Artcraft, Paramount, First National, Preferred, Forrest, Anne, actress, born, Denmark, 1897, education, Denmark, Screen career, the birth of patriotism. The Midnight Man, The Grim Game, The Prince Chap, A Splendid Hazard, The Great Accident, Behold My Wife, The Faith Healer, Dangerous Days, The Great Impersonation, Love's Boomerang, The Man Who Played God, If Winter Comes, etc. Companies, American, Universal, Triangle, Lasky, Juan, Goldwyn, Paramount, Fox, Earl, actor. Born Oxford, Ohio, 1888. Stage career in stock, The Cub, Come 7, etc. Screen career, The Escape, The Trail of the Lonesome Pine, The Honeymoon, The Fatal Ring, Serial, The Black Panther's Cub, The Prodigal Judge, The Man She Brought Back, Vanity Fair, etc. Companies, Griffith, Lasky, Triangle, Selznick, Metro, Pathé, Goldwyn, Ziegfeld, Vitagraph, Playgoers. Fox, Finnis, continuity writer. Born Oklahoma. Education, college and university. Early career, newspaper editor, state legislator. Screen career, author of The Jury of Fate, The Voice of Conscience, The Web of Lies, The Great Romance, alias Jimmy Valentine, Please Get Married, My Lady's Latchkey, Penny, Scrap Iron, Bishop of the Ozarks, etc. Staff writer for Mabel Taliaferro, M.X. Bushman, Harold Lockwood, Bert Little, Catherine MacDonald, Viola Dana, Charles Ray, etc. Fox, William, producer. Born Hungary, January 1st, 1879. Married Ava Leo, January 1st, 1900. Theatrical manager, 1904, in Brooklyn. Organized Fox Film Corporation, which has produced photoplays, comedies, newsreels, etc. by the thousand. President, Fox Theater Circuit. Franklin Sidney, director. Born San Francisco, 1893. Education there. Screen career, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, The Forbidden City, The Heart of Wetona, A Rogue's Romance, The Hoodlum, Heart of the Hills, Not Guilty, down home, courage. The primitive lover, east is west, playing with fire, call of home, vermilion pencil, brass, dulcie, tiger rose, etc. Companies, Selig, Bosworth, Majestic, Fox, First National, Vitagraph, Universal, Hodgkinson, United Artist, Robertson Cole, Warner Brothers, Frederick, Pauline, actress. Born Boston, Massachusetts, 1884. Married C.A. Rutherford. Extensive stage career. Screen career. Mrs. Dane's Defense. Zaza. Latosca. Fedora. Woman on the Index. Bonds of Love. 1 Week of Life. The Palliser Case. Roads of Destiny. Madame X. Slave of Vanity. Mistress of Shenstone. Salvage. Sting of the Lash. The Lure of Jade. 2 Kinds of Women. The Glory of Clementina, etc. Companies. First National, Goldwyn, Robertson Cole. Francisco, Betty, actress. Born Little Rock, Arkansas. Stage career, vaudeville and musical comedy. Screen career, A Broadway Cowboy, Midsummer Madness, Riding with Death, Across the Continent, While Satan Sleeps, Glad Rags, Crinoline and Romance, A Noise in Newborough, Poor Men's Wives, etc. Companies, Hampton, Pathé, Real Art, Paramount, Fox, Universal, Metro, Preferred. Fuller, Dale, actress. Born Santa Ana, California. Education, Mills College, California. Stage career, musical comedy, Stock. Screen career, Foolish Wives, One Wonderful Night, Manslaughter, Borderland, Souls for Sale, Merry-Go-Round, etc. Companies, Senate, Triangle, Fox, Universal, Paramount, Goldwyn. Guerin, Pauline, actress. Born Montreal, Canada, 1901. Stage experience, musical comedy. Screen career, The Power Within, Reported Missing. Adam's Rib, The Man from Glengarry, You Can't Fool Your Wife, Children of the Dust, etc. Companies, Pathé, Selznick, Paramount, Hodgkinson, Gosnier, Louis J., Director. Born Paris, France, 1880. Screen career associated with Pathé, 17 years. 14 years as general manager and 2 years vice president. 1916, organized Astra Film Corporation, serving as president and general manager, produced Hands Up, The Tiger's Trail, The Third Eye, The Beloved Cheater, The Butterfly Man, The Corsican Brothers, Square Shooting Dan, Kismet, Good Women, A Wife's Awakening, Silent Years, The Call of Home, Rich Men's Wives, The Hero, Maytime, Poor Men's Wives, Daughters of the Rich, etc. Companies: Pathé, Robertson Cole, Preferred. Garrity, Tom J. Continuity writer. Born Rushville, Indiana. Early career: reporter and special writer, author of vaudeville sketches. Screen career: When the Clouds Roll By, in Old Kentucky, Mary Regan, A Man's Fight, A Heart in Pawn, The Mollycoddle, You Never Can Tell, The Charm School, Back Home and Broke, Hollywood, etc. Staff writer for Paramount. Gerard Charles, actor. Born Carlow, Ireland, 1887. Education, Dublin University. Screen career, Little Miss Optimist, The Double Standard, The New Moon, The Isle of Conquest, The Teeth of the Tiger, The Gilded Lily, World and His Wife, The Passionate Pilgrim, Whispers, Out of Chorus, Mary Ellen Comes to Town, When Knighthood Was in Flower, Glimpses of the Moon, Pond, Surefire Flint, Anna Ascends, Heroes and Husbands, Darling of the Rich, French Heels, Conceit, etc. Companies: Paramount, Universal, Selznick, Cosmopolitan, Real Art, Griffith, Hodgkinson, Burr, First National, Fox. Gibson, Ed, Hoot, actor. Born Tacoma, Nebraska, 1892. Early career, cowboy, with Bud Atkins Circus to Australia. Screen career since 1911. Hazards of Helen, A Night of the Range, The Cactus Kid, Action. Red Courage, Surefire, The Fire Eater, Headin' West, The Bear Cat, Step on It, Trimmed, The Loaded Door, The Galloping Kid, The Lone Hand, ridin' wild, kindled courage, the gentleman from America, single-handed, dead game, etc. Companies, Selig, Callum, Universal, Gilbert, John, actor and director, born Logan, Utah, 1895, married Olivia Burrell, 1918, divorced, married Leatrix Joy, 1921, education, Hitchcock Military Academy, stage career, stock and road shows, screen career, Princess of the Dark, Heart of the Hills, Ladies Must Live, White Heather, Servant in the House, Gleam o' Dawn, Monte Cristo, Arabian Love, The Yellow Stain, Honor First, Calvert's Valley, The Love Gambler, A California Romance, While Paris Sleeps, Truxton King, Madness of Youth, Cameo Kirby, Saint Elmo, etc. Directed, The Bait, Love's Penalty, etc. Companies, Ince, Paramount, FBO, Fox. Gillingwater, Claude, actor. Extensive stage career, screen career, Little Lord Fauntleroy, My Boy, Remembrance, Three Wise Fools, Dulcie, etc. Companies, United Artists, First National, and Goldwyn. Gish, Dorothy, actress. Born Dayton, Ohio, 1898. Married James Rennie, 1920. Stage career from 1902. Screen career, The Little Yank, Old Heidelberg, Hearts of the World, The Hope Chest, The Hun Within, I'll Get Him Yet, Peppy Polly, Nugget Nell, Remodeling Her Husband, Little Miss Rebellion, Flying Pat, Ghost in the Garret, Orphans of the Storm, The Country Flapper, Fury, The Bright Shawl, etc. Companies, Griffith, First National, Paramount, Biograph, United Artists, Inspiration. Gish, Lillian, actress. Born Springfield, Ohio, 1896. Stage career from 1902. Screen career from 1912. Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, Souls Triumphant, Hearts of the World, The Great Love, The Greatest Thing in Life, Romance of Happy Valley, Broken Blossoms, True Heart Susie, The Greatest Question, Way Down East, Orphans of the Storm, The White Sister, etc. Companies: Griffith, Biograph, R.M., First National, Paramount, Inspiration. End of excerpt from the best moving pictures of 1922 to 1923.
Excerpt from the Candy Maker's Guide, a collection of choice recipes for sugar boiling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cordelia Glendy. The Candy Maker's Guide, a collection of choice recipes for sugar boiling. Compiled and published by the Fletcher Manufacturing Company. Fletcher Manufacturing Company, Toronto. Manufacturers and dealers in generators, steel and copper soda water cylinders, soda founts, tumbler washers, freezers, ice-breaking machines, ice cream refrigerators, milkshakers, ice shaves, lemon squeezers, ice cream cans, packing tubs, flavoring extracts, golden and crystal flake for making ice cream bricks and forms, and every article necessary for soda water and ice cream business. Introduction. In presenting this selection of choice recipes for candy makers, we have endeavored to avoid everything that is not practical and easy to understand. The recipes given are from the most experienced and notable candy makers of America and Europe, and are such that, if followed out with care and attention, will be sure to lead to success. Practice is only to be had by experiment, and little failures are overcome by constant perseverance. After the rudiments have been thoroughly mastered, the reader has ample scope to distinguish himself in the candy world, and will do so with patience and perseverance. We trust our patrons will look upon this work not as a literary effort, but as an instruction from a practical workman to a would-be workman. Fletcher Manufacturing Company, 440 and 442 Yonge Street, Toronto, Publishers. Manufacturers of candy makers' tools and machines, and every article required in confectionery and candy making. Ask for our catalogue. Sugar boiling. This branch of the trade or business of confectioner is perhaps the most important. All manufacturers are more or less interested in it, and certainly no retail shop could be considered orthodox which did not display a tempting variety of this class. So inclusive is the term boiled goods that it embraces drops, rocks, candies, taffies, creams, caramels, and a number of different sorts of handmade, machine-made, and molded goods. It is the most ancient method of which we have any knowledge, and perhaps the most popular process of modern times. The evidence of our everyday experience convinces us that, notwithstanding the boom which heralds from time to time a new sweet, cooked in a different manner, composed of ingredients hitherto unused in business, it is the exception when such goods hold the front rank for more than a few months. However pretty, tasty, or tempting they may be, the public palate seems to fall back on those made in the old lines, which, though capable of improvement, seem not to be superseded. Of the entire make of confectionery in Canada, at least 2/3 of it may be written down under the name of boiled sugar. They are undoubtedly the chief features with both manufacturers and retailers, embracing, as they do, endless facilities for fertile brains and deft fingers for inventing novelties in design, manipulation, combination, and finish. Notwithstanding the already great variety, there is always daily something new in this department brought into market. Many of the most successful houses owe their popularity more to their heads than their hands, hence the importance of studying this branch in all its ramifications. The endless assortment requiring different methods for preparing and manipulating make it necessary to subdivide this branch into sections, order, and arrangement being so necessary to be thoroughly understood. When we consider the few inexpensive tools required to make so many kinds of saleable goods, it is not to be wondered at so many retailers have a fancy to make their own toffees and such like. There is no reason why a man or woman with ordinary patience, a willing and energetic disposition, favored with a fair amount of intelligence, should not be able to become, with the aid of this book and a few dollars for tools, fairly good sugar boilers with a few months' practice. There are reasons why a retail confectioner should study sugar boiling. It gives character to the business, a fascinating odor to the premises, and a general at-homeness to the surroundings. No goods look more attractive and tempting to the sweet-eating public than fresh-made goods of this kind. A bright window can be only so kept by makers. Grainy or sticky drops may be reboiled. Scraps and what would otherwise be almost waste, at least unsightly, may be redressed in another shape and become not only saleable but profitable. There are many advantages which a maker possesses over one who buys all. For instance, clear boiled goods should be kept airtight, and are therefore delivered to the retailers in bottles, jars, or tins on which charge is made. These have to be repacked and returned. Breakages are an important item, so is freight. The cost of the latter is saved and the former reduced to a minimum. Whatever means are adopted to benefit the retailer and advertise the business by brighter windows, cleaner shops, less faded goods, and healthier financial conditions must contribute to the general prosperity of the trade from the bottom step to the top rung of the ladder. It should be the aim of all amateurs to study quality rather than price. Goods well made, carefully flavored, and nicely displayed will always command a ready sale at a fair price, giving satisfaction to the consumer and credit to the maker. Give your customers something to please the eye as well as the palate, so that every sale may be looked upon as an advertisement. Cheap, bulky, insipid stuff is unprofitable and damaging to the trade as well as to the seller. I venture to assert that more would-be makers have come to grief trying to cut each other in price for rubbishy candies than through any other cause. Look at the number of firms who have a reputation, whose very name command trade at good prices, year after year add to the turnover. What is the talisman? Look at their goods. There is perhaps nothing very striking in them, but they are invariably good. Busy or slack, they are made with care, packed with taste, and delivered neatly in a business-like fashion. Compare this to our makers of cheap stuff. To obtain orders, they sell at unprofitable prices, often at a loss, and try to make up the difference by resorting to various methods of increasing the bulk. The result is ultimate ruin to themselves, loss to their creditors, and injury to everyone concerned. Few who read these lines will not be able to verify all that is stated. The writer's advice has always been to keep up a high degree of excellence, try to improve in every direction, and success is only a matter of patience, energy, and civility. It is not intended to give a complete list of all kinds of candy known in the trade. That would be absurd and impossible. To be able to make any particular kind will require knowledge only to be gained by experience, so that much depends on the thoughtful endeavor of the beginner. The workshop. Sugar boiling, like every other craft, requires a place to do it, fitted with tools and appliances. The requisites and requirements can be easily suited to the purse of the would-be confectioner. A work to be useful to all must cater for all, and include information which will be useful to the smaller storekeeper as well as the larger maker. To begin at the bottom, one can easily imagine a person whose only ambition is to make a little candy for the window fit for children. This could be done with a very small outlay for utensils. The next move is a purchase of a sugar boiler's furnace, not very costly and certainly indispensable where quality and variety are required. It will be a great saving of time as well as money. The sugar will boil a much better color, so that cheaper sugar may be used for brown or yellow goods, while one can make acid drops and other white goods from granulated, Dutch crush, or loaf sugar, which would be impossible to make on a kitchen stove from any sort of sugar. List of sugar boiling tools required for a start. 1 candy furnace, $7.50. 1 copper boiling pan, 15 by 6, $4.50. 1 candy thermometer, $1.75. 1 marble slab, 48 by 24 by 2, $8. 1 caramel cutter, $6.50. 1 candy hook, 75 cents. 1 palette knife, 50 cents. 1 dozen taffy pans, $2. 1 pair English candy shears, $1.50. Total, $33. More slab room will be required as trade increases. We cannot go any further into the mysteries of this art successfully unless we provide ourselves with a candy machine and rolls to enable us to make drops. They are indispensable, and if we are to go on, we must have them to enable us to make drops, and every confectioner sells drops. These machines are made to suit all classes of trade, big and little. The small ones make just as nice drops as the large ones, and will turn out in the course of a day 200 or 300 weight by constant use, so that for retail purposes this quantity would generally be sufficient. Candy machine and rollers for boiled sugar. For fruit drops, acid or cough drops, imperials, etc. These machines are made to fit a standard gauge, and will admit of any number of rollers being fitted to one frame. Thus, parties having our frames can at any time order additional rollers, which will work satisfactorily. The rollers are 2 inches diameter, 3 5/8 inches long. Almost every conceivable pattern can be cut on them. Candy roll frames, $6 each. Plain drop rolls, $14 per pair. Fancy drop rolls, from $16 per pair. Having so far got our workshop arranged, the next thing is to keep it in order. Sugar boiling is dirty, sticky business, especially on wet days, unless every part is kept scrupulously clean and dry. Slabs and tables should be washed. No trace of sifting, scraps, or boiled goods should be left exposed to the atmosphere during the night. The floor well swept, and a little clean sawdust put down every night. The comfort and ease in working in a clean place far more than offsets the trouble and time it takes to put it in order. Besides, the goods are much drier, brighter, and easier to bottle or pack. Nothing is more unpleasant than to work with sticky slabs, slimy machines, or dirty scales. The boil adheres to the slabs, sticks to the rollers, spoiling the shapes, and becomes cloudy and spotty in weighing. We are not writing without knowledge. Anyone who has worked or visited small workshops can endorse the value of these remarks and call to mind this imaginary picture. However, there are exceptions. Still, the hint will be useful in a good many cases. Method of sugar boiling. If the learner will study the following instructions, the author guarantees to place him in a position to boil sugar as correctly as the most experienced workman. To accomplish this, the reader should provide himself with the sugar boiler's tools named on the preceding page. While the sugar is undergoing the process of boiling, it is almost impossible for a learner to determine the exact degree which the sugar has attained without a thermometer, and even the journeyman finds it so useful that you will find very few indeed who boil sugar without it. In fact, many of the larger shops will not allow a sugar boiler to work without one. For almost any purpose, the following degrees will be found all that is necessary. For instance, put into the pan in which you intend to boil 7 pounds granulated sugar, together with 1 quart of water, placing it on the fire and allow it to boil. Put a cover over the pan and allow it to boil for 10 minutes. Then take off the cover and put the thermometer in the pan, immersing the bottom part of it in the boiling sugar, and let it remain there until the sugar is boiled to the degree you require. The following 5 degrees are those used by confectioners for different purposes. First, the smooth, 215 to 220 by the thermometer. When the mercury registers these figures, the sugars may then be used for crystallizing creams, gum goods, and liqueurs. Second, the thread, 230 and 235 is the degree which is used for making liqueurs. Third, the feather, 240 to 245. Only a few minutes elapse between these degrees, and the sugar must be watched closely during the boiling at this point. This degree may be used for making fondants, rich creams, creams for chocolates, and fruit candying. Fourth, the ball, 250 to 255. The sugar at this point is used for making coconut and other candies, coconut ice, and almost every description of grain sugar generally. Fifth, the crack, 310 to 315. This is the degree which is used with little variation for all kinds of drops, taffies, and all clear goods, whether for the purpose of passing through machines or manipulating with the hands. These degrees can be tested by an experienced hand without the aid of the thermometer, and the learner may accustom himself by trying them in the following manner. Take the stem of a clay pipe and dip it into the sugar as it boils. Draw it out again and pass it through the forefinger and thumb. When it feels oily, you will find by looking at your thermometer that it has reached the degree of smooth, 215 to 220 by the glass. The next degree or thread may be tried by your taking a little of the sugar off the pipe between your finger and thumb and part them gently. If you see small threads hang between your finger and thumb, that degree has arrived. For the degree of ball, 250 to 255, you must have by your hand a small jug of cold water. When you draw the pipe out of the sugar, dip it in the water, and when taken out of the water, if you can work it like a piece of putty, you have got the degree of ball. The degree of crack must be tested the same way, and the sugar must leave the pipe clean. Dip it again into cold water. When off the pipe, break off a piece with your teeth. If it snaps clean in your teeth, pour your sugar on the slab at once. Note: this last degree must be tried sharply in giving the process for trying it without the thermometer. We caution all beginners to get a thermometer, as practice alone can instruct you without. It is also necessary to state that thermometers differ a little and should be tested. During hot weather, it is necessary to bring the sugars up to the full degree. During winter months, the lower degrees marked will answer the purpose. Cutting the grain, lowering, or greasing. Almost all sugar, especially refined, whether loaf, crystallized, or granulated, and most sugars known to the trade as pieces will, if boiled beyond the degree of ball, or 250 by the thermometer, when turned out of the pan become cloudy, then grainy, and ultimately a solid lump of hard, opaque sugar. To prevent this candying, as it is called, several agents are used, such as glucose, cream of tartar, pyroligneous acid, and C, the action of which will cause the sugar to boil clear, be pliable while hot, and transparent when cold. It is therefore necessary to use some lowering agent for all boilings intended for clear goods, such as drops, taffies, and rocks. Experience has taught most of the old hands that 2 of these agents possess all the merits necessary for the purpose, and are to be preferred to others for reasons it is unnecessary to state. They are cream of tartar and glucose. A great deal could be said in favor of either or both. Cream of tartar is handier and cleaner to use, as well as more exact in its action. Goods boiled with it will be a better color, and some assert more crisp. For acids and all best and export goods it is to be recommended. Use a proportion of half an ounce to every 14 pounds of sugar. We say about, as some strong sugars require a little more. This is generally measured in a teaspoon, 2 spoonfuls, to every 14 pounds of sugar. Glucose, being cheaper than sugar, is valuable to the confectioner not only for its lowering qualities, but also as a bulk producer, reducing the cost of the product. On this account, there is a tendency to overdo it by using too much, the result causing goods to become sticky and turn soft immediately they are exposed to the atmosphere. Not only so, but we have seen drops running to a solid lump in bottles through being overdosed. If glucose is used in proper proportions, it makes an excellent lowering agent, and will answer the purpose first rate for ordinary drops and the like. Use 3 pounds of glucose to every 14 pounds of sugar. Keep a panful on the furnace top so that it will always be hot and may be easily measured by means of a saucepan or ladle holding the exact quantity. Add the glucose when sugar begins to boil. Flavors and colors. These form almost as important a part of the trade as the sugar itself, and it should be the chief object of every workman to try and excel in these two important features. If you do not use good flavors, it is a moral certainty you cannot produce good candies. Those bought at an ordinary chemist's shop may do very well for flavoring custards and pastry, but are of no use for boiled sugars. In fact, better use no essence at all, as they are so weak that to give the drops in candy even a slight taste, the quantity required reduces the degree to which the sugar has been boiled so much that it works like putty and sticks to the machine while being pressed through. The drops when finished look dull, dragged, and stick together when bottled. Tons of drops are weakly spoiled by small markers using such flavors, while little trouble and less expense would put them out of their misery, besides giving to the goods that clear, bright, dry appearance to be found in the drops of a respectable house. It must be remembered that the flavor is the very life of the candy. Color may please the eye, but excellence in that alone is not all that is required. A buyer may be attracted by the eye, but he does not eat with it. Neither old or young would knowingly eat only colored sugar. A sweet taste may be satisfied with sugar alone. It is the variety of pleasant flavors that is desired, and it is the business of the confectioner to supply it. Flavors for sugar boiling should be as concentrated as it is possible for it to be. Several large houses, who have confined their attention to the wants and requirements of the confectionery and mineral water trades, have succeeded in producing fruit essences of quality, which is a pleasure to work with. Being very powerful, little is required to give the boil rich flavor. Consequently, it passes through the machine easily, forming a perfect drop on which the clear imprint of the engraving characteristic of the machine used. Essential oils used by confectioners are those having an agreeable aromatic flavor, and should be used in their original strength without being adulterated or reduced. It is absolutely necessary that they should be pure and fresh, more particularly the oils of lemon and orange, as when not fresh and pure, they partake of the flavor of turpentine, and are particularly unpleasant to the taste. Small makers would do well to buy carefully from a good house, not more than would be used up in 2 or 3 months, especially the 2 before mentioned. Some oils, on the contrary, improve by keeping, such as peppermint and lavender. All essences and oils are best kept well corked in a cool, dark place. These oils being powerful, popular, and expensive, they are frequently adulterated. Cream of tartar and tartaric acid on account of the price is often increased, the former with different cheap powders, the latter usually with alum. Many people fall in the process through no fault of their own, but simply through their being supplied with inferior ingredients. It is therefore of importance that colors and flavors should be purchased at some respectable house. Get list of oils, extracts, and essences from Fletcher Manufacturing Company, who are large dealers in these goods. The colors prepared, consisting of several very nice shades of yellow and red, also coffee brown, jetaline black, damson blue, and apple green. They are in paste, ready for use, being vegetable. They are guaranteed strictly wholesome, and may be used with confidence. Wrinkles worth reading on sugar boiling. To make an acid drop to perfection, the pan must not only be clean but bright. Use best white sugar and just enough water to melt it, with a little extra cream of tartar, no glucose. Boil on a sharp fire to 305. After passing through machine, well dust with icing sugar and bottle. Beginners should not try to work with less water, as the boil is more liable to grain, which can be seen by an expert and avoided. Before putting on the boil, see that there is sufficient fuel on the furnace to carry through the operation. To make up a fire during the process spoils the color and quality. The sharper the sugar is boiled, the better the appearance and durability. When boiling common sugars, have the pan large enough. Some throw up a good deal of foam when they reach the boiling point and are liable to flow over. Watch closely, and if unable to beat the foam down, lift the pan on the side of the fire a few minutes until boiled through. Many weak sugars burn on a clear fire before they come to a degree of crack. In this case, sprinkle a little fresh fuel or ashes over the fire and replace the pan again. Should it again catch, repeat the operation, nursing it up to the desired degree. Bad boiling sugar is very troublesome. A good plan is to make a rule of straining the batch just after it boils through a very fine copper wire or hair sieve. This prevents foreign matter, such as grit, sawdust, or even nails, which is often mixed with the sugar getting into the goods. Keep thermometer, when not in use, in jar of water, standing on the furnace plate by the side of the pan. Wash out the jar and fill with cold water every morning. Keep the thermometer clean, especially the top part, as the sugar which adheres to it becomes grainy and might spoil a whole boil. After making many dark candies, thoroughly wash the thermometer before putting into a light boil. In using colors for drops and clear goods, use them in the form of a paste where practicable. Then you can mix them in when the boil is on the slab, thus saving your pan. Keep the colors damp in jars, look over them every night, and where necessary, add a little cold water to keep them moist, or the top may get dry and hard, which would make the goods specky. Use a separate piece of stick for each color to rub in with, and be careful not to use too much color. A very little goes a long way with clear boiled goods. Goods are more often spoiled by using too much than too little. More can always be added if the shades are too light, but there is no remedy if you have added too much. When coloring taffies, this must be done in the pan. Liquid colors are best. Trouble will be saved if used in the following order. Suppose raspberry, Everton, and lemon taffies were wanted. Make the lemon taffy first, add saffron just before the boil is ready, then the lemon, and pour out. Make the Everton taffy next in the same way. Add the butter before the lemon, then make the raspberry. In this arrangement, there is no necessity of steaming out the pan. Had the raspberry taffy been made first, the pan would have to be cleaned out before the lemon or Everton taffy could have been made, because it would have been red. Measure the flavors in a graduated glass. Wash out the glass frequently or it will get rancid. Weigh the acid and see that it is well ground. If it has become dry and lumpy, rub it down to a powder with a rolling pin or heavy bottle on a sheet of paper before using. In using fruit essences, a little powdered tartaric acid throws up the flavor. Half the essences will have a better effect. Put the acid on the boil after it has been poured on the slab in a little heap, and pour the essence over it, then thoroughly incorporate the whole. Use the best oil for the slab with a clean flannel cloth. Keep the cloth in a saucer. If it lies about, it falls on the floor and picks up dirt and carries it to the pouring plate. When it gets hard or gritty, burn it at once and get a new one, or it may be used by mistake and make a mess. We have seen the beauty of a boil spoilt scores of times by using dirty rags and rancid oil. A sugar boiler cannot be too careful in these little details. The success of his work largely depends upon it. It is easy to inaugurate a good system, and much more comfortable to work to it than a slovenly, what shall I do next sort of a method. Know where to find and put your hand on everything. When the boil is hot, there is no time to look for what you require. A place for everything and everything in its place should be a practical feature in every boiling shop. Sticky candies. Perhaps there is nothing more annoying to the trade than sticky boiled sugars. All clear goods, when exposed to the atmosphere, will turn damp, especially in wet weather. It is a question of degree. Some slightly, and some will run almost to syrup. It is impossible to obviate the former, but the latter can be prevented. Great care should be used in adding the lowering, whether cream of tartar or glucose. Too much of either will cause the goods to run immediately after they are turned out. Weak or inferior sugars, or not sufficient boiling, has also this effect. We know of no reliable agent which will altogether prevent this result, but we do know that a careful arrangement of the different proportions using good sugar and well boiling greatly mitigate, if not altogether prevent, the grievance. Goods intended for exposure should contain just sufficient lowering to prevent the boil from growing grainy and boiled right up to the standard. Of course, different sugars will carry more or less lowering, but this can be easily tested by the workman. A few experiments will determine the exact quantity for each boil. There is no excuse for drops sticking in bottles when corked. This should not occur. If it does, the fault is in the making. The water has a great deal to do with causing the candies to be sticky. The writer has experienced this in several country places where the only supply of this indispensable ingredient was drawn from the artesian wells. To look at it, it was all that could be desired, a beautiful, cold, clear, and wholesome beverage. Of its chemical constituents I do not pretend to give an opinion, but the drops and other clear boils for which it was used got damp directly after they were exposed, and would have been run to a syrup had they not been covered up. The goods keep all right in bottles, but it is very annoying, not to speak of the injury and loss to a business, when this is the position with regard to the water supply. The only remedy we could suggest, and which was very successful, was powdered borax. We used this in the proportion of a teaspoonful to every 14 pounds of sugar, adding it just as the sugar began to boil. Borax has been found useful with any water when making goods to be exposed in the window or on the counters, such as taffies, rocks, and clear boiled sugars generally. Where the supply of water, as in most large towns, is suitable, given good sugar, cream of tartar or glucose in proper proportions, and careful boiling up to the standard, the addition of borax is unnecessary and should only be resorted to under special circumstances. Plain taffy, 14 pounds white sugar, 2 quarts water, 1/2 ounce cream tartar. Process. This is an easy and capital recipe to begin with. The process is practically the same as for all other clear goods, but the ingredients being fewer, there is little chance of their getting complicated. With the thermometer, it is hardly possible to make a mistake. Besides, it will make the instruction more intelligible. Should he not possess this appliance, we must ask that the instructions how to boil sugar should be committed to memory, as it would be tedious and a great waste of time and space to keep explaining how to tell the different degrees through which the sugar passes before it comes to the point required for the different goods given in this book. For this and other reasons, I will assume the learner to be working with one. Put the sugar and water in a clean pan, place it on the fire, and stir it occasionally till melted. When it comes to the boil, add the cream of tartar and put a lid on the pan. Allow it to boil in this way for 10 minutes. Remove the lid and immerse the bottom part of the thermometer in the boiling liquid and allow it to remain in this position until it records 310 degrees. Then quickly take out the thermometer, lift off the pan, and pour contents into frames, tins, or on a pouring slab, which have been previously oiled. If on a pouring slab, mark the boil into bars or squares while warm with a knife or taffy cutter. When quite cold, it is ready for sale. Lemon taffy. 14 pounds white sugar, 1/2 ounce cream tartar, saffron coloring, 2 quarts water, lemon flavoring. Process. Proceed as directed for plain taffy. When the sugar reaches 305 degrees, add a few drops of saffron color. When it reaches 310 degrees, add a few drops of oil of lemon and pour out immediately into frames or tins, or if on pouring slab, mark out into bars or squares before it gets cold. The pouring slab should be level so that the sheet should be all the same thickness. Butterscotch. 8 pounds white sugar, 1 pound fresh butter, lemon flavoring, 1/4 ounce cream of tartar, 1 quart water. Process. Melt the sugar in the water by an occasional stir when the pan is on the fire, then add the cream of tartar and boil up to 300. Lift the pan onto the side of the furnace and add butter in small pieces broken off by the hand. Slip the pan on the fire again, adding the lemon flavoring. Let it boil through so that all the butter is boiled in, then pour into frames. When partly cold, mark with cutter into small squares. When cold, divide the squares, wrap each in wax paper, sold generally in 1-cent packages. There is good butterscotch and better butterscotch, but no bad butterscotch. This quality may be improved by the addition of a large proportion of butter. Some makers would put 2 pounds or even 3 pounds to this quantity, but that would be regulated by the class of trade and the size squares. These frames are made to hold 144 squares. A boil this size will make each square weigh about 1 ounce, but any weight of square may be arranged by the adding or deducting from the boil. Everton taffy. 12 pounds white sugar, 2 pounds dark sugar, 2 pounds fresh butter, 1/2 ounce cream of tartar, 2 quarts water, lemon flavoring. Process. Melt the sugar in the water, add the cream of tartar, and boil the whole to the degree of 300. Lift the pan on the side of the fire, put in the butter in small pieces, place the pan again on the fire and let it boil through. Add the lemon and give it time to mix in. Then pour out contents into frame or on pouring plate to cut up into bars. Everton taffy and butterscotch are similar, except in color. Same remarks as to quality will apply in both cases. If the fire is very fierce, do not put the pan down flat on it after adding butter. Nurse it gently to prevent burning. Little fresh coax shaken over the fire would assist. Raspberry taffy. 14 pounds white sugar, 1/2 ounce cream of tartar, raspberry flavor, 2 quarts water, brilliant rose. Process. Bring the sugar and water to a boil, add the cream of tartar, put on the lid for 10 minutes, then uncover and immerse the thermometer. Continue to boil to 300. Tinge a bright red with liquid, brilliant rose, add raspberry essence, pour out on frame or pouring plate, and mark into bars or squares of convenient size. When cold, the taffy is ready for packing and sale. Fig taffy. 10 pounds good yellow sugar, 2 pounds glucose, 3 pounds figs chopped fine, 3 pints water. Process. Boil the sugar, water, and glucose to a weak crack, 295. Lift the pan partly off the fire, putting a piece of iron under it to prevent it burning. Add the figs, gently letting the whole thoroughly boil through and mix. Pour in oiled tins or on slab and mark into squares. When adding the figs, let them drop through the fingers, not in a heap. Walnut taffy, 5 pounds brown sugar, 5 pounds crystal sugar, 2½ pounds glucose, 3 pounds walnuts, 2 quarts water, lemon flavoring. Process. Shell the walnuts, peel off the skin, chop very fine. Boil the glucose, sugar, and water as before directed to the degree of weak crack, 300. Lift the pan a little from the fire, add the prepared nuts by letting them run through the fingers gently, let the whole boil through, then add a few drops of the oil of lemon. When thoroughly mixed in, pour out the boil and mark into bars before too cold. The flavor is improved by roasting the walnuts a little before putting in the boil. Peanut candy. Boil to the crack 1 quart best New Orleans molasses, 1 pound glucose, and 1 quart water. Prepare the meats by removing the thin reddish skin in which they are enveloped and fill a tray to about the depth of 1 inch. Pour over them the hot candy prepared as directed, stirring the meats till each one is covered. A little less candy should be used than will suffice to entirely cover the meats, though each separate one should be covered, the object being to use just enough of the candy to cause the meats to adhere firmly together, thus forming a large cake, which when nearly cold may be divided into squares or bars with a sharp knife. Almonds and other nuts may be used in the same manner above described. Barcelona taffy. 5 pounds brown sugar, 5 pounds crystal sugar, 3 pounds Barcelona nuts, 2 pounds glucose, 2 quarts water, lemon flavoring. Prepare the nuts by chopping them fine, boil the sugar, glucose, and water to the degree 300. Remove the pan a little from the fire, add the nuts carefully. When thoroughly boiled through and amalgamated, add a few drops of lemon and pour out contents into frame or on pouring plate and mark into bars. Coconut taffy or stick jaw. 6 pounds granulated sugar, 4 pounds brown sugar, 3 pints water, 2 pounds glucose, 4 large coconuts sliced. Process. Boil to crack 310 by the thermometer the sugar, glucose, and water. Have the coconut freshly peeled and sliced ready. Raise the pan 2 or 3 inches from the fire. Slide in the nut, stirring gently with spatula to keep them off the bottom till well boiled through, then pour out in tins or frames. Stir gently only the one way or you may grain the boil. Eggs and bacon. 10 pounds white sugar, 2½ pounds glucose, 3 pints water, 1 pound nonpareils, 1 coconut, brilliant rose coloring. Process. Cut a large coconut into slices, dry them, and lay them on the pouring plate in rows about ½ inch apart. Sprinkle between them thickly some nonpareils of various colors, hundreds and thousands. Boil to crack the sugar, glucose, and water, tinge with brilliant rose, and carefully and evenly pour the contents over the pouring plate, disturbing the nut and nonpareil as little as possible. A good plan is to have a small, shallow ladle with an open spout, into which you pour a little of the boil, run over the plate a small stream from the ladle first. This will bind the nut, etc., and keep them in their places while the bulk is being poured out. Almond hard bake. 10 pounds good brown sugar, 2 pounds glucose, lemon flavoring if desired, 3 pounds almonds, 3 pints water. Process. Split with a sharp knife the almonds, lay them face downwards on an oiled plate, cover the plate as closely as possible, boil the glucose, sugar, and water to the crack, 305, Remove the pan from the fire and pour the contents carefully and evenly over the almonds. The addition of a little lemon or almond flavoring will improve it. See remarks regarding ladle in previous recipe. Almond rock, 10 pounds brown sugar, 2 pounds glucose, 6 pounds sweet almonds, 3 pints water. Process. Clean your almonds by blowing out all the dust and grit, pick out the shells, dissolve the sugar water and glucose, boil the lot up to crack, pour the contents on oiled plate. Sprinkle the almond all over the boil, shake over the lot a few drops of oil of lemon, turn up the edges first, then the whole boil. Mix and knead it like dough until all the almonds are well mixed in. No time must be lost in this process or the sugar will get too hard. When firm, make a long roll of the entire boil, place it on a hardwood board, and cut it up into thin slices. It will have to be kept in shape while cutting by turning over and pressing the sides as it becomes flat. A special large sharp knife is used for this purpose. A smaller boil than the above had better be tried by beginners, say half the quantity. This can be done by having the ingredients. Needless to state, these remarks apply to other recipes. French almond rock, 12 pounds white sugar, 3 pounds glucose, 6 pounds sweet blanched almonds, 4 pints water. Process. Boil the sugar, water, and glucose in the usual way to the degree of weak crack, 305 by the thermometer. Then ease the pan a little way off the fire and let the almonds gently slide into the mass. Use the spatula a little just to keep the almonds from sticking to the bottom, stirring lightly only the one way, then watch the boil carefully till it turns a light golden color. Lift off the pan and pour the contents into the frames. The almond will come to the top better in tins than in pouring plates. Of course, a better quality is made by adding more almonds or vice versa. The almond, after being blanched, should be spread on a tin and dried, either on the stovetop or in the oven. Raspberry candy, 12 pounds white sugar, 3 pounds raspberry jam, 2 quarts water, brilliant rose coloring. Process. Melt the sugar in water and boil to ball 250. Add the raspberry jam and stir it well in. Remove the pan from the fire, add sufficient coloring to make bright raspberry. Rub part of the mixture with spatula against side of pan until it changes a heavy opaque. Then stir the whole mass until uniform. Pour the contents carefully on a slab, covered with grease paper. Make the sheet about a ½ inch thick, mark into bars with a sharp knife, and break up when cold. Apricot candy, 6 pounds white sugar, 2 pounds apricot jam or pulp, 2 pints water, saffron coloring. Process. Melt the sugar in the water and boil to ball 250. Add the jam or pulp. Stir well until thoroughly mixed in. Remove the pan. Rub part of the contents against the side of the pan with spatula until cloudy and opaque. Color with saffron a bright yellow, then stir the whole together until uniform cloudy. Pour out in frames or on slab covered with oiled paper. A pinch of tartaric acid would improve the flavor, but often prevents candying, unless in the hands of an expert. In any case, the acid should be added in a fine powder after the whole has been thoroughly grained. A palette knife is a very useful knife for rubbing the sugar against the sides of the pan. Brown coconut candy, 14 pounds brown sugar, 6 large coconuts sliced, 3 pints water. Process. Melt the sugar in the water and boil to degree of ball, then add the sliced coconut. Stir them in, remove the pan from the fire, and rub the sugar against the side of the pan until it becomes cloudy. Stir the whole together until the whole becomes cloudy and thick. Turn out the batch into tins or on slabs. Mark with a sharp knife into squares or bars. When cold, break it up at marks. Prepare the coconuts by cutting them up into thin slices with a spoke shave or machine. The brown skin is seldom skinned off for this dark candy. White coconut candy. 14 pounds white sugar. 6 large coconuts peeled and sliced. 3 pints water. Process. Peel off all the brown skin from the nuts with a sharp knife. Wash them and cut them into thin slices. Melt the sugar in the water and boil to ball 250. Add the sliced nuts, keeping the boil well stirred. When thoroughly mixed, remove the pan from the fire and commence to grain with palette knife or spatula until the whole mass turns an opaque white. Now turn out the batch into frames or on the slab, which has been covered with paper, mark into convenient-sized bars, break up when set hard. Chocolate coconut candy. 10 pounds brown sugar. 1 pound pure block cocoa, 4 coconuts shredded, 3 pints water. Process. When cracking the nuts, do so over a basin and save all the milk. Peel all brown skin off and cut the nut into fine shreds with machine. Dissolve the sugar in the pan with the water and coconut milk. Boil up the ball. Remove the pan a little off the fire, then add the nut together with the pure block cocoa, stir the whole together, grain on the side of the pan as before directed. Stir the whole well up and turn out into frames or on pouring plates. The pure cocoa should have been previously melted in a saucepan or chopped up in small pieces. In the latter case there is less waste, and the heat of the sugar would soon melt it. Fruit candy. 7 pounds white or brown sugar. 1 pound currants cleaned and dried. 1/2 pound sultanas. 1/2 pound sweet almonds. 2 pints water. Saffron coloring. Process. Mix together the fruits, which should have been freed from grit and dust. Boil the sugar and water to the degree of ball, 250. Remove the pan from the fire. Gently grain the boil by rubbing a little of the syrup against the side of the pan until cloudy, then slide in the fruit and stir the whole together, adding a little saffron to color a bright yellow. See that the mass has turned to an opaque, then turn the lot out into frames or on a pouring slab. Candies, various. Fruits, green, dried, or preserved, almonds and nuts of almost every description, as well as flavors and colors of a pleasant taste and pretty hue, may be used in making candies. The process is exactly the same. The ingredients can be arranged to suit the fancy of the maker and the palate of his customers. The field to select variety from seems inexhaustible, so that new goods of this class should be introduced ad lib. No good purpose could be served by giving a procession of these simple instructions, when with little thought and judgment anyone could invent a new candy for themselves. It might be as well to add that a little glucose or cream of tartar added will make the candy softer, and may be used, if preferred, in each formula in the proportions of 2 pounds of glucose or a teaspoonful of cream tartar to every 10 pounds of sugar. Concentrated flour and essence flavors for confectioners, especially adapted for finest work. Maraschino, pistachio, ratafia, lily of the valley, dainty, French rose, ylang-ylang, patchouli, tuberose, carnation, heliotrope, crabapple, jasmine, millefleur, hyacinth, cashew, bantans, mirabelles, sweetbriar, locust flower, lilac blossoms, fleur de raisin, apple blossom, violet, true, wood violet, orange blossom, hawthorn, wild olive, musk, flavoring extracts, currant, Jamaica ginger, gooseberry, grape, lemon, mead, nectar, orris, cinnamon, quince, rose, strawberry, anisette, apple, apricot, banana, bitter almonds, blackberry, catawba, cherry, plum, raspberry, sarsaparilla, wintergreen. End of The Candy Maker's Guide, a collection of choice recipes for sugar boiling, compiled and published by the Fletcher Manufacturing Company.
Items 1 to 100 from the Catalogue of the Collection of Pottery, Porcelain and Faience from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Far East, China, by Garrett Chatfield Peer. Floor 2, Galleries 5 and 2. Han Dynasty, 206 BC to 25 AD. 1. Tripod kettle, urn-shaped, deep red paste, covered with a dark green glaze slightly iridescent through oxidization. Relief band of horsemen, lions and clouds about body. Stands on 3 feet. Height 9.5 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 2. Tall mortuary vase. Red paste, globular body, cylindrical neck. The piece is covered with a thin coat of green glaze, now slightly oxidized. Perhaps late Chow. Height 15 3/4 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. Northern Sung Dynasty or earlier, 960 to 1127. 3. Mortuary vase. Egg-shaped body, neck molded with designs of human figures, lions and dragon, 3/4 of the piece being covered with a greenish-grey celadon glaze. Height 12.5 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. Southern Sung or Yuan Dynasty, 1127 to 1368. 4. Saucer, porcelain, Ting Yao or Ting Chao, eggshell texture, molded with floral designs and covered with a translucent glaze of the palest green-white. Metal rim, glaze of more pronounced green shade on back about foot. Illustrated. Diameter 5.5 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 5. Tea bowl, of deep red earthenware. Pieces molded with arabesque designs in low relief and covered with a dull iron rust glaze. Diameter 5 3/4 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1643. From the Ming tombs near Pekin. 6. Mural tile, terracotta brick molded with foliated spirals and covered with a green glaze. Height 3.5 inches. Length 10 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 7. Mural tile, fine terracotta, molded in form of a draped elephant and covered with a green, yellow, brown and white glaze. Height 9 1/8 inches. Length 13 3/4 inches. Thickness 4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 8. Mural tile, terracotta, molded with crown of a deity and glazed with rich green, brown, white and yellow enamels. Height 13 3/4 inches. Width 12.5 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 9. Frieze fragment. Heavy red terracotta representing the head of crowned demon, covered with a rich brown and yellow glaze. Crown and eyebrows deep brown. Jewels in green. Height 7½ inches. Breadth 5 3/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 10. Mural tile. Heavy pink terracotta in form of grape leaves and bunches of grapes, glazed green and purple respectively. Tile is hollow. Height 6½ inches. Length 12 3/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 11. Mural tile. Heavy close-grained terracotta frieze fragment, molded with palmette ornament, beading, etc., and covered with a rich green, brown, and yellow glaze. Height 8¼ inches. Length 17 inches. Thickness 6 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 12. Mural tile. Heavy close-grained terracotta, keystone of an arch, molded with design of a sea goddess amidst flowing spirals, the whole colored in green, yellow, black, and white. Height 22¼ inches. Extreme width 13 3/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 13. Buddha, of heavy terracotta, image crowned, holding jar, and seated on an open lotus flower, covered with turquoise, green, and yellow glaze, lotus, aubergine, and green. Perhaps attributable to the reign of Kangxi. Height 23¼ inches. Diameter of base 14 3/4 inches. Gift of the Honorable Chester Holcombe, 1884. 14. Magic straw holders, of usual rectangular form. Pieces are of heavy reddish-grey paste, decorated with trigrams in low relief, and covered with a crackled bluish-grey glaze, and probably of Kuan Yao, imperial or government ware, possibly of the Sung dynasty. Heights 8½ inches, 7 3/4 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 15. Bottle-shaped vase, porcelainous stoneware, covered with a crackled white and greyish-blue streaked glaze of Kuan type. Height 10 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 16. Jar, of deep red paste, globular form, pieces fluted in the paste, and covered with a rich emerald green glaze. Height 2¼ inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 17. Mural tile, deep red earthenware covered with a rich yellow-brown glaze, and having at top a molded design of a 5-clawed dragon. Height 17½ inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 18. Jardiniere, deep red earthenware, cylindrical form, decorated with incised designs of sacred trigrams, covered throughout with a rich green glaze. On foot the emblems of a happy union, the yin-yang, and an inscription calling down good luck upon the bride and groom for whom the piece was designed. Height 6½ inches. Diameter 7¼ inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 19. Vase, deep red paste, beaker shape, with globular center, glazed with a dappled green after the earlier Xunyao. Originally had handles at sides. Height 10 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 20. Jar, heavy stoneware of greyish paste, covered with a glaze of streaked white, blue, and purple of Kuan Yao type. Height 8 3/4 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 21. Mural tile, of deep red earthenware. Tile is covered with a dark camellia green glaze of peculiar richness. Height 8½ inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 22. Jar, of reddish yellow paste, pieces covered with a crackled fawn-colored monochrome of Koyao type. Height 11 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 22.1. Flower vase, porcelainous stoneware, dotted in the paste and covered with a coarsely crackled Su-Chi Lung Chuan glaze of sea green celadon. Ping Li type after the early Koyao, ferruginous foot, and probably of the manufactory of Chu Chao Fu. Illustrated. Height 7 inches. Gift of W. R. Valentina, 1909. 22.2. Flower vase, porcelainous stoneware, covered with a semi-opaque, uncrackled lung chuan glaze of deep olive green, probably made at Chu Chao Fu. Illustrated. Height 6 3/4 inches. Purchase 1909. Chia Qing period 1522 to 1567. 23. Cup. Porcelain, dense blue-white paste, fluted in the body and decorated with Taoist emblems. 100 antiques, flames, flowers, and floral arabesques in deep cobalt blue of poor tone. Within, in same color, are designs taken from the 100 antiques. Height 3 1/8 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 24. Box. Porcelain, triangular form, decorated in deep underglazed blue and white with figures of a sage and children below a fir tree. Mark on foot in scallop bordered seal, blue sous couvert, Ta Ming Chia Qing Nian Qi, made in the period Chia Qing of the Great Ming Dynasty. Height 2 3/4 inches, length 3 1/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. Chia Qing to Wan Li period, 1522 to 1620. 25. Ewer. Porcelain, blue-white paste, bottle shape, with long curved spout from which depend bamboo leaves in relief attached to body, and having a cylindrical neck ending in a pomegranate flare at top. Pieces decorated with floral compartments of plum, peony, chrysanthemum, and bamboo designs. A swastika and floral band, with floral and bird designs at neck, the whole in a watery underglazed blue in 2 tones. Height 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 26. Wine pot. Porcelain, dense white paste, sexagonal pear shape with curved handle, long spout and cover, decorated with figure designs, detached floral sprays and insects, and below a rich floral arabesque in deep underglazed blue and white. Gilded lion, sur biscuit, on cover, which is decorated in blue and white, with a similar floral arabesque. Height 13 3/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. Lung or Wan period, 1567 to 1620. 27. Covered jar. Porcelain, dense white paste, oval form, decorated with design of a Chinese nobleman in his garden, the designs being painted in a rich cobalt, sous couvert, green, red, yellow, and aubergine purple. Above a band of waved diaper in blue are floral designs springing from rocks, the latter in the same deep underglazed cobalt, the former in red and green. Similar designs on cover, foot unglazed. Height 8 1/4 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. 28. Covered vase. Porcelain, dense grey paste, decorated with lions, lotus, and peony designs in green, aubergine, and yellow overglaze enamels, against a rich red ground, framed in bands of Jui heads in the same colors, wave diapers and spirals in red on white, and bands of blue sous couvert at foot and neck. Cover similarly decorated. Pierced mutton fat jade handle, unglazed foot. Height 9 inches, diameter at mouth 6 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. Wan Li period, 1573 to 1620. 29. Vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, rectangular form, short cylindrical neck, decorated with figure designs of Chinese noblemen and sages, the designs being painted in a brilliant cobalt blue, sous couvert, green, red, yellow, aubergine, and black. About shoulder are floral arabesques, birds and Buddhist emblems, enameled in the same rich colors. Base unglazed. Height 14 1/8 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. Wan Li or early Kangxi period, 1576 to 1662. 30. Spittoon. Porcelain, coarse blue-white paste, squat globular form, decorated in underglazed blue with floral designs springing from rocks. Metal mounting and cover, Persian, of the late 18th century. Height 6 1/2 inches. Avery Collection. Purchase 1879. Angxi period, 1662 to 1722. 31. Incense burner. Porcelain, cylindrical form, decorated in over glaze, blue, red, white and green, with dragon designs. Height 4 3/4 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 32. Tea jar. Porcelain, dense grey paste, greyish tea leaf glaze. On foot apocryphal mark of Cheng Hua. Height 2 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 33. Bottle. Wine bottle of fine greyish earthenware decorated with incised designs of dragons and clouds under yellowish treacle glaze. Height 5 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 34. Wine bottle. Gallipot form. Red paste, decorated with a rich design of lotus flowers and spirals in black against a rich turquoise ground. Red lips and base. Height 8 inches. Gift of Samuel Coleman, 1893. 35. Bottle. Porcelain, heavy white paste, sexagonal pear shape, body decorated with figure, flower, mountain and lake scenery, and the Chu Chi Shua symbols within medallions framed in designs of crackled ice. The whole in deep underglaze, blue and white. At neck and foot are bands of conventionalized palmette, filled in with floral designs, detached flowers and diapers in the same rich toned blue. Height 11 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 36. Vase, porcelain, dense white paste, rectangular pear shape, biscuit dragon handles at neck, about which runs pendant band of lotus petals in low relief. At foot is similar band ascending, and between are panels of Langlisian figures, picking peonies or admiring blossoms. Compartments filled in with peonies and chrysanthemums at neck, framed in bands of cloud and triangular diaper, cloud diaper within lip, the whole decoration being in a rich underglaze cobalt against the bluish-white ground. Handles formerly gilded. Height 10 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 37. Covered bowl. Porcelain, dense blue-white paste, pieces decorated with conventionalized lotus flowers, buds and leaves in 2 shades of underglaze cobalt on white. Height 5 3/4 inches. Diameter of bowl 4 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 38. Vase. Porcelain, dense blue-white paste, gallipot form, decorated with floral designs of blossoming peonies and leafage on stem and detached. The whole in soft underglaze cobalt blue against the blue-white ground. Bands of dot and descending palmette at neck. On foot apocryphal 6-character mark of Cheng Hua. Height 8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 39. Miniature vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, pear shape, handles and rings at side in biscuit, decorated with Langlisian figures, and potted flowers in deep underglaze cobalt. Double rings at neck, palmette at foot. Height 2 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 40. Bowl. Porcelain, dense blue-white paste, silver mountings, decorated at center and about sides with 5 Langlisian figures in deep underglaze cobalt blue. 4-character mark on foot, Chi Xiang Juyi, good fortune and wishes fulfilled. Diameter 4 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 41. Vase. Porcelain, fine white paste, ribbed pear shape, handles at side, flange at mouth, decorated in rich underglaze blue and white with designs of phoenix and 4-clawed dragon chasing sacred pearl amidst flames and clouds. Band of spirals at neck and foot. Height 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 42. Bottle. Porcelain, fine white paste, pear form backed, double ridged in the paste and decorated with encircling bands of floral designs in deep cobalt blue. Ormolu mounds. Artemisia leaf in blue on foot. Height 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 43. Vase. Porcelain, heavy paste, double pear form backed, decorated in blue and white with pomegranate, peony, peach trees and sweet flag. Wave diaper at foot and neck. Height 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 44. Ewer. porcelain on high foot, flattened pear-shaped body, flange neck, long curved handle and spout, very delicately molded. The piece is decorated with a beautiful peony design in dark blue against a greyish café au lait glaze. Apocryphal 6-character mark of Xuan Te on foot. Height 11 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 45. Dish. Porcelain, finest white paste, decorated at center with phoenix designs amidst clouds and flames, and surrounded by a rich band of floral arabesques and the Buddhist symbols. Interior design in deep, outer border in paler cobalt blue. Scalloped edge, 6-character mark of Cheng Hua within double blue circle. Diameter 8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 46. Dish. Porcelain, finest pure white paste, embellished with hunting scene, framed in a fluted border of floral designs and foliated arabesques, joined by Yui heads, the whole in brilliant cobalt blue and white. Pierced silver handle ornamented with peony and chrysanthemum designs. Mark of Cheng Hua in 6 characters within double circle. Diameter 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 47. Vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, globular body, cylindrical neck, embellished with floral arabesques of conventionalized fungus, prunus blossoms and peonies in pale underglaze blue, and covered with a buff-colored crackled glaze. Brown ferruginous ring at lip and on foot. Height 14 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 48. Vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, oviform body, short white mouth neck, decorated in underglaze sapphire blue and brown, with the figure of a bat at neck and what appear to be pomegranates. Buddhist emblems and charms beneath a finely crackled buff-colored glaze of soft tone. Neck ground down, covered with a ferruginous band. Base deep ferruginous brown. Height 7 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 49. Bowl. Porcelain, dense white paste, interior covered with a finely crackled buff-colored glaze throughout. Exterior with a pair of four-clawed dragons chasing the sacred pearl amidst clouds and flames. The whole in deep cobalt blue, covered with a crackled glaze of soft buff-colored tone. On foot in blue the Chang emblem. Diameter 5½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 50. Vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, oval form, cylindrical neck, body decorated with figure designs upon a wide veranda, surrounded by designs of sweet flags and blossoming prunus tree, springing from a rock, the whole in rich cobalt and white, neck and foot covered throughout with a large crackled grey glaze, filled in with India ink. Foot similarly decorated. Height 6 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 51. Plate. Porcelain, decorated in the richest manner with a central design of peonies, magnolia, and a pheasant on a wall, surrounded by a fret diaper and framed in a beautiful outer border ribbed in the paste, divided into 12 compartments and filled with floral designs, themselves framed in different styles of diaper. The whole decoration is in a glowing cobalt blue, scalloped edge, back fungus in double circle and outer peony sprays, possibly Chiang Lung. Diameter 13½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 52. Plate. Porcelain, decorated in the deepest and richest cobalt blue with a central design of 3 Europeans, 2 men and a woman, seated at a table under a spreading tree, playing upon European instruments. The design is framed in 8 land and seascape-filled medallions, above which are floral arabesques. Back is decorated with sprays of bamboo, also in blue and white, possibly Chiang Lung. Diameter 13 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 53. Cup and saucer. Porcelain, semi-eggshell, decorated inside with peony in double ring, floral sprigs and diaper band in blue and white, and on the outside with a floral design of peony, shrubs or sprays in dark blue below a translucent café au lait ground. On foot, hair within double blue circle. Diameter, cup 3 inches, saucer 5¼ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 54. Bottle. Porcelain, dense white paste, triple gourd shape, lower tier covered with a coat of pale brown, at top with a grey crackle, second tier with pendant palmette medallions, filled in with white floral designs against a rich cobalt blue, divided by pendant arabesques, above is triangle work in blue, third tier neck ornamented with peony and aster sprays in deep cobalt blue, height 9 3/4 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 55. Bottle, porcelain, cylindrical form, slender neck, the body covered with a grey-green celadon glaze, lustrous brown band at shoulder, neck is decorated in underglaze blue and white with peony flowers and butterflies between two bands of diaper, also in underglaze blue and white. Height 8 1/4 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 56. Cup and saucer, porcelain, heavy paste, decorated inside with crabs and fishes between bunches of seaweed, the whole in the deepest cobalt blue. The exteriors are incised in the paste with floral designs and covered with a pale green celadon glaze. Both pieces are edged with brown. On foot within double circle, sacred fungus. Diameters, cup 2 3/4 inches, saucer 5 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 57. Covered cup, porcelain, fine white paste, decorated on globular body with fluted designs, molded in the paste and covered with a pale brown glaze of café au lait tone. Band of opaque brown divides body from neck, which with cover is decorated under the glaze with conventionalized floral designs within medallions. An aster on stem runs up handle, mark of blue artemisia leaf on base, height 5 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 58. Miniature vase, porcelain, dense white, covered with an opaque brown glaze, lip and base white, height 1 7/8 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 59. Cup and saucer, porcelain, decorated with figure and flower designs, outer bands of waved diaper scrolls on back, and mark, made in the year Ping Su, 1706, the whole in a rich cobalt blue and white. Diameter, cup 2 1/2 inches, saucer 4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 60. Bottle, porcelain, heavy white paste, decoration at intervals of medallions, composed of floral arabesque in deep cobalt, band of opaque brown at center, upper border of conventionalized lotus, also in deep cobalt, and rim of blue triangle diaper, lip opaque brown, mark of artemisia leaf in blue, height 8 3/4 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 61. Miniature covered vase, porcelain, rectangular, on high foot, handles at shoulder, pieces decorated with alternate panels of Langley-Sien figures and peonies, diaper bands at foot and neck to which are added floral sprays. The whole decoration is in deep cobalt blue and white, height 5 1/2 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 62. Bottle, porcelain, heavy white texture, body decorated with waves and band of UE heads incised in the paste and covered with a light sapphire blue glaze. At neck is lower band of opaque brown, and above design of bird amidst plum blossoms, depending from lip enameled under the glaze in deep cobalt, peau de pêche and white. On foot double blue circle, height 8 7/8 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 63. Lion and ball, porcelain, figure of lion in deep opaque brown, ball deep cobalt blue, length 4 inches, Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 64. Bottle, porcelain, heavy texture, pure white, globular body, decorated with circular, flower-filled medallions in deep blue and white reserved against an opaque brown glaze. As shoulder and neck are bands of floral designs and leaves in blue and white. Rings at neck and lip edged with opaque brown. Blue floral designs between. Blue artemisia leaf on foot. Height 8 1/2 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 65. Miniature bottle, porcelain, oval form, decorated with bird designs and peacock's feathers in deep cobalt blue against a soft café au lait ground. Wave diaper at neck in blue and white. Height 3 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 66. Bottle, porcelain, pure white, heavy texture, oval form. Body is covered with a coat of glowing sapphire blue. Above are bands of opaque brown and floral arabesques in deep cobalt, framing designs that spring from rocks, painted in 2 tones of blue. Height 8½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 67. Miniature vase. Porcelain, dense white paste, pear shape, covered with an opaque greenish-brown glaze. Deeper shade at lip. Height 2 3/8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 68. Bottle. Porcelain, heavy white texture, globular body, covered throughout with a light brown glaze. Dividing this from neck is a thin band of pale green celadon. Neck in 3 tiers is decorated in deep cobalt against the purest white, with flower-filled medallions against salmon scale. T-shaped diapers and conventionalized dewy heads and flowers. On base double ring in blue. Height 8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 69. Cup and saucer. Porcelain, light texture, decorated with Lang Lycian figures, flowers in pots, diaper borders and marked within double circle. Yung Sheng, ever full. Diameter, cup 2½ inches, saucer 4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 70. Bottle. Porcelain, light paste, squat oval body, long neck. Pieces decorated with compartments filled in with lotus flowers and leaves, and on neck ascending sweet flag designs. The whole in the richest underglaze cobalt blue and white. Height 6¼ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 71. Miniature bottle. Porcelain, dense white pear shape, covered with a deep café au lait glaze. Lip white, foot unglazed. Height 2½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 72. Vase. Porcelain, purest white, fine texture, inverted pear shape, decorated with designs of 3 divinities, tiger, dragon, and clouds, molded in low relief in the paste, and colored with cobalt blue and peau de pêche. Height 17 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 73. Vase. Porcelain, finest white close paste, pica form, decorated with an exquisite lotus flower design and fungus raised in the paste, and accompanied by relief designs of Liu Han teasing his toad, and colored in deep cobalt and peau de pêche. Band of diaper at lip, center and foot in blue and white. Artemisia leaf in blue on base. Height 17½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 74. Plate. Porcelain, soft paste, decorated with central design of a branch of plum blossoms against a blob plum blossom background. Outer border of blob plum blossom, the whole in pale blue and white, with exception of the plum branch, which is in deep cobalt. Marked in 6 characters, Kang Si. Diameter 8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 75. Plate. Porcelain, central design of pomegranate-filled Van Dyck medallions in blue and white on a field of waved diaper in pale blue and white. About a star-shaped medallion ornamented with the seal of longevity. Mark on back 6-character Cheng Hua, surrounded by an outer floral band and Shao character. Diameter 8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 76. Vase. Porcelain, globular form, long neck, flange mouth, decorated between bands of fret and conventionalized palmette in ferruginous brown, with design of bird on branch of a blossoming prunus tree in blue and peau de pêche under the glaze. Dragon in blue flies above, brown glaze at rim and within hollow at foot. Height 6 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 77. Bottle. Porcelain, close white paste, pear shape, bulbous neck, silver mounts. Between bands of floral and waved diaper in blue and peau de pêche are chrysanthemum designs and butterflies, insects and bird in prunus tree, the whole in underglaze cobalt blue and peau de pêche. At neck ascending chrysanthemum flowers on long stems in same colors, and band of scrolls in cobalt at top. Height 8½ inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 78. Vase. Porcelain, fine white paste, decorated between waved diaper at shoulder in blue and white and splash band of peau de pêche at foot, with rich design of phoenix and blossoming peony flowers in the same rich tones. Sprays of bamboo at neck in blue. Height 8 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 79. Covered jar. Porcelain, dense white paste, decorated with alternate compartments, filled in with swastika and fur-bristled diapers in deep cobalt blue and white, and flying storks in deep blue amidst peau de pêche clouds on white. Height 6 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 80. Vase, porcelain, fine white paste, decorated between bands of fret and conventionalized palmette in ferruginous brown, with lotus flowers and leaves in deep cobalt and peau de pêche under the glaze. Brown rim and within hollow at foot. Height 7 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 81. Cup and saucer, porcelain, semi-eggshell, hexagonal form. Cup is decorated with medallion designs of flying storks in white on cracked ice in deep cobalt against a field of floral ovals, and petals in white on cracked ice ground. Saucer has depending flower-filled palmette ornament against the cracked ice ground, the whole in blue and white. Both cup and saucer have diaper band at edge. Mark square seal within double circle. Diameters, cup 2 1/4 inches, saucer 3 7/8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 82. Perfume bottle, porcelain, dense white paste, decorated with floral diaper band and sweet flag in deep cobalt blue and white. Radiant band at foot. Ormolu mounts, mark in blue, hue, jade. Height 5 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 83. Vase, porcelain, fine white paste, decorated with design of blob hawthorn in blue and white against a pale blue cracked ice ground, the cracks in a deeper shade of blue. This form of decoration illustrates a poetic Chinese conception of the plum blossoms falling upon the ice that chokes the rivers of southern China in early spring. Height 7 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 84. Small plate, porcelain, soft paste, decorated with a central design of monkey and bird in a fir tree, below which are deer. Plate is surrounded by a rich diaper border, broken by flower-filled and arabesque medallions, the whole in the deepest cobalt blue and white. Peony arabesque at back and apocryphal 6-character mark of Cheng Hua in a double circle. Diameter 5 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 85. Covered box, porcelain, flattened oval form, decorated in pale blue and white, with rich floral designs of peony, aster, magnolias, and lotus. On cover is handled in 3-color animals of famille verte, representing a vine twig and grapes, the latter being eaten by 2 mice. Mark sacred fungus, che, within double circle. Diameter 4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 86. Sprinkler, porcelain, heavy white paste, double gourd shape, silver stopper. Pieces decorated with mountains and seascape designs in the deepest cobalt blue on white. Mark, unknown square seal. Height 9 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 87. Sprinkler, porcelain, heavy texture, globular form, thin neck. Pieces decorated with blue and white floral designs between bands of lotus leaves and diamond diapers, also in blue and white. On foot artemisia leaf in blue. Height 6 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 88. Cup and saucer, porcelain, eggshell, decorated with compartments, filled in alternately with figured and flower designs about a central figured design. About neck is a simulated French inscription. This rich example of a Kaiser cup and saucer is decorated in deep cobalt blue and white, and has a square seal mark within double circles surrounded by scrolls and sacred emblems. Late Kang Si or Chien Lung. Height of cup 3 1/4 inches. Diameters, saucer 5 1/4 inches, cup 3 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 89. Miniature ewer, porcelain, decorated in blue and white with ascending prunus blossoms and peony flowers. Mark on foot artemisia leaf in blue. Height 3 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 90. Bottle, porcelain, heavy paste, globular body, neck in 4 tiers, ring base, pieces decorated on the body with circular flower-filled medallions, an upper band of floral sprays and dots, and a band of leaves which depend from neck, the whole in deep cobalt blue against a clear white ground. The neck has floral designs, diapers and bands of opaque brown, the ring floral arabesques in blue and white, and an edging of brown. Artemisia leaf in blue on foot. Height 10 1/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 91. Cup and saucer, porcelain, semi-eggshell, hexagonal form. Pieces are decorated with compartments filled in with coax fighting, plums and peonies and blossoms, and baskets of flowers. The whole in deep cobalt blue on white. Diaper bands at edges, peonies on back of saucer, mark within double ring, yin emblem. Diameters, cup 2 5/8 inches, saucer 4 1/2 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 92. Small cup and saucer, porcelain, eggshell, decorated with fish and marine plants in deep cobalt blue. Mark in blue, yew or jade. Diameter, cup 1 1/2 inches, saucer 2 1/2 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 93. Bowl, porcelain, semi-eggshell, flaring lip, pieces decorated with design of houses beside a lake, upon which men are fishing from boats, the whole in cobalt blue and white. Mark on foot of temple drum in blue. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 94. Vase, porcelain, inverted pear-shaped form, molded in the paste with medallions and flutings, and covered with rich floral designs of asters in underglazed blue. Height 17 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 95. Vase, porcelain, heavy grey paste, covered with landscape and lake scenes in pale underglazed blue. White neck, diaper band at foot. Mark 6 characters of Cheng Hua. Height 18 1/2 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 96. Small cup and saucer, porcelain, eggshell, decorated with panels filled in with Languisienne figures and divided by a field of trellis pattern, the whole in rich cobalt blue and white. On backs are shell and flower with double blue circle. Diameter, cup 1 3/4 inches, saucer 2 5/8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 97. Snuff bottle, porcelain, square body, long neck, pieces decorated with panels of figures above which are fan and street flag designs, and bands of key pattern. The whole is pale cobalt blue and white. Height 2 1/8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 98. Sprinkler, porcelain, purest white, globular body, long thin neck, decorated on body with vases, ting, writer's paraphernalia, etc., between bands of floral arabesques and pearl emblems. The whole in deep cobalt blue and white. At jointure of neck and body is a flattering decorated with zigzag lines in blue and outer rim of brown. Neck ornamented with peacock feathers, also in blue, diaper and brown top. Comb pattern on foot. Height 11 1/8 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 99. Miniature bottle, porcelain, globular form, long neck, body covered with a pale cobalt blue, neck with trellis work and pendant leaves. Height 2 3/4 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. 100. Sprinkler, porcelain, double gourd form, silver top, lower part decorated in blue on white with figure designs of boy at play and lady in a boat, upper with floral designs in same colors, white on blue. Height 8 1/2 inches. Avery Collection, purchase 1879. End of items 1 to 100 from the Catalogue of the Collection of Pottery, Porcelain and Faience from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The Far East, China, by Garrett Chetfield Peer.
Comparative Cataloguing Rules, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Comparative Cataloguing Rules, 20 points in 10 codes briefly compared. By Teresa Hitchler, Superintendent of Cataloguing in the Brooklyn Public Library, New York, George Peck Publishers, 1903. Notice: extra copies of this manual, with large margin, bound in leatherette cover, will be sent post-paid on receipt of 25 cents. The 20 points. 1. Fullness and form of author's name in heading. 2. Use of author's dates. 3. Compilers or editors as authors. 4. Noblemen under title or surname. 5. Pseudonyms. 6. Joint authors. 7. Fullness of title. 8. Treatment of title pages in more than one language. 9. Use of capitals. 10. Added entry under editor, compiler, translator, etc. 11. Order and items of imprint, including paging. 12. Contents and notes. 13. Series cards under the title or editor of the series. 14. Societies, etc., under city or corporate name. 15. Departments and bureaus. 16. In heading, names of cities in vernacular or English. 17. Periodicals and continuations. 18. Analysis under author, subject, and title. 19. Catalogues under library or compiler. 20. Tracing cards in Catalogue. The 10 codes. 1. ALA. Condensed Rules for an Author and Title Catalogue, prepared by the Cooperation Committee of the American Library Association, in Cutter's Rules, page 99, 1891. ALA Revised. Condensed Rules for an Author and Title Catalogue, prepared by the Cooperation Committee of the American Library Association, 1883, revised by the Advisory Catalogue Committee, 1902, issued by the Library of Congress, Washington Government, 1902. These rules are designed primarily for the printed catalogue cards of the Library of Congress, the committee not yet having considered the rules for manuscript catalogues. 2. Bodleian. Compendious Cataloguer's Rules for the Author Catalogue of the Bodleian Library, a reprint, in New York State Library Bulletin 77, English Cataloguing Rules, 1902. 3. British Museum. Rules for the compilation of the catalogue of printed books in the Library of the British Museum, a reprint, in New York State Library Bulletin 77, English Cataloguing Rules, 1902. 4. Cutter. Rules for a Dictionary Catalogue by Charles A. Cutter, Edition 3, Washington Government, 1891. 5. Jewett. On the Construction of Catalogues of Libraries by Charles C. Jewett, Edition 2, Washington, Smithsonian Institution, 1853. 6. LAUK. Cataloguing Rules for an Author Catalogue of the Library Association of the United Kingdom, as revised at the Liverpool Meeting, 1883, a reprint in New York State Library Bulletin 77, English Cataloguing Rules, 1902. 7. Library School. Library School Rules by Melville Dewey, Edition 3, Boston Library Bureau, 1894. Simplified Library School Rules by Melville Dewey, Boston Library Bureau, 1898. 8. Linderfelt. Eclectic Card Catalogue Rules, Author and Title Entries, based on Ziatsko's instruction, by Claus August Linderfelt, Boston, Cutter, 1890. 9. Perkins. San Francisco Cataloguing, by Fred B. Perkins, San Francisco, Murdoch, 1884. 10. Wheatley. How to Catalogue a Library, by Henry B. Wheatley, Edition 2, London Stock, 1889. Comparative Cataloguing Rules, 20 points in 10 codes, briefly compared. Fullness and form of author's name in heading. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Names in full and in the vernacular form, except that the Latin form may be used when it is more generally known, the vernacular form being added in parentheses. Sovereigns and popes may be given in the English form. Married women and other persons who have changed their names under the last well-known form. ALA revised. Name in full and in the vernacular, except that Latin form may be used when more generally known. Sovereigns to be given in full in their vernacular form, and popes to be entered under the Latin form of the name. Forenames not used by authors and not represented by initials on the title pages shall be omitted. Prefixes indicating rank or profession of writers may be added in the heading when they are part of the usual designation of writers. Designations are to be added to distinguish writers of the same name from each other. Naturalized names are to be treated by the rules of the nation adopting them. Married women and others who have changed their names under the best-known form. Bodleian. Name in full and in the vernacular, forenames and other necessary prefixes to be included in round brackets. Authors usually quoted under their Latin or Latinized names may be entered under these names. Married women and other persons who have changed their names to be put under the last well-known name. British Museum. Christian names included in parentheses to follow the surname, and all to be written out in full as far as they are known. In case of doubt on any point, indicate by a note of interrogation, ? Works of authors who change their name or add to it a second after having published under the first, to be entered under the first name. Names of persons that may have been altered by being used in various languages, to be entered under their vernacular form if the persons have ever published under that form. In the case of saints, the name to be adopted is the English form of the name by which they have been canonized. In the case of popes and sovereigns, the English form of the name which they officially assume, the original names being added within brackets. Cutter. Give names, both family and Christian, in the vernacular form, selecting the best authorized spelling. Put the works of authors who change their name under the latest form if it be legally adopted. Naturalized names to be treated by the rules of the nation adopting them. Forenames are to be used in the form employed by their authors, however unusual, for example, Will Carleton. Forenames not generally used should be neglected in the arrangement, and those usually omitted by the author should be marked in some way. Enter married women under last well-known form. Jewett. Name in full in the vernacular, but if author has never used vernacular form, use name which he has employed. Works of an author who has changed his name, or added others to it, entered under the last name if used in any of his publications. Names that may have been altered by being used in different languages, entered under original vernacular form. Christian names to be enclosed in parentheses. When a name is variously spelled, the best authorized orthography is to be selected. Other modes of spelling to be added in brackets. Married women are entered under married name, except when they have published only under maiden name. Lauk. Name in full and in the vernacular, with forenames in parentheses. Sovereigns, popes, ruling princes, oriental writers, friars, and persons canonized to be given in the English form. Married women and other persons who have changed their names to be put under the name best known. Library school. Name in full and in the vernacular, but give the Latin form when better known. Enter sovereigns under the English form. Married women and other persons who have changed their names under the last well-known form. Linderfelt. Author's name in full. If an author has changed his name, enter under the last name used by him. If the author himself has changed the spelling of his name, enter under the form preferred by him and used in his latest writings. Otherwise, enter under form used in his earliest obtainable publication. If an author has removed to another country and persistently made use of a changed form of his name, enter under the changed form. If an author has several forenames which he never uses, these are added in their proper order in parentheses, but are not considered in the alphabetical arrangement. If he has permanently changed one or more of his forenames, use the latest form of name. Persons who have become generally known under their forename, although they have a distinct family name, are entered under the forename. Married women are entered under the last well-known form of name. But when a wife continues to write under her maiden name, enter under this. Perkins. Forenames not usually written in full, but by initials only. For example, Eden, F. Distinguish by full name if necessary. Use colon abbreviations. Enter under name by which personages are known. When in doubt, use fullest form. Wheatley. Christian names in full in parentheses. Enter under better known name. Use form by which author decides to be known. Enter married women under married name, except where they have written only under maiden name. Use of author's dates. ALA, not specified. Designations to be added to distinguish writers of the same name from each other. ALA revised. Dates of birth and death to be added in all cases whenever practicable. Bodleian, not specified. British Museum, not specified. Cutter. Distinguish authors whose family and forenames are the same by the dates of their birth and death, or, if these are not known, by some other label. Jewett, not used. LAUK, not specified. Library school. Dates should be put on the cards in all cases if the cataloguer has them before him, and should be looked up whenever there is a question of identity between similar names. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins, not used unless in full cataloguing, not advised even then. Wheatley, not specified. Compilers or editors as authors. ALA, enter under the names of editors of collections, each separate item to be at the same time sufficiently catalogued under its own head, not specified as to expressing the editor-compiler. ALA revised, same as ALA. Bodleian, enter under the names of editors of collections and under the catch titles of such collections, the parts to be at the same time sufficiently catalogued under their own headings. British Museum, in any series of printed works which embraces the collected productions of various writers upon particular subjects, enter the work under the editor. Does not specify as to expressing editor or compiler. Cutter, enter under editor or compiler if there is a collective title, under the collector's name if known, even if it does not appear on the title page. Add editor to the heading to distinguish from an author. Jewett, works of several authors in one series with collective title to be recorded in the words of the general title of the series and to be placed under the editor if known. If not known, under title of collection like anonymous works. Does not specify as to expressing editor or compiler. This rule applies to periodical publications which should be entered under the name of the editor if this appears on the title page. If the publication be issued by an association, enter under name of association. LAUK, enter under the names of editors of collections and under the catch titles of such collections, with cross-references from separate items. Library school, enter under the names of editors or compilers of collections and express editor or compiler to distinguish from an author. Linderfelt, same as library school. Also, when the work is the production of a single author, if the editor's part is of sufficient importance to form an independent work, a new entry is made under editor as author of his part. When the title shows that the editor's work is the more important of the two, enter under editor. If the editor is also stated to be the reviser of the original work, and the author is not named first on the title page, enter under editor as author. Perkins, the editor or compiler of a book having no author is treated as author, but with editor or compiler appended in italics. Wheatley, same as ALA. Nobleman under title or surname. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Noblemen are to be entered under their titles, unless the family name is decidedly better known. ALA revised. Enter noblemen under their highest titles, unless the family name or a lower title is decidedly better known. Bodleian. Noblemen are entered under the title except when the family name is better known. British Museum. Enter under surname. Cutter. Enter under last title unless when the family name is decidedly better known. Enter military nobles and princes of the French Empire under their family names. Jewett. Noblemen to be entered under surname even when better known under title. Lauk. Noblemen are to be entered under the title except when the family name is better known. Library School. Enter under highest title with reference from family name. If the family name or a lower title is decidedly better known, enter under that. Linderfelt. Enter under highest title unless the family name is decidedly better known. Military and diplomatic princes and other nobles of the French Empire are entered under their family names. Perkins, same as ALA. Wheatley, same as ALA. Pseudonyms, cross-references are understood. ALA, enter under the pseudonyms of writers when the real names are not ascertained. A pseudonym may be used instead of the surname, and only a reference to the pseudonym made under the surname, when an author is much more known by his false than by his real name. In case of doubt, use the real name. ALA revised, same as ALA. Bodleian. Enter under the pseudonyms of the writers unless the book be already entered under two headings, in which case a cross-reference is to be made from the pseudonym to the first heading. When only the initials or pseudonym of an author occur in the book, it is to be regarded for the purpose of heading as anonymous, and a cross-reference is to be made from the initials or the pseudonym to the first heading, the last initial being placed first, followed by the others in round brackets. British Museum. Enter under the pseudonym the real name if known to follow in brackets, preceded by id est. Cutter. Enter pseudonymous works generally under the author's real name when it is known, but make the entry under the pseudonym when the writer is better known by it. Now in favor of frequent entry under pseudonym, in doubtful cases under both. Jewett. Pseudonymous works to be entered under assumed name, followed by pseud, and the real name of the author if known. But if the author has published any edition, continuation, or supplement under his name, the work is not to be considered pseudonymous. LAUK. Enter under the pseudonym of the writer, with a cross-reference to the real name when known. Library School. Enter under real name, except in cases of prominent pseudonyms like George Eliot and George Sand, when brief titles and call numbers of all the works, giving one line to each entry, may be given on pseudonym card, thus making practically a double entry. Linderfelt. When the real name is known, but the author is known exclusively or principally under the pseudonym, enter under pseudonym. When a pseudonym has been only temporarily, or in a single instance employed, enter under real name. When an assumed name has been used by an author regularly, as in the case of Latin translations of vernacular names in use during the Middle Ages, enter under this name without cross-reference from the real name. Sobriquets, which are not forenames of the person in question, are treated as pseudonyms. Example, Tintoretto, with cross-reference under Robusti. Perkins. Use the best-known name. If the case is doubtful, use the real name. If entered under pseudonym, follow by pseud and the real name in curves, parentheses. Wheatley. When an author has adopted several pseudonyms at various times, all are to be brought together under his true name. When an author has consistently used one pseudonym and is solely known by it, he may be registered under it. Joint authors. ALA. Books having more than one author to be entered under the first one named in the title, with a reference from each of the others. ALA. Revised. The heading for a joint author entry is to be the name of the first author. The names of the others are to be given in the title when there are 3. If more than 3, give them a note or in contents. Bodleian, same as ALA. British Museum. Books written in conjunction by 2 authors, without specification of the parts written by each, are to be entered under the names of both authors conjointly. When more than 2 authors have collaborated, the name of the first only is to be taken as the heading. Cross-references from the second of 2 joint authors to the double heading containing both names generally follow this form, but the titles of the book with its date and size may precede the references if this is more convenient. Cutter. Enter works written conjointly by several authors under the name of the one first mentioned on the title page, with references from the others. If there are only 2 authors, both may appear in the heading. If there are more than 2, give name of the first only, followed by and others, and give a list of the others in a note. Jewett. If it appear on the title page that the work is the joint production of several writers, it is to be entered under the first named, with cross-references from the names of the others. LAUK, same as ALA. It should be noted that sometimes the respondent and defender of a thesis are joint authors. Library School. Under the first named in title, with added entries under each of the others. If only 2 or 3 authors, include their names in the main entry. If more than 3, enter under the first and others, and make an added entry under each of the others. Write the author's full name only once, and that on his own author card. Parties in a debate are treated like joint authors. Joint editors, translators, etc. have separate added entries. Linderfelt. The name of the first named author is the main entry word, with special cross-references from the following authors in the case of a single work, and a general cross-reference in the case of a regular literary partnership. If there are not more than 3 authors, include their names in the main entry. If more than 3, enter under the name of the first and others. Give the names of the other authors not entered in the heading in a note. Perkins. If there are 2 authors, name both. If there are more than 2, name the first and add "and others." Cross-references from names other than the first are unnecessary, unless in exceptional cases. Wheatley. Take the first as the leading name. Fullness of title. ALA. The title is to be an exact transcript of the title page, neither amended, translated, nor in any way altered, except that mottos, titles of authors, repetitions, and matter of any kind not essential are to be omitted. Where great accuracy is desirable, omissions are to be indicated by 3 dots. The titles of books especially valuable for antiquity or rarity may be given in full with all practicable precision. The phraseology and spelling, but not necessarily the punctuation of the title, are to be exactly copied. Any additions needed to make the title clear are to be supplied and enclosed by brackets. ALA revised. Same as in the original with the addition is to be considered part of the title. It is to be given in the language of the book and in the order of the title page. Books in more than one volume, not periodicals, are to be catalogued by the title page of the first volume. The modified vowels A, O, U, in whatever language they may occur, are to be written as on the title page. Bodleian. The title is to be an exact transcript from the title page, not amended, translated, or in any way altered, except that mottos, repetitions, and matter of any kind not essential may be omitted, omissions to be indicated by a group of 3 dots. But the name of an author or editor, if it occur on the title page in the same form as in the heading, may be omitted, if no ambiguity be occasioned thereby, and 4 names which are given in full in the heading may be represented by initials in the entry of the title. The title of works especially valuable for antiquity or rarity may be given in full with all practicable exactness. The general rule regarding the use of brackets is that round brackets, parentheses, include notes derived from the work itself, while square brackets include notes of which the matter or form is independent of the work. British Museum. Title expressed in as few words, and those only of the author, as are necessary to exhibit all that the author meant to convey in the titular description of his work. Original orthography to be preserved. Any information added to the title to be included in brackets. In the case of works published under initials, should the librarian be able to complete the words which such initials are intended to represent, this is to be done in the body of the title. Cutter. Retain first words of the title, let the abridgment be made further on. Do not by abridgment render the words retained false or ungrammatical. Copy title exactly. Omissions may be made without giving notice to the reader, unless by etc., when the sentence is manifestly unfinished. All additions to be made in the language of the title and enclosed in brackets. Retain both of alternative titles. Make short author and full subject entry. Express numbers by Arabic figures instead of words. Abbreviate certain common words always. The more careful and student-like the probable use of the library, the fuller the title should be. Jewett. Titles to be transcribed precisely as they stand on the title page. There are many titles from which much may be omitted, It is desirable that all abridgments be made by the same person. Use 3 stars for omission of mottos and devices, dots for other matter. Repeat the name of the author in the title. Early printed books without title pages to be catalogued in the words of the head title, preceded by the word beginning in italics and between brackets, to which are to be added the words of the colophon, preceded by the word ending in italics and between brackets. In cataloguing sermons, the book, chapter, and verse of the text, the date if it differs from that of publication, and the occasion if a special one, are to be given, if they do not appear on title page, to be supplied between brackets. All additions to the titles to be printed in italics and between brackets, to be in the English language, whatever be the language of the title. LAUK. The title is to be an exact transcript from the title page, neither amended, translated, nor in any way altered, except that mottos, repetitions, and matter of any kind not essential may be omitted, omissions to be indicated by a group of 3 dots. The titles of books especially valuable for antiquity or rarity may be given in full with the exact punctuation. Names of translators, commentators, editors, and preface writers, if they do not occur in the title page, may be added within square brackets, a cross-reference being made in each case. Library school, same as ALA, supply in brackets in English any additions needed to make the title clear. Linderfelt. If a work has no title, and the title cannot be ascertained from other sources, one is manufactured in the language of the text, the entry word selected from this title being enclosed in brackets. When there is a title page, but the title is incomplete, or gives merely a statement of the occasion for publication of the work, a title is taken from the half-title, caption, heading, running title, or text of the contents of the work. In all languages using the Latin or German alphabet, titles are an exact copy of the original. In languages using other alphabets, a transliteration of the title is made. If the title contains a personal name, this is made the entry word, even if it is not the first word. In regard to such transposition in titles, the transposed words must be placed after the first phrase conveying a definite idea. Numerals are written out in the words of the language of the title, enclosed in brackets. Perkins. One chief principle in cataloguing is to use a short title made intelligible. If possible, bring title down to a half-page line or 10 words. No mark is needed to show omissions, but etc. in parentheses may be substituted for the words left off. Use parentheses for matter supplied. A and the, on the, and of the may be omitted at the beginning of a title, and many a's and thes within titles. A short word in a parentheses may often be substituted for a phrase, as example, worlds, the mistake in Oliver Cromwell, showing that Cromwell's maladministration laid the foundation to our present decay of trade. Instead of which, write, worlds, the mistake in Oliver Cromwell, his causing decay of trade. Wheatley. Title of book when not long to be taken in its entirety. When long, curtailment must be undertaken with care, and dots should be inserted where words have been omitted. bracket part of title supplied. In judicious compression of a title page, the art of the cataloguer is used, for anyone can copy a title page in full. Treatment of title pages in more than one language. ALA, not specified. The languages in which a book is written are to be stated when there are several and the fact is not apparent from the title. ALA revised. Of titles and title pages in different languages, use the one that alone is in Roman characters. When both or neither are in Roman, use the one in the original language. Mention in a note the unused title. Titles in characters other than Greek or Roman may be transliterated. The language or languages in which a book is written are to be stated when the fact is not apparent from the title. A title in a language not using the Roman or Teutonic alphabet is to be translated in a note. Bodleian, not specified. British Museum. Works in more languages than one, accompanied by the original, to be entered in the original only, unless the title be accompanied by a translation or translations, in which case such translation also to be given. If no original text occur, prefer the first language used in the title. In all cases, the several languages used in the book to be indicated at the end of the title in italics. Works with a title in a language different from that used in the body of the book, to be entered according to above rule, merely stating at the end of the title in italics in what language the work is written. Cutter. When the title is in Greek, followed by a Latin translation, it is customary to use the latter alone, and the same may be done in the case of other languages. But for identification, it is necessary that some part of the book's own title be given. When the title is in an alphabet which differs from the English, transliterate the first few words and add a translation. Jewett. Titles are not to be translated by the cataloguer. If, however, the original title, being in a language which does not admit of being represented in the Roman character, be accompanied by a translation into a language for which the Roman alphabet may be used, the latter may be given without the former, with explanations as to the language in which the book is printed. If the book be in several languages with several title pages, give preference to languages using the Roman alphabet in the following order: English, Latin, French, Italian, Spanish, German. The other title pages should be mentioned. LAUK, not specified. Library school. Use the language in which the book is written, if that has the Roman alphabet. Otherwise, use the one having such alphabet. For example, when a book has both Greek and Latin titles, give the Latin. If the book itself is in two languages and has two titles in the Roman alphabet, use the first, or if one is English, use that. Accent words in Greek, French, etc. regularly, though the title page be in all capitals without accents. Linderfelt. If of several title pages one is a translation of the other, the entry is made from the one in the language of the book, if that is written in the Latin or German alphabet. Otherwise, use the title page having the Latin alphabet, adding in brackets the language of the text. If the book is in two languages and has two titles in the Latin alphabet, the language more generally known to the users of the catalogue is chosen. If the double title depends upon a double text, the entry word is taken from the first title, with cross-reference from the second. If there is a single text with two titles, the first in a language generally known, the entry word is taken from this, and the second receives no cross-reference. If the first title is in a language less known than the second, it furnishes the main entry word as before, and the second title receives a cross-reference. Perkins, not specified. Wheatley, not specified. Use of capitals. ALA. Initial capitals are to be given in English: A, to proper names of persons and to personifications, places, bodies, noted events, and periods, each separate word not an article, conjunction, or preposition may be capitalized in these cases. B, to adjectives and other derivatives from proper names when they have a direct reference to the person, place, etc. from which they are derived. C, to the first word of every sentence. D, to the first word of every quoted title. E, to titles of honor when standing instead of a proper name. For example, the Earl of Derby, Earl capitalized, but John Stanley, Earl of Derby, Earl not capitalized. F, in foreign languages according to the local usage. In doubtful cases, capitals are to be avoided. ALA revised. Reserves decision. Bodleian. In English, use capitals for A, proper names of persons, personifications, places, societies, noted events, and periods. B, adjectives and other words derived from proper names. C, first word of every quoted title of a book. D, in foreign languages follow local usage. Titles of honor are not capitalized when standing instead of a proper name. In doubtful cases, don't use capitals. British Museum. Adjectives formed from the name of a person, party, place, or denomination to be treated as the names from which they are formed. Cutter. In English, use initial capitals A, for first word of every sentence, B, for first word of every title quoted, C, for first word of every alternate title, D, for all proper names of persons and places, E, for names of bodies, F, for adjectives and other derivations from proper names when they have a distinct reference, G, for titles of honor standing instead of a proper name, H, for names of noted events and periods, each separate word not an article or a preposition. In foreign languages, use capitals A, for the first word of a sentence, B, for the first word of a title quoted, C, for the first word of an alternate title, D, for persons and places, E, in German and Danish for every noun and for adjectives derived from proper names of persons, F, in Romance languages, Swedish and Greek, for proper names but not for adjectives, G, in Latin and Dutch for proper names and adjectives but not for common nouns. Names of languages and titles of honor are not capitalized in Romance languages. Jewett. In English, capitalize A, the first word of every sentence, B. The first word of every title quoted. C. Proper names. D. Names of the deity. E. Adjectives derived from proper names. F. Titles of respect prefixed to a name. G. In German and Danish, all nouns. H. In French, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese, adjectives derived from proper names are not capitalized. I. In Latin, follow the English usage. T.P. to be written in small letters. Initial capitals are to be used only where the laws of the language now require them. LAUK. In English, capitals are to be given A. To proper names of persons and to personifications, places, bodies, noted events, and periods. B. To adjectives and other words derived from proper names. C. To the first word of titles. D. To titles of honor when standing instead of proper name. In foreign languages, follow local usage. In doubtful cases, avoid capitals. Library school. In English, capitalize A. The first word of every sentence. B. The first word of every title quoted. C. The first word of every alternative title introduced by or. D. Names of persons. E. Epithets standing as substitutes for personal names or names of places occurring in the names of societies, etc., or used as affixes to the names of persons. F. Titles used as prefixes to names of persons. G. Names of places. H. Names of the months, the days of the week, and of holidays. I. In English and Latin, capitalize also adjectives derived from the names of persons and places. Do not capitalize nouns in German. In foreign languages, do not use capitals if the local usage requires small letters. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins, use capitals as required by the rules of grammar and not otherwise. Wheatley, not specified. End of Comparative Cataloguing Rules by Teresa Hitchler, Part 1. Recording by Maria Casper. Comparative Cataloguing Rules, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Comparative Cataloguing Rules by Teresa Hitchler, Part 2. Added entry under editor, compiler, translator, etc. ALA. For editors of periodicals, when the periodicals are generally called or known by the editor's name. For important translators, especially poetical translators and commentators, references are to be made to headings chosen. ALA revised, not specified. Bodleian. For commentaries with the text, editions of the text, and translations, make added entries, A. Under the heading of the original work, and B. Under the name of the commentator, editor, or translator. Commentaries without the text are to be entered under the same two headings, the second being placed first. Names of translators, commentators, editors, and preface writers, if they do not occur in the title page, may be added in brackets, a further heading or cross-reference being made when necessary. British Museum. For translators, commentators, or annotators, also for editors or biographers who have prefixed an author's life to his works, whether their names appear in the title or are supplied from the book itself. Cutter. For editors of periodicals commonly known by the editor's name, for editors and translators habitually mentioned in connection with a work, and for those who have made poetical versions. For translators of anonymous works, and for translators, editors, etc. of Oriental works. In any case where the book would be sought under the name of the editor, compiler, etc. Recommends many cross-references. Jewett. For translators, editors, commentators, continuators, or other persons named on the title page as participating in the authorship of the work. References from important words in title of anonymous book, from biography, separate authors in a collection, etc. LAUK. Names of translators, commentators, editors, and preface writers, if they do not occur in the title page, may be added within square brackets, an added entry or cross-reference being made in each case. Joint authors, separate items of a collection, important words in title of anonymous books, and compiler of catalogues have entries. Library school, same as Cutter. Linderfelt recommends numerous cross-references and full added entries. Perkins. For important commentators and translators, in case of doubt and in very short cataloguing, omit. Cross-references from some synonym of a single heading should often have the shelf mark. Title entries for drama, fiction, and striking titles. Wheatley, not specified. Large use of references will be required with proper use of a catalogue. No real necessity to copy titles in large majority of cases. Order and items of imprint, including paging. ALA. After the title are to be given in the following order, those in brackets being optional. Edition, place of publication, publisher, these three in the language of the title. The year as given on the title page, but in Arabic figures. The year of copyright or actual publication, if known to be different, in brackets, and preceded by C or P as the case may be. The number of volumes, or of pages if there is only one volume. The number of maps, portraits, or illustrations not included in the text, and either the approximate size designated by letter or the exact size in centimeters. The series note to be given in parentheses after the other imprint entries. After the place of publication, the place of printing may be given if different. This is desirable only in rare and old books. ALA revised. Place of publication, publisher's name, both in language of title, year of copyright or actual publication if known to be different, in brackets, preceded by cop, pub, etc. Number of volumes or of pages if there is only one volume, illustrations, plates, portraits, maps, etc. Size to be given in centimeters. The name of the series, if the book belonged to a series, is to be given in parentheses after the imprint. Bodleian. Edition, number of volumes if more than one, place of publication, followed by the place of printing when different, in brackets, publisher and printer in the case of books of the 15th and 16th centuries, or of special value or rarity. Date in Arabic figures and size. Does not give the number of pages, maps, etc. British Museum. Edition to be stated in the title as part of it. Number of parts or volumes in the words of the title. Place of printing. Printer in the case of early or eminent typographers. Date. Size, for example, 12. Cutter. Place of publication in language of the title page. Publisher. Date. Number of volumes, pages, maps, engraving and the like, and typographic form. Imprint indispensable in catalogue designed for scholars. Jewett. Volumes in language of title page. Place, date, publisher in rare books, size, pages if not more than 100, main paging only. LAUK. Edition as specified on the title page, number of volumes, if only one volume, the number of pages, number of separate illustrations, maps, or portraits, size, place of publication, place of printing when different from that of publication, publisher's name, date of actual publication in square brackets. Library school. Edition in English, pages or volumes if more than one, illustrations, group of portraits, portrait of a group, portraits, plates, photographs, maps, facsimiles, tables, size by letter, maps, broadsides, etc., height and width in centimeters, no title page if there never was any, place in language of title, publisher's last name in books before 1600 AD in language of title, date, copyright date if differing more than a year from date of publication, series note in curves, parentheses. Give extremes of various editions. If volumes of a set have different sizes, specify volumes of each size. Give extreme dates when the volumes of a set differ. Make corrections and additions in English enclosed in brackets. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins. Description is written in continuation of title name. The order of the various items is thus: edition of original work, translator, editor of translation, editor, volumes, maps, portraits, illustrations including plates. Description should always be in English, unless in case of a separate catalogue of foreign books. Imprint follows the description. It states in the following order: size, for example, 12, pages if less than 100, place, abbreviated, publisher's name when given, date, copyright date if it differ more than 1 year. Do not use the forms ND, NP, NTP. A note may state the defective condition of a book. Wheatley. Volumes, edition, size, place in language of title page, date, exact paging for single volume, size. In old and rare books, the name of the publisher may be added with advantage. Cataloguer must seek for date until he finds it. Contents and notes. ALA. Notes in English and contents of volumes are to be given when necessary to properly describe the works. Both notes and lists of contents to be in a smaller type. ALA revised. Notes and contents of volumes are to be given when necessary to properly describe the works. The notes to be in English unless consisting of foreign quotations from the book itself or from other sources. Bodleian. Contents to be given when expedient, notes when necessary. Round brackets include notes desired from the book itself, while square brackets include notes of which the matter or form is independent of the work. British Museum. Any striking imperfection or peculiarity is to be noted. If an early printed book, and in Gothic or black letter, add GL or BL at the end of the title. Works printed on vellum to be distinguished by these words in small italic capitals, and editio princeps by EDPR, and copies on large or fine paper by the letters LP or FP in italic capitals at the end of the title. Manuscript notes to be indicated by the words MS Notes at the end of title. If the notes be few, or the reverse, prefix few or copious to above. If the author of the manuscript notes be known, or if the volume belonged to some distinguished person, add this information in brackets at the end of entry. Cutter. Give under the author a list of the contents of books containing several works by the same author, or by several authors, or works on several subjects, or a single work on a number of subjects. When a single work fills several volumes, give the contents under the author. Under the subject, repeat so much of the contents as is necessary to show how the subject is treated, or what part is treated in the different volumes. Arrange contents either in the order of the volumes, or alphabetically by the titles of the articles. Put into notes in small type that information which is not given in the title but is required by the plan of the catalogue. Jewett. It may be found desirable to add explanations to render a title satisfactorily descriptive, to specify if a book be a rare and valuable one, or privately printed, limited to a small number of copies, prohibited, etc., or if there are any peculiarities or imperfections of copy. In these or any other cases where it seems necessary to give further information about a work than could be included within the title, it may be added in the form of separate notes. LAUK, same as ALA. Library School. Give notes in English and contents of volumes in smaller letters, generally only on subject card, when necessary properly to describe the work. Notes about the author and on imperfections in the copy go on both cards, other notes generally on subject card only. Note manuscript annotations if they seem to add to the value of the work. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins. Give contents in the case of the complete works of an author in smaller type, not alphabeted, but in their order in the book. Apply same rule in case of any volume by one author containing more than one publication. Notes and contents are either inserted in parenthesis within title or appended below the title. If not more than 2 lines long, insert in the title in parenthesis. If longer, append in small type and begin with the word note or contents. Note facts necessary to properly describe the work. Notes should explain the relation of works of fiction to the historical or other subjects which they illustrate. Wheatley. When the contents of a set of works are very varied, a short abstract of the contents of each volume may be added. Alphabetical order of entries is suggested. Series cards under the title or editor of the series. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Enter under editors of collections each separate item to be at the same time sufficiently catalogued under its own heading. ALA revised, not specified. Bodleian. Enter under editors of collections and under catch titles of such collections, the parts to be at the same time sufficiently catalogued under their own headings. British Museum. In any series of printed works which embraces the collected productions of various writers upon particular subjects, the work to be entered under the name of the editor. If the editor's name do not appear, the whole collection to be entered under collective title. Cutter. Series known chiefly by its title to be entered under name of series. Older collections known by their collectors' names may be entered under collector. Societies are collectors of the series of works published by them, of which a list should be given under their names. Jewett. The complete works or entire treatises of several authors, published together in one series with a collective title, to be recorded in the words of the general title of the series, and to be placed under the editor if known. If he is not known, under the title of the collection, like anonymous works. LAUK, same as Bodleian. Library School. Enter under editor of the series if known, unless the series is better known by title, in which case enter under title. Linderfelt. A collection of writings by different authors under a collective title is entered under title with cross-reference from the editor or editors. If the work is a collection of bibliographically independent writings, each author receives a full separate entry of his work, with the title of the collection given in parenthesis. Perkins. Collections of works by separate authors should be catalogued under the title of the series, with author entries for each separate work. Not worthwhile to catalogue such works as Seaside Library in this way. Very short series note, use abbreviations. Pamphlets should be sorted, and those on one subject bound together. Letter the back with subject and with the word pamphlets with a volume number. This gives a subject entry under which the contents may be catalogued. Wheatley, not specified. Societies, etc., under city or corporate name. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Enter under the first word not an article of its corporate name, with references from any other name by which it is known, especially from the name of the place where its headquarters are established if it is often called by that name. ALA revised. Enter a society under the first word not an article or serial number of its corporate name, with reference from any other name by which it is known, especially from the name of the place where its headquarters are established. Enter societies extending through many lands or having authorized names in many languages under the English form of the name, unless no publications have appeared in English, in which case they are to be entered under the name of the society in the language in which most of the publications have appeared. Enter colleges of an English university and the professional schools of an American university under the university's name. Enter college libraries and local college societies under the name of the college. Intercollegiate societies and Greek letter fraternities should go under their names. Enter alumni and alumnae associations under the name of the school or college. Enter American public schools under the name of the city or town maintaining them, whether they have an individual name or not. Enter guilds under the name of the city, with subheading for the name of the trade. Enter academies under the first word not an article or a titular designation. Enter national libraries, museums, and galleries, etc., under the name of the city, except those having decidedly individual names, as those named from persons or with names derived from other proper nouns. American state universities, etc., under the name of the state. Enter universities, galleries, etc., called imperial, royal, national, etc., under the name of the place, except the National Gallery in London. Enter churches under the name of the place. A few cathedrals generally known by some other name may be entered under their names. Bodleian, enter under the leading word or words of its corporate name. British Museum, enter assemblies, boards, or corporate bodies, with the exception of academies, universities, learned societies, etc., under name of country or place from which they derive their denomination, or from which their acts are issued. Academies, institutes, associations, universities, or societies, to be catalogued under the general head academies, and entered alphabetically according to the English name of the country or towns where their sittings are held. Institutions and societies not coming under head academies, deriving their title from a proper name and not that of a country or place, to be entered under such proper name. Churches to be entered under names. Cathedrals named from cities under the name of the city. Religious and military orders entered under the English name by which they are generally known. Cutter. Enter under name A. Churches not numbered and not named from the place. B. Societies not local. C. English and American academies. D. Colleges, universities, libraries, galleries, museums having an individual name. E. Private schools. F. Business firms and corporations. G. London guilds, name of trade. Enter under place. A. Churches numbered or otherwise named from the place. B. Societies purely local. C. Academies and universities of the European continent and of South America. D. National or municipal colleges, libraries, galleries, museums not having an individual name. E. Public schools. F. Municipal corporations. G. State historical and agricultural societies under name of state. Jewett. Publications of all academies, universities, associations, societies, and other bodies of men of whatever character, to be entered under the first word of the corporate name, not an article. When committees or branches of a body issue publications, the heading is to be the name of the chief, not the subordinate body. Publications of literary and other societies connected with colleges and universities, to be entered under the name of the colleges, etc. LAUK, same as ALA. Library school. Enter under first word not an article of its corporate name. Enter local societies under place. Linderfelt. Enter under name A. Churches, monasteries, cathedrals, convents that have an individual name. B. Societies not local. C. English and American academies. D. Libraries, galleries, museums, and English and American universities and colleges which have an individual name. E. Institutions connected with a university or college, and local college societies under the name of the university or college. F. London guilds under the name of the profession. Enter under place. A. Cathedrals named from a city. B. Societies purely local. C. Academies and universities of the European continent and of South America. D. National or municipal colleges, libraries, museums, and galleries, etc., not having individual names. E. State, historical, agricultural, and other societies. F. Public schools and municipal corporations. Perkins, same as ALA. Wheatley, enter under the name of the place where they have their headquarters. When place of meeting has been changed, arrange all under name of the last place of meeting. Departments and bureaus. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Enter under the names of countries, cities, societies, or other bodies which are responsible for their publication. ALA Revised. Enter government bureaus or offices subordinate to a department directly under the country, not as subheadings under departments. Enter under the writer reports made to a department by a person who is not an official. When several persons make the report, the department may be considered as editor. Bodleian, same as ALA. British Museum, not specified. Cutter, enter under name of office rather than title of officer. Individual name of the occupant may be added in parentheses, and should be so added when the publication has an individual character. There are cases where the title of the officer is the only name of the office. Reports to a department, but not by an official, are entered under the department. Jewett. The heading is to be the name of the body, the principal word to be the first word, not an article. When committees or branches of a body issue publications, the heading is to be the name of the chief and not of the subordinate body. Thus, under United States would be placed all public documents issued at the expense of the United States, whether as regular public documents or by particular departments, bureaus, or committees. LAUK, same as ALA. Library school. For government departments, etc., use official name or enter subordinate bureaus directly under the bureau, and under the department give a list of all bureaus belonging to it, under which entries have been made. Linderfelt. Enter under name of country, followed by legal name of governmental department or bureau, transposed if necessary so as to bring the important word first. Reports made to a department not by an official are entered under the department, with either a new entry or a cross-reference, according to the importance of the report, under the name of the author. Perkins. Enter under United States public documents alphabetically by departments. Each bureau comes under the department to which it belongs. As far as possible, each separate document should also appear by author and subject in its alphabetical place in the main catalogue. The separate individual cataloguing of public documents should be carried as far as practicable. Wheatley, not specified. In heading, names of cities in vernacular or English. Cross-references are understood. ALA. Names of places in English. When both an English and a vernacular form are used in English works, prefer the vernacular. ALA revised, same as ALA. Bodleian, in English. When no modern English form, vernacular to be used. Where English form is not well established, prefer vernacular. British Museum, English form preferred. Cutter, in English. If both the English and foreign forms are used by English writers, prefer the foreign form. Jewett, not specified. LAUK, not specified. Library school. Cities and towns in the vernacular, but larger political divisions in English. For example, Wien, not Vienna, but Austria, not Österreich. Linderfelt, names of countries and their larger divisions are given in English. Smaller political divisions, cities and towns under the vernacular name. Cities and other places having more than one name, equally well established in different languages, are entered under the name current in the country to which they belong, with cross-reference from the others. When used as a title entry, use the same form as in the title. Perkins, not specified. Wheatley, not specified. Periodicals and continuations. ALA, not specified. ALA revised. Enter a periodical under the first word, not an article or serial number, of its title. Main entry is made under last form of name. The following is the rule for the Library of Congress. For current periodicals, the following order is prescribed. 1. Short title followed by 2 blank lines. Imprint, frequency of publication. 2. Beginning a new card, a bibliographical note to give in chronological order the various titles under which the periodical has been published. 3. Note giving briefly the successive editors. 4. Note giving changes in place of publication and publishers. 5. Statement on a new card of what is in the library, introduced by the phrase, "Library has." 6. A separate concise entry for each series bearing a different title, with notes preceded by, continued as, or a direct reference to the current name. 7. Added entry under the names of editors, subjects, etc. When a periodical ceases to be published, the information contained on the card specified above under 5 is to be transferred to the 2 blank lines provided for the purpose on card 1, the former card being cancelled. On the other hand, if a periodical continues under a new name, the cards containing bibliographical notes and statements of what is in the library are placed after the new title. Under the old title, there remains the usual brief entry referring for continuation to the new name. In current titles, the last date and the statement of the number of volumes are to be written in pencil. When the title of an annual report begins with an ordinal number, leave space 1 or 2 lines after the heading at the beginning of the title for ultimate insertion of the ordinal numbers. For example, Boston Public Library Annual Report. Leave space after report for the insertion of the name of the officer, board, etc. issuing the report, and for dates. Add, after imprint, report year ends March 31st, report year irregular, etc., as the case may be. State what the library has in the following form. Library has 1st through 16th, 1861 through 76, 16 volumes in 2. Bodleian. Enter under the chief word of the titles of periodicals. British Museum. All magazines, newspapers, gazetteers, annuals, and works of a similar nature to be catalogued under the general head Periodical Publications, the several entries to be made in alphabetical order according to the first substantive occurring in the title. Continuations to be entered under the name of the original work when printed with it, otherwise under the name of the author. Cutter not specified. Jewett. Periodical publications are to be recorded in the words of the title page of the last complete volume, but without designation of volume or date. The history of the publication from its commencement, including all changes of form, title, editorship, etc., is to be given in a note. This last title is preferred for the catalogue, but cross-references are to be made from former titles of periodicals when the publication is catalogued under an altered title or a new editor. This rule applies to reviews, magazines, etc., not to serials nor to transactions of learned societies. LAUK not specified. Library School. In current periodicals and continuations, give exact statement of volumes in library if the library contains less than half of what has been published. If it contains more than half, give in imprint statement of entire work and missing volumes in note. Of a set published at intervals, like Stevens' Dictionary of National Biography, give in imprint in pencil exact statement of what is in the library, correcting pencil entry upon receipt of each new volume, and entering in ink when complete. When a set is not complete, pencil dates and imprint. Linderfelt. If the title of a continuation has an entry word differing from the one derived from the title of the preceding volumes, a cross-reference is made from each variation of the entry word to the entry word of the original part. The opposite course is followed, and the entry word of the continuation becomes the main entry word, with a cross-reference from the first part in case the latter only forms a small part of the extensive work, or if the title of the work was changed after the appearance of the first few parts. Periodicals of which several series have appeared under different titles are entered each series by itself under its own entry word, with cross-references to both preceding and following series. Perkins. In cataloguing serials, reserve blank shelf marks for any back volumes wanting to a set, and for its future volumes. In cataloguing periodicals and newspapers, give name, frequency of issue, unless specified in the name itself, volume numbers and corresponding years, and imprint. Omit from the imprint the date and the name of place, if name of place is part of name of periodical. Wheatley, not specified. Analysis, under author, subject, and title. ALA, separate items of collections to be catalogued under their own headings. ALA revised, not specified. Bodleian, same as ALA. British Museum, analyze very fully under author and subject. Cutter, enter in full every work forming part of a set, which fills a whole volume or several volumes. Enter analytically, that is, without imprint. Every work forming part of a set, which has a separate title page and paging, but forms only part of a volume. every work which, though not having a title page, has been published separately. Under author, every separate article or treatise. Under subject, important treatises. Make analytical title references for stories in a collection. Make analyticals for the second and subsequent authors of a book written, not conjointly, by several authors. Often in analysis, it may be worthwhile to make a subject entry and not an author entry, or vice versa. Jewett. Make author analytical for any work in a collection printed with a separate title page and an independent paging. LAUK, same as ALA. Library school. Analyze as much as can be afforded. Bring out separate items of collections, distinct parts of books, lives included in other works, and titles of all novels and plays given as contents. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins. Catalogue each separate work within a collection as if it were bound separately. If practicable, analyze even essays, articles in periodicals, collections of bound pamphlets, and authors' complete works. Wheatley, not specified. Catalogues under library or compiler. ALA, not specified. Bodleian, enter under compiler, also, as circumstances require, under the names of one or more of the institutions or persons now or formerly owning the collection, and, where desirable, under the collection itself. British Museum. Anonymous catalogues under catalogues subdivided thus: 1. Of public establishments, including societies, name of place. 2. Of private collections for sale or otherwise, no cross-reference from possessor, collector or possessor if stated, otherwise under name of place when mentioned in the catalogue. 3. Of collections not for sale, when possessor is not known, alphabetically according to first substantive of the title. 4. General and special catalogues of objects, alphabetically under first substantive of title. 5. Dealers' catalogues, dealer's name. 6. Sale catalogues not included in preceding, chronologically with date expressed. Cross-reference to be made from the name of the compiler, when supplied by the librarian, and other than the collector or possessor of a collection, or a dealer or an auctioneer. Note: this cross-reference has so much of the title referred to as with size may identify the book. Cutter. Booksellers and auctioneers are to be considered as the authors of their catalogues, unless the contrary is expressly asserted. Put the auctioneer's catalogue of a public library under the name of the library, of a private library under the name of the owner, unless there is reason to believe that another person made it. In the latter case, it would appear in the author catalogue under the maker's name, and in the subject catalogue under the owner's name. Jewett. Catalogues of public libraries are to be entered under the name of the establishment, and if the name of the compiler appears upon the title page, make cross-reference. LAUK. Enter under name of library or owner of collection, with cross-reference from name of compiler. Library school. Enter catalogues of private collections under owner, catalogues of public collections under library responsible for its publication, with added entry under compiler. Linderfelt. Booksellers and auctioneers are considered as the authors of their catalogues, unless the contrary is expressly stated. The catalogue of a private library is put under the owner's name even when sold at auction or otherwise, with cross-reference from the compiler's name if known. Perkins. Enter the catalogue of a public library under its name, but if it is a city or town library, enter under the name of the town. Enter the catalogue of a private library under the owner's name, a publisher's, dealer's, or auctioneer's catalogue under the name of the concern issuing it. Make no added entry for compiler or auctioneer for book auction catalogues when library is entered under owner's name. Wheatley. Enter under the heading Catalogues with subheadings of the names of objects catalogued. Tracing cards in catalogue. ALA, not specified. ALA revised, not specified. Bodleian, not specified. British Museum, not specified. Cutter, not specified. Jewett, not specified. LAUK, not specified. Library School. On main cards, singly underscore secondary entries and references. On secondary cards, doubly underscore main entry, but do not underscore secondary entries or references unless they do not appear on main cards. For editor of series, singly underscore the first word in series note on main cards and the editor on series cards. Note briefly in the lower right corner on back of main card all the subject headings chosen for the work. Linderfelt, not specified. Perkins, not specified. Wheatley, not specified. End of Comparative Cataloguing Rules by Teresa Hitchler, Part 2. Recording by Maria Casper.
Chapter 12 of A Catechism of the Steam Engine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. A Catechism of the Steam Engine by John Bourne. Manufacture and management of steam engines. Construction of engines. Question 700. What are the qualities that should be possessed by the iron of which the cylinder of steam engines are made? Answer. The general ambition in making cylinders is to make them sound and hard, but it is expedient also to make them tough, so as to approach as nearly as possible to the state of malleable iron. This may be done by mixing in the furnace as many different kinds of iron as possible, and it may be set down as a general rule in iron founding that the greater the number of the kinds of metal entering into the composition of any casting, the denser and tougher it will be. The constituent atoms of the different kinds of iron appear to be of different sizes, and the mixture of different kinds maintains the toughness while it adds to the density and cohesive power. Hot blast iron was at one time generally believed to be weaker than cold blast iron, but it is now questioned whether it is not the stronger of the two. The cohesive strength of unmixed iron is not in proportion to its specific gravity, and its elasticity and power to resist shocks appear to become greater as the specific gravity becomes less. Numbers 3 and 4 are the strongest irons. In most cases, iron melted in a coupler is not so strong as when remelted in an air furnace, and when run into green sand it is not reckoned so strong as when run into dry sand or loam. The quality of the fuel and even the state of the weather exerts an influence on the quality of the iron. smelting furnaces on the cold blast principle have long been known to yield better iron in winter than in summer, probably from the existence of less moisture in the air, and it would probably be found to accomplish an improvement in the quality of the iron if the blast were made to pass through a vessel containing muriate of lime, by which the moisture of the air would be extracted. The expense of such a preparation would not be considerable, as, by subsequent evaporation, the salt might be used over and over again for the same purpose. Question 701. Will you explain the process of casting cylinders? Answer. The mould into which the metal is poured is built up of bricks and loam, the loam being clay and sand ground together in a mill, with the addition of a little horse dung to give it a fibrous structure and prevent cracks. The loam board, by which the circle of the cylinder is to be swept, is attached to an upright iron bar at the distance of the radius of the cylinder, and a cylindrical shell of brick is built up, which is plastered on the inside with loam and made quite smooth by traversing the perpendicular loam board round it. A core is then formed in a similar manner, but so much smaller as to leave a space between the shell and the core equal to the thickness of the cylinder, and into this space the melted metal is poured. Whatever nozzles or projections are required upon the cylinder must be formed by means of wooden patterns, which are built into the shell and subsequently withdrawn. But where a number of cylinders of the same kind are required, it is advisable to make these patterns of iron, which will not be liable to warp or twist while the loam is being dried. Before the iron is cast into the mould, the interior of the mould must be covered with finely powdered charcoal, or blackening as it is technically termed, and the secret of making finely skinned castings lies in using plenty of blackening. In loam and dry sand castings, the charcoal should be mixed with thick clay water and applied until it is 1/8 of an inch thick or more. The surface should then be very carefully smoothed or slicked, and if the metal has been judiciously mixed and the mould thoroughly dried, the casting is sure to be a fine one. Dry sand and loam castings should be, as much as possible, made in boxes. The moulds may thereby be more rapidly and more effectually dried, and better castings will be got with a less expense. Question 702. Will you explain the next operation which a cylinder undergoes? Answer. The next stage is the boring, and in boring cylinders of 74 inches diameter, the boring bar must move so as to make one revolution in about 4½ minutes, at which speed the cutters will move at the rate of about 5 feet per minute. In boring brass, the speed must be lower. The common rate at which the tool moves in boring brass air pumps is about 3 feet per minute. If this speed be materially exceeded, the tool will be spoiled and the pump made taper. The speed proper for boring a cylinder will answer for boring the brass air pump of the same engine. A brass air pump of 36½ inches diameter requires the bar to make one turn in about 3 minutes, which is also the speed proper for a cylinder 60 inches in diameter. To bore a brass air pump 36½ inches in diameter requires a week. An iron one requires 48 hours, and a copper one 24 hours. In turning a malleable iron shaft, 12 3/4 inches in diameter, the shaft should be made about 5 turns per minute, which is equivalent to a speed in the tool of about 16 feet per minute, but this speed may be exceeded if soap and water be plentifully run on the point of the tool. A boring mill, of which the speed may be varied from 1 turn in 6 minutes to 25 turns in 1 minute, will be suitable for all ordinary wants that can occur in practice. Question 703. Are there any precautions necessary to be observed in order that the boring may be truly effected? Answer. In fixing a cylinder into the boring mill, great care must be taken that it is not screwed down unequally, and indeed it will be impossible to bore a large cylinder in a horizontal mill without being oval, unless the cylinder be carefully gauged when standing on end, and be set up by screws when laid in the mill until it again assumes its original form. A large cylinder will inevitably become oval if laid upon its side, and if while under the tension due to its own weight it be bored round, it will become oval again when set upon end. If the bottom be cast in, the cylinder will be probably found to be round at one end and oval at the other, unless a vertical boring mill be employed, or the precautions here suggested be adopted. Question 704. Does the boring tool make the cylinders sufficiently smooth for the reception of the piston? Answer. Many engine makers give no other finish to their cylinders, but Messier's pen grind their cylinders after they are bored by laying them on their side and rubbing a piece of lead with a cross-iron handle like that of a rolling stone and smeared with emery and oil backward and forward, the cylinder being gradually turned round so as to subject every part successively to the operation. The lead by which this grinding is accomplished is cast in the cylinder, whereby it is formed of the right curve, but the part of the cylinder in which it is cast should be previously heated by a hot iron, else the metal may be cracked by the sudden heat. Question 705. How are the parts of a piston fitted together so as to be perfectly steam tight? Answer. The old practice was to depend chiefly upon grinding as the means of making the rings tight upon the piston or upon one another, but scraping is now chiefly relied on. Some makers, however, finish their steam surfaces by grinding them with powdered turkey stone and oil. A slight grinding or polishing with powdered turkey stone and oil appears to be expedient in ordinary cases, and may be conveniently accomplished by setting the piston on a revolving table and holding the ring stationary by a cross piece of wood while the table turns round. Pieces of wood may be interposed between the ring and the body of the piston to keep the ring nearly in its right position, but these pieces of wood should be fitted so loosely as to give some side play, else the disposition would arise to wear the flange of the piston into a groove. Question 706. What kind of tool is used for finishing surfaces by scraping? Answer. A flat file bent and sharpened at the end makes an eligible scraper for the first stages, or a flat file sharpened at the end and used like a chisel for wood. A three-cornered file, sharpened at all the corners, is the best instrument for finishing the operation. The scraping tool should be of the best steel, and should be carefully sharpened at short intervals on a turkey stone so as to maintain a fine edge. Question 707. Will you explain the method of fitting together the valve and cylinder faces? Answer. Both faces must first be planed, then filed according to the indications of a metallic straight edge, and subsequently of a thick metallic faceplate, and finally scraped very carefully until the faceplate bears equally all over the surface. In planing any surface, the catches which retain the surface on the planing machine should be relaxed previously to the last cut, to obviate distortion from springing. To ascertain whether the faceplate bears equally, smear it over with a little red ochre and oil, and move the faceplate slightly, which will fix the colour upon the prominent points. This operation is to be repeated frequently, and as the work advances, the quantity of colouring matter is to be diminished, until finally it is spread over the faceplate in a thin film which only dims the brightness of the plate. The surface at this stage must be rubbed firmly together to make the points of contact visible, and the higher points will become slightly clouded, while the other parts are left more or less in shade. If too small a quantity of colouring matter be used at first, it will be difficult to form a just conception of the general state of the surface, as the prominent points will alone be indicated, whereas the use of a large quantity of colouring matter in the latter stages would destroy the delicacy of the test the faceplate affords. The number of bearing points which it is desirable to establish on the surface of the work depends on the use to which the surface is to be applied, but whether it is to be finished with great elaboration or otherwise, the bearing points should be distributed equally over the surface. Faceplates, or planometers, as they are sometimes termed, are supplied by most of the makers of engineering tools. Every factory should be abundantly supplied with them, and also with steel straight edges, and there should be a master faceplate and a master straight edge for the sole purpose of testing, from time to time, the accuracy of those in use. Question 708. Is the operation of surfacing which you have described necessary in the case of all slide valves? Answer: yes, and in fitting the faces of a D valve, great care must, in addition, be taken that the valve is not made conical, for unless the back be exactly parallel with the face, it will be impossible to keep the packing from being rapidly cut away. When the valve is laid upon the faceplate, the back must be made quite fair along the whole length, by draw filing, according to the indications of a straight edge, and the distance from the face to the extreme height of the back must be made identical at each extremity. Question 709. When you described the operation of boring the cylinder, you stated that the cylinder, when laid upon its side, became oval. Will not this change of figure distort the cylinder face? Answer: it is not only in the boring of the cylinder that it is necessary to be careful that there is no change of figure, for it will be impossible to face the valves truly in the case of large cylinders unless the cylinder be placed on end or internal props be introduced to prevent the collapse due to the cylinder's weight. It may be added that the change of figure is not instantaneous, but becomes greater after some continuance of the strain than it was at first, so that in gauging a cylinder to ascertain the difference of diameter when it is placed on its side, it should have lain some days upon its side to ensure the accuracy of the operation. Question 710. How is any flaw in the valve or cylinder face remedied? Answer: should a hole occur either in the valve, in the cylinder, or any other part where the surface requires to be smooth, it may be plugged up with a piece of cast iron as nearly as possible of the same texture. Bore out the faulty part, and afterwards widen the hole with an eccentric drill, so that it will be of the least diameter at the mouth. The hole may go more than half through the iron. Fit then a plug of cast iron roughly by filing, and hammer it into the hole, whereby the plug will become riveted in it, and its surface may then be filed smooth. Square pieces may be let in after the same fashion, the hole being made dovetailed, and the pieces thus fitted will never come out. Question 711. When cylinders are faced with brass, how is the face attached to the cylinder? Answer: brass faces are put upon valves or cylinders by means of small brass screws tapped into the iron, with conical necks for the retention of the brass. They are screwed by means of a square head, which, when the screw is in place, is cut off and filed smooth. In some cases the face is made of extra thickness, and a rim not so thick runs round it, forming a step or recess for the reception of brass rivets, the heads of which are clear of the face. Question 712. What is the best material for valve faces? Answer: much trouble is experienced with every modification of valve face, but cast iron working upon cast iron is perhaps the best combination yet introduced. A usual practice is to pin brass faces on the cylinder, allowing the valve to retain its cast iron face. Some makers employ brass valves, and others pin brass on the valves, leaving the cylinder with a cast iron face. If brass valves are used, it is advisable to plane out 2 grooves across the face, and to fill them up with hard cast iron to prevent rutting. Speculum metal and steel have been tried for the cylinder faces, but only with moderate success. In some cases the brass gets into ruts, but the most prevalent affection is a degradation of the iron, owing to the action of the steam, and the face assuming a granular appearance, something like loaf sugar. This action shows itself only at particular spots, and chiefly about the angles of the port or valve face. At first the action is slow, but when once the steam has worked a passage for itself, the cutting away becomes very rapid, and in a short time it will be impossible to prevent the engine from heating when stopped, owing to the leakage of steam through the valve into the condenser. Copper steam pipes seem to have some galvanic action on valve faces, and malleable iron pipes have sometimes been substituted, but they are speedily worn out by oxidation, and the scales of rust which are carried on by the steam scratch the valves and cylinders, so that the use of copper pipes is the least evil. Question 713. Will you explain in what manner the joints of an engine are made? Answer. Rust joints are not now much used in engines of any kind, yet it is necessary that the engineer should be acquainted with the manner of their formation. 1 ounce of sal ammoniac in powder is mingled with 18 ounces or a pound of borings of cast iron, and a sufficiency of water is added to wet the mixture thoroughly, which should be done some hours before it is wanted for use. Some persons add about half an ounce of flowers of brimstone to the above proportions, and a little sludge from the grindstone trough. This cement is corked into the joints with a corking iron, about 3/4 of an inch wide and 1/4 of an inch thick, and after the corking is finished, the bolts of the joints may be tried to see if they cannot be further tightened. The skin of the iron must, in all cases, be broken where a rust joint is to be made, and, if the place be greasy, the surface must be well rubbed over with nitric acid, and then washed with water till no grease remains. The oil about engines has a tendency to damage rust joints by recovering the oxide. Coppersmiths staunch the edges of their plates and rivets by means of a cement formed of powdered quicklime with serum of blood or white of egg, and in copper boilers such a substance may be useful in stopping the impalpable leaks which sometimes occur, though Roman cement appears to be nearly as effectual. Question 714. Will you explain the method of case hardening the parts of engines? Answer. The most common plan for case hardening consists in the insertion of the articles to be operated upon among horn or leather cuttings, bone dust or animal charcoal, in an iron box provided with a tight lid, which is then put into a furnace for a period answerable to the depth of steel required. In some cases the plan pursued by the gunsmiths may be employed with convenience. The article is inserted in a sheet iron case amid bone dust, often not burnt. The lid of the box is tied on with wire and the joint luted with clay. The box is heated to redness as quickly as possible and kept half an hour at a uniform heat. Its contents are then suddenly immersed in cold water. The more unwieldy portions of an engine may be case hardened by prussiate of potash, a salt made from animal substances composed of 2 atoms of carbon and 1 of nitrogen, and which operates on the same principle as the charcoal. The iron is heated in the fire to a dull red heat, and the salt is either sprinkled upon it or rubbed on in the lump, or the iron is rubbed in the salt in powder. The iron is then returned to the fire for a few minutes and finally immersed in water. By some persons the salt is supposed to act unequally, as if there were greasy spots upon the iron which the salt refused to touch, and the effect under any circumstances is exceedingly superficial. Nevertheless, upon all parts not exposed to wear, A sufficient coating of steel may be obtained by this process. Question 715. What kind of iron is most suitable for the working parts of an engine? Answer. In the malleable ironwork of engines, scrap iron has long been used, and considered preferable to other kinds. But if the parts are to be case-hardened, as is now the usual practice, the use of scrap iron is to be reprehended, as it is almost sure to make the parts twist in the case-hardening process. In case-hardening, iron absorbs carbon, which causes it to swell, and as some kinds of iron have a greater capacity for carbon than other kinds, in case-hardening they will swell more, and any such unequal enlargement in the constituent portions of a piece of iron will cause it to change its figure. In some cases, case-hardening has caused such a twisting of the parts of an engine that they could not afterward be fitted together. It is preferable, therefore, to make such parts as are to be case-hardened to any considerable depth of Lomor, bowling, or Indian iron, which being homogeneous will absorb carbon equally and will not twist. Question 716. What is the composition of the brass used for engine bearings? Answer. The brass bearings of an engine are composed principally of copper and tin. A very good brass for steam engine bearings consists of old copper, 112 pounds, tin, 12.5 pounds, zinc, 2 or 3 ounces, and if the new tile copper be used, there should be 13 pounds of tin instead of 12.5 pounds. A tough brass for engine work consists of 1.5 pounds of tin, 1.5 pounds of zinc, and 10 pounds of copper. A brass for heavy bearings, 2.5 ounces of tin, half an ounce of zinc, and 1 pound of copper. There is a great difference in the length of time brasses wear, as made by different manufacturers, but the difference arises as much from a different quantity of surface as from a varying composition of the metal. Brasses should always be made strong and thick, as when thin they collapse upon the bearing and increase the friction and the wear. Question 717. How is Babbitt's metal for lining the bushes of machinery compounded? Answer. Babbitt's patent lining metal for bushes has been largely employed in the bushes of locomotive axles and other machinery. It is composed of 1 pound of copper, 1 pound regulus of antimony, and 10 pounds of tin, or other similar proportions, the presence of tin being the only material condition. The copper is first melted, then the antimony is added, with a small proportion of tin, charcoal being strewed over the surface of the metal in the crucible to prevent oxidation. The bush or article to be lined, having been cast with a recess for the soft metal, is to be fitted to an iron mould, formed of the shape and size of the bearing or journal, allowing a little in size for the shrinkage. Drill a hole for the reception of the soft metal, say 1/2 to 3/4 inch diameter. Wash the parts not to be tinned with a clay wash to prevent the adhesion of the tin. Wet the part to be tinned with alcohol and sprinkle fine sal ammoniac upon it. Heat the article until fumes arise from the ammonia and immerse it in a kettle of Banker tin, care being taken to prevent oxidation. When sufficiently tinned, the bush should be soaked in water to take off any particles of ammonia that may remain upon it, as the ammonia would cause the metal to blow. Wash with pipe clay and dry. Then heat the bush to the melting point of tin, wipe it clean, and pour in the metal, giving it sufficient head as it cools. The bush should then be scoured with fine sand to take off any dirt that may remain upon it, and it is then fit for use. This metal wears for a longer time than ordinary gun metal, and its use is attended with very little friction. If the bearing heats, however, from the stopping of the oil hole or otherwise, the metal will be melted out. A metallic grease containing particles of tin in the state of an impalpable powder would probably be preferable to the lining of metal just described. Question 718. Can you state the composition of any other alloys that are used in engine work? Answer. The ordinary range of good yellow brass that files and turns well is about 4.5 to 9 ounces of zinc to the pound of copper. Flanges to stand brazing may be made of copper 1 pound, zinc 1/2 ounce, lead 3/8 ounce. Brazing solders, when stated in the order of their hardness, are 3 parts copper and 1 part zinc, very hard, 8 parts brass and 1 part zinc, hard, 6 parts brass, 1 part tin and 1 part zinc, soft. A very common solder for iron, copper and brass consists of nearly equal parts of copper and zinc. Munz's metal consists of 40 parts zinc and 60 of copper. Any proportions between the extremes of 50 parts of zinc and 50 parts copper and 37 zinc and 63 copper will roll and work at a red heat, but 40 zinc to 60 copper are the proportions preferred. Bell metal, such as is used for large bells, consists of 4.5 ounces to 5 ounces of tin to the pound of copper. Speculum metal consists of from 7.5 ounces to 8.5 ounces of tin to the pound of copper. Erection of engines. Question 719. Will you explain the operation of erecting a pair of side lever engines in the workshop? Answer. In beginning the erection of side lever marine engines in the workshop, the first step is to level the bed plate lengthways and across and strike a line up the centre, as near as possible in the middle, which indent with a chisel in various parts so that it may at any time be easily found again. Strike another line at right angles with this, either at the cylinder or crank centre, by drawing a perpendicular in the usual manner. Lay the other sole plate alongside at the right distance and strike a line at the cylinder or crank centre of it also, shifting either sole plate a little endways until these two traverse lines come into the same line, which may be ascertained by applying a straight edge across the two sole plates. Strike the rest of the centres across and draw a pin into each corner of each sole plate, which file down level so as to serve for points of reference at any future stage. Next, try the cylinder, or plumb it on the inside roughly, and see how it is for height, in order to ascertain whether much will be required to be chipped off the bottom, or whether more requires to be chipped off the one side than the other. Chip the cylinder bottom fair, set it in its place, plumb the cylinder very carefully with a straight edge and silk thread, and scribe it so as to bring the cylinder mouth to the right height, then chip the sole plate to suit that height. The cylinder must then be tried on again, and the parts filed wherever they bear hard, until the whole surface is well fitted. Next, chip the place for the framing. Set up the framing and scribe the horizontal part of the jaw with the scriber used for the bottom of the cylinder, the upright part being set to suit the shaft centres, and the angular flange of cylinder, where the stay is attached, having been previously chipped plumb and level. The stake wedges, with which the framing is set up preparatory to the operation of scribing, must be set so as to support equally the superincumbent height, else the framing will spring from resting unequally, and it will be altogether impossible to fit it well. These directions obviously refer exclusively to the old description of side lever engine with cast iron framing, but there is more art in erecting an engine of that kind with accuracy than in erecting one of the direct action engines, where it is chiefly turned or bored surfaces that have to be dealt with. Question 720. How do you lay out the positions of the centres of a side lever engine? Answer. In fixing the positions of the centres in side lever engines, it appears to be the most convenient way to begin with the main centre. The height of the centre of the crosshead at half-stroke above the plane of the main centre is fixed by the drawing of the engine, which gives the centre from the centre of crosshead at half-stroke to the flange of the cylinder, and from thence it is easy to find the perpendicular distance from the cylinder flange to the plane of the main centre, merely by putting a straight edge along level, from the position of the main centre to the cylinder and measuring from the cylinder flange down to it, raising or lowering the straight edge until it rests at the proper measurement. The main centre is in that plane, and the fore and aft position is to be found by plumbing up from the centre line on the sole plate. To find the paddle shaft centre, plumb up from the centre line marked on the edge of the sole plate, and on this line lay off from the plane of the main centre the length of the connecting rod, if that length be already fixed, or otherwise the height fixed in the drawing of the paddle shaft above the main centre. To fix the centre for the parallel motion shaft, when the parallel bars are connected with the crosshead, lay off from the plane of main centre the length of the parallel bar from the centre of the cylinder, deduct the length of the radius crank, and plumb up the central line of motion shaft. Lay off on this line, measuring from the plane of main centre the length of the side rod. This gives the centre of parallel motion shaft when the radius bars join the crosshead, as is the preferable practice where parallel motions are used. The length of the connecting rod is the distance from the centre of the beam when level, or the plane of the main centre to the centre of the paddle shaft. The length of the side rods is the distance from the centre line of the beam when level to the centre of the crosshead when the piston is at half stroke. The length of the radius rods of the parallel motion is the distance from the point of attachment on the crosshead or side rod when the piston is at half stroke to the extremity of the radius crank when the crank is horizontal, or in engines with the parallel motion attached to the crosshead, it is the distance from the centre of the pin of the radius crank when horizontal to the centre of the cylinder. Having fixed the centre of the parallel motion shaft in the manner just described, it only remains to put the parts together when the motion is attached to the crosshead. But when the motion is attached to the side rod, the end of the parallel bar must not move in a perpendicular line, but in an arc, the versed sign of which bears the same ratio to that of the side lever, that the distance from the top of the side rod to the point of attachment bears to the total length of the side rod. Question 721. How do you ascertain the accuracy of the parallel motion? Answer. The parallel motion, when put in its place, should be tested by raising and lowering the piston by means of the crane. First, set the beams level and shift in or out the motion shaft plumber blocks or bearings until the piston rod is upright. Then move the piston to the two extremes of its motion. If at both ends the crosshead is thrown too much out, the stud in the beam to which the motion side rod is attached is too far out and must be shifted nearer to the main centre. If at the extremities the crosshead is thrown too far in, the stud in the beam is not out far enough. If the crosshead be thrown in at the one end and out equally at the other, the fault is in the motion side rod, which must be lengthened or shortened to remedy the defect. Question 722. Will you describe the method pursued in erecting oscillating engines? Answer. The columns here are of wrought iron, and in the case of small engines there is a template made of wood and sheet iron, in which the holes are set in the proper positions, by which the upper and lower frames are adjusted. But in the case of large engines, the holes are set off by means of trummels. The holes for the reception of the columns are cast in the frames and are recessed out internally. The bosses encircling the holes are made quite level across and made very true with a faceplate, and the pillars, which have been turned to a gauge, are then inserted. The top frame is next put on and must bear upon the collars of the columns so evenly that one of the columns will not be bound by it harder than another. If this point be not attained, the surfaces must be further scraped until a perfect fit is established. The whole of the bearings in the best oscillating engines are fitted by means of scraping, and on no other mode of fitting can the same reliance be placed for exactitude. Question 723. How do you set out the trunnions of oscillating engines so that they shall be at right angles with the interior of the cylinder? Answer. Having bored the cylinder, faced the flange and bored out the hole through which the boring bar passes, put a piece of wood across the mouth of the cylinder and jam it in, and put a similar piece in the hole through the bottom of the cylinder. Mark the centre of the cylinder upon each of these pieces, and put into the bore of each trunnion an iron plate, with a small indentation in the middle to receive the centre of a lathe, and adjusting screws to bring the centre into any required position. The cylinder must then be set in a lathe and hung by the centre of the trunnions, and a straight edge must be put across the cylinder mouth and levelled so as to pass through the line in which the centre of the cylinder lies. Another similar straight edge and similarly levelled must be similarly placed across the cylinder bottom so as to pass through the central line of the cylinder, and the cylinder is then to be turned round in the trunnion centres, the straight edges remaining stationary, which will at once show whether the trunnions are in the same horizontal plane as the centre of the cylinder, and if not, the screws of the plates in the trunnions must be adjusted until the central point of the cylinder just comes to the straight edge, whichever end of the cylinder is presented. To ascertain whether the trunnions stand in a transverse plane parallel to the cylinder flange, it is only necessary to measure down from the flange to each trunnion centre, and if both these conditions are satisfied, the position of the centres may be supposed to be right. The trunnion bearings are then turned and are fitted into blocks of wood, in which they run while the packing space is being turned out. Where many oscillating engines are made, a lathe with 4 centres is used, which makes the use of straight edges in setting out the trunnions superfluous. Question 724. Will you explain how the slide valve of a marine engine is set? Place the crank in the position corresponding to the end of the stroke, which can easily be done in the shop with a level or plumb line. But in a steam vessel another method becomes necessary. Draw the transverse centre line, answering to the centre line of the crankshaft, on the sole plate of the engine, or on the cylinder mouth if the engine be of the direct action kind. Describe a circle of the diameter of the crank pin upon the large eye of the crank, and mark off on either side of the transverse centre line a distance equal to the semi-diameter of the crank pin. From the point thus found, stretch a line to the edge of the circle described on the large eye of the crank, and bring round the crankshaft till the crank pin touches the stretched line. The crank may thus be set at either end of the stroke. When the crank is thus placed at the end of the stroke, the valve must be adjusted so as to have the amount of lead or opening on the steam side which it is intended to give at the beginning of the stroke. The eccentric must then be turned round upon the shaft until the notch in the eccentric rod comes opposite the pin on the valve lever and falls into gear. Mark upon the shaft the situation of the eccentric and put on the catches in the usual way. The same process must be repeated for going astern, shifting round the eccentric to the opposite side of the shaft until the rod again falls into gear. In setting valves, regard must of course be had to the kind of engine, the arrangements of the levers, and the kind of valve employed. And in any general instructions it is impossible to specify every modification in the procedure that circumstances may render advisable. Question 725. Is a similar method of setting the valve adopted when the link motion is employed? Answer. Each end of the link motion has the kind of motion communicated to it that is due to the action of the particular eccentric with which that end is in connection. In that form of the link motion in which the link itself is moved up or down, there is a different amount of lead for each different position of the link, since to raise or lower the link is tantamount to turning the eccentric round on the shaft. In that form of the link motion in which the link itself is not raised or lowered, but is susceptible of a motion round a centre in the manner of a double-ended lever, the lead continues uniform. in both forms of the link motion, as the stroke of the valve may be varied to any required amount, while the lap is a constant quantity. The proportion of lap relatively to the stroke of the valve may also be varied to any required extent, and the amount of the lap relatively with the stroke of the valve determines the amount of the expansion. In setting the valve when fitted with the link motion, the mode of procedure is much the same as when it is moved by a simple eccentric. The first thing is to determine if the eccentric rods are of the proper length, and this is done by setting the valve at each half stroke and turning round the eccentric, marking each extremity of the travel of the end of the rod. The valve attachment should be midway between these extremes, and if it is not so, it must be made so by lengthening or shortening the rod. The forward and backward eccentric rods are to be adjusted in this way, and this being done, the engine is to be put to the end of the stroke, and the eccentric is to be turned round until the amount of lead has been given that is required. The valve must be tried by turning the engine round to see that it is right at both centres, for going ahead and also for going astern. In some examples of the link motion, one of the eccentric rods is made a little longer than the other, and the position of the point of suspension or point of support powerfully influences the action of the link in certain cases, especially if the link and this point are not in the same vertical line. To reconcile all the conditions proper to the satisfactory operation of the valve in the construction of the link motion is a problem requiring a good deal of attention and care for its satisfactory solution, and to make sure that this result is attained, the engine must be turned round a sufficient number of times to enable us to ascertain if the valve occupies the desired position, both at the top and bottom centres, whether the engine is going ahead or astern. This should also be tried with the starting handle in the different notches, or, in other words, with the sliding block in the slot or opening of the link in different positions. Management of marine boilers. Question 726. You have already stated that the formation of salt or scale in marine boilers is to be prevented by blowing out into the sea at frequent intervals a portion of the concentrated water. Will you now explain how the proper quantity of water to be blown is determined? Answer. By means of the salinometer, which is an instrument for determining the density of the water, constructed on the principle of the hydrometer for telling the strength of spirits, some of the water is drawn off from the boiler from time to time, and the salinometer is immersed in it after it has been cooled. By the graduations of the salinometer, the saltness of this water is at once discovered, and if the saltness exceeds 8 ounces of salt in the gallon, more water should be blown out of the boiler to be replenished with fresher water from the sea until the prescribed limit of freshness is attained. Should the salinometer be accidentally broken, a temporary one may be constructed of a file weighted with a few grains of shot or other convenient weight. The weighted file is first to be floated in fresh water and its line of flotation marked, then to be floated in salt water and its line of flotation marked, and another mark of equal height above the salt water mark will be the blow-off point. Question 727. How often should boilers be blown off in order to keep them free from incrustation? Answer. Flue boilers generally require to be blown off about twice every watch, or about twice in the 4 hours. But tubular boilers may require to be blown off once every 20 minutes, and such an amount of blowing off should in every case be adopted as will effectually prevent any injurious amount of incrustation. Question 728. In the event of scale accumulating on the flues of a boiler, what is the best way of removing it? Answer. If the boilers require to be scaled, the best method of performing the operation appears to be the following. Lay a train of shavings along the flues, open the safety valve to prevent the existence of any pressure within the boiler, and light the train of shavings, which by expanding rapidly the metal of the flues while the scale, from its imperfect conducting power, can only expand slowly, will crack off the scale. By washing down the flues with a hose, the scale will be carried to the bottom of the boiler, or issue, with the water, from the mud-hole doors. This method of scaling must be practised only by the engineer himself, and must not be entrusted to the firemen, who, in their ignorance, might damage the boiler by overheating the plates. It is only where the incrustation upon the flues is considerable that this method of removing it need be practised. In partial cases, the scale may be chipped off by a hatchet-faced hammer, and the flues may then be washed down with the hose in the manner before described. Question 729. Should the steam be let out of the boiler after it has blown out the water when the engine is stopped? Answer: no. It is better to retain the steam in the boiler, as the heat and moisture it occasions soften any scale adhering to the boiler and cause it to peel off. Care must, however, be taken not to form a vacuum in the boiler, and the gauge cocks, if opened, will prevent this. Question 730. Are tubular boilers liable to the formation of scale in certain places, though generally free from it? Answer: in tubular boilers a great deal of care is required to prevent the ends of the tubes next the furnace from becoming coated with scale. Even when the boiler is tolerably clean in other places, the scale will collect here, and in many cases where the amount of blowing off previously found to suffice for flue boilers has been adopted, an incrustation 5/8 of an inch in thickness has formed in 12 months round the furnace ends of the tubes, and the stony husks enveloping them have actually grown together in some parts so as totally to exclude the water. End of Chapter 12 of A Catechism of the Steam Engine by John Bourne. Recording by Son of the Exiles.
Cat Show Department. From the Catalogue Program for the Connecticut 1909 Fair by the Connecticut Fair Association, Hartford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Ann. Cat Show Department. From the Catalogue Program for the Connecticut 1909 Fair. Cat Show Department. Mrs. Frederick Y. Mathis, Superintendent. Veterinarian Dr. Edward C. Ross. Officers of the Connecticut Cat Club. President, Mrs. Helen W. Smith, Stamford, Connecticut. Vice Presidents, Mrs. Emily B. Fay, Stamford, Connecticut. Mrs. J. C. Mitchelson, Terrifield, Connecticut. Mrs. L. M. French, Norriton Heights, Connecticut. Mrs. Arthur McMullen, Stamford, Connecticut. Corresponding Secretary and Treasurer, Mrs. Frederick Y. Mathis, Norriton Heights, Connecticut. Executive Committee, Mrs. John Walker, Sound Beach, Connecticut. Mrs. Charles E. Palmer, Sound Beach, Connecticut. Mrs. Frederick C. Birch, Riverside, Connecticut. Mr. Frank L. Palmer, Sound Beach, Connecticut. Mrs. Samuel Rundle, Danbury, Connecticut. Judge, Dr. Henry O. Wolters, New York. Show Manager, Mrs. Frederick Y. Mathis, Norriton Heights, Connecticut. Judging of cats will begin at 10 a.m. Tuesday, September 7th. Class 1. White cat, male, blue eyes. 1. Kirovak Chorister, CFA 129. Born March 1905. Oberon Rena. Breeder Mrs. B. Brown. Owner Miss J. R. Crow. Class 2. White cat, female, blue eyes. 2. White Agreet, CFA 94. Born May 1906. Oberon Carrara. Breeder, owner Miss Laura Gould Hopkins. 3. Chorus Girl, CFA 438. Born May 1908. Oberon Kenna. Breeder, Mrs. B. Brown. Owner, Miss M. Johnson. Also in Class 38. Class 3. White Cat, Male, Yellow Eyes. 4. Famo, CFA 291. Owner, Miss M. Johnson. Class 4. White Cat, Female, Yellow Eyes. 5. Babs. Born January 1905. Ned Queen, May. Breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Owner, Mrs. Fred Austin. Class 5. Blue Cat, Male. 6. Shiraz, CFA 659. Born May 1907. Bonnie Marcella Colina. Breeder, Mrs. Humphrey. Owner, Mrs. R. P. McCoon. Class 7. Black Cat, Male. 7. Prince Egypt. Born May 1906. Ping Pong Queen May. Breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Owner, Mrs. Helen W. Smith. 8. Chippewa, CFA 384. Born November 1907. Cigarette Waverly Celeste. Breeder, Owner, Mrs. P. T. Barnett. Class 8. Black Cat, Female. 9. Patrice, CFA 356. Born May 1907. Columbia Patrick Coquette. Breeder, Miss E. L. Burnett. Owner, Mrs. R. P. McCoon. Class 9. Smoke Cat, Male. 10. Sparkle Murray, CFA 385. Born November 1907. Cigarette Waverly Celeste. Breeder, Mrs. P. T. Barnett. Owner, Mrs. L. H. Travis. 11. Ping Pong, CFA 445. Born 1904. Black Knight, Princess of India. Breeder, Mrs. F. I. Palmer. Owner, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. 12. Tad, born blank. Beauty, Jean Rupert. Owner, Miss Voorhees. Class 10. Smoke Cat, Female. Queen May, born May 1905. Black Knight, Princess of India. Breeder, Mrs. F. I. Palmer. Owner, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Price, $25. 14. Dorossi, born August 1907. Abdul Moko, Lady Kellenor. Breeder, Mrs. Jenkins. Owner, Dr. C. C. Dutscherer. 15. Waverly Celeste, CFA 257. Born March 1906. Radium, Waverly Pansy. Breeder, Mrs. J. C. Urquhart. Owner, Mrs. P. T. Barnett. Class 11. Chinchilla Cat, Male. 16. Misty, CFA 513. Born May 1908. Alteric Honey. Breeder, Mrs. K. Briggs. Owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Also in Class 47. 17. Monterico, CFA blank. Born April 1907. Omar II. Judy A. Breeder, Dr. Beebe. Owner, Mrs. H. W. Furness. Class 12. Chinchilla Cat, Female. 18. Daisy Bell, imported. Miss Mary Middleton. 19. Sweet Marie, CFA 12. Born 1903. Bittern Silver Chieftain, Bittern Silver Bell. Breeder, Mrs. J. Conslick. Owner, Mrs. Wood. Class 13. Shaded Silver Cat, Male. 20. St. Valentine II, born March 1907. St. Valentine Silver Bell. Breeder, Mrs. L. Salter. Owner, Mrs. John Walker. also in Class 49. 21. Silver Captain, Shah in Shah, Butibe, breeder Mrs. Bosch, owner Mrs. J. Cathcart, also in Class 49. 22. Auto Boy, born April 1902, Auto Silver Spray, breeder Mrs. Palmer, owner Mrs. D. B. Wiswell. Class 14. Shaded Silver, Female. 23. Valeria, born March 1908, St. Valentine, Princess Elaine, breeder Mrs. J. L. Byrne, owner Mrs. G. S. Tuttle. 24. Malba, CFA 422, born March 1908, Scotland Get, Daphne daughter, breeder Mrs. Pollard, owner Mrs. L. H. Travis. Class 17. Silver Tabby Cat, male. 25. Kirovok, Earl of Arlisle, CFA 390, born April 1906, beauty of Sunnyholm, Kilovark, Moravia, breeder, owner Mrs. J. R. Crow. Class 18. Silver Tabby Cat, female. 26. Fluffy of Althea, born March 1906, Selah, Argent Floss, breeder Mrs. K. Briggs, owner Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. 27. Helen McGregor, born April 1908, Jupiter, Bonnie Jean, breeder Miss Meeson, owner Miss Mary Middleton. 28. Quita, born March 1906, Selah, Argent Floss, breeder Mrs. K. Briggs, owner Mrs. C. I. Waterbury. Class 20. Brown Tabby, female. 29. Betty, born 1906, Domino, Fluffy Sunshine, price $100, owner Fannie E. White. Class 22. Orange Tabby Cat, female. 30. Patty Faw, CFA, blank, born 1908, Torrington Faw, Comfort of Hill Acre, breeder Mrs. F. Birch, owner Mrs. F. Y. Mathis, also in Class 58. Class 23. Orange Tabby, male. 31. Red Admiral, born 1905, Torrington Rufus, Cinder, breeder M. Mixton, owner Mrs. D. B. Wiswell. Class 25. Cream Cat, male. 32. Petite K, CFA 38, born 1904, Prince Muffy, breeder owner Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Class 26. Tortoiseshell Cat. 33. Willowmere Minette, born 1903, King Willow, Muffet, breeder Miss Anna Marks, owner Miss F. Y. Mathis, price $25. 34. Pansy Blossom, born April 1908, Cute Kid, Bess Reglo, breeder owner Mrs. S. D. Grant, price $25. Class 27. Black and white or blue and white, male or female. 35. Queenie, owner Mrs. J. K. Mackenzie. 36. Fudge, born 1909, breeder Mrs. Whittam, owner Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. 37. Fluffy Ruffles, born 1908, owner L. W. Bowden. Class 30. AOC without white, female. 38. Hepatica, CFA 510, born July 1908, Shah in Shah, Bougie, breeder Mrs. O. L. Dosh, owner Mrs. H. B. Furness. Class 32. AOC, female. 39. Q. Biddy, born 1906, Q. Ronald, Cream d'Or, breeder Mrs. Norris, owner Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. 40. Orange Puff, born August 1908, Golden Barrel Red Dragon's Princess, breeder Mrs. Lucy Salter, owner Mrs. John Walker. Class 33. Solid Color Neuters. 41. Nick, born 1908, Cute Kid, Bess Reglo, breeder, owner, Mrs. S.D. Grant, price $25. 42. Anthos of Thorpe, born September 1908, Orange Blossom of Thorpe, Oulton Flower Girl, breeder, Mrs. Douglas of England, owner, Mrs. E. L. Brace. Class 34. Neuters, smokes, or silvers. 43. Velvet Paws, born 1907, Ping Pong, Fudge, breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis, owner, Mrs. Cisco Smith. 44. Mozart, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, Mrs. C. I. Waterbury, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 35. Any color tabby, neuter. 45. Captain Tawney, born October 1907, Torrington, Faw, Bula, breeder, Mrs. G. Yates, Jr., owner, Mrs. Reginald. 46. Beelzebub, born April 1908, Bobby Burns, Helen McGregor, breeder, owner, Miss Mary Middleton. Class 36. AOC with white, neuter. 46. Bobby Fluffles, born 1905, owner, Miss Charlotte T. Isham. Long-haired novice, class 37, white cat, male, blue eyes. 48. Kilvarock Don Giovanni, born July 1908. Sousa, Kilvarock Magnolia 2, price $100. Class 38, white, blue-eyed female. 49. Chorus Girl, CFA 438, born May 1908, Oberon, Kenna, breeder, Mrs. B. Brown, owner, Miss M. Johnson. Class 41, Blue Cat, male, 50, Blue Boy, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, Miss C. I. Waterbury, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 43, Black Cat, male, 51. Uchidi, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 45, Smoke Cat, male. 52. Smoky Faust, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 47, Chinchilla Cat, male. 53. Misty, CFA 513, born May 1908, Alteric, Honey, breeder, Mrs. K. Briggs, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 48, Chinchilla Cat, female. 54. Daisy Bell, imported, owner, Miss Mary Middleton. Class 49, Shaded Silver Cat, male. 55. St. Valentine II, born March 1908, St. Valentine, Silver Bell, breeder, Miss L. Salter, owner, Mrs. John Walker. 56. Silver Cap, Shaw and Shaw, Butibe, breeder, Mrs. O. L. Dosh, owner, Miss Cathcart. 57. Silver King, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 50, Shaded Silver, female. 58. Beechwood Kilkey, born July 1908, Shaw and Shaw, Bougie, breeder, Mrs. O. L. Dosh, owner, Mrs. R. W. Kenny. 59. M.J., born February 1906, De Morrissey, Smoke, breeder, Miss L. G. Hopkins, owner, Miss M. Johnson. 60. Jolie, born 1908, Ping Pong, Quita, breeder, owner, Miss C. I. Waterbury. Class 53, Silver Tabby, male. 61. Captain, born 1908, Scotland Yet, Daphne's daughter, breeder, Miss Pollard, owner, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Class 54, Silver Tabby, female. 62. Coco Coho, born April 1908, Bobby Burns, Helen McGregor, breeder, owner, Miss Mary Middleton. Class 58, Orange Tabby Cat, female. 63. Patty Faw, born 1908, Torrington Fall, Comfort of Hillacre. Breeder, Miss F. Birch. Owner, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Long-haired kittens. Class 64, white, blue eyes. 64. Puritan, CFA 631, born 1909, Sir Friar, white, egret. Breeder, owner, Miss Laura Gould Hopkins. 65. Guy Hussar, CFA blank, born 1909, Sir Friar, white egret. Breeder, owner, Miss Laura Gould Hopkins. 66. Kitten H, born 1909, Sir Friar, white egret. Breeder, owner, Miss L.G. Hopkins. Class 64A, white, yellow eyes. 67. Winky, born May 1909, Sousa, Glory. Breeder, owner, Helen Gregory. Price, $50. 68. Blinky, born May 1909, Sousa, Glory. Breeder, owner, Helen Gregory. Price, $50. 69. Nod, born 1909, Sousa, Glory. Breeder, owner, Helen Gregory. Price, $50. Class 65. Black. 70. Cricket, born July 1909, Cricket, Cooney. Breeder, owner, Mrs. T. M. Ryder. Price, $10. 71. Buster, born 1909, Cricket, Cooney. Breeder, owner, Mrs. T. M. Ryder. Price, $10. 72. Tinkle Bell, born 1909, Tangerine, Pansy Blossom. Breeder, owner, Mrs. S. D. Grant. Price, $15. 73. Bo Peep, born 1908, Captain Quita. Breeder, owner, Mrs. C. I. Waterbury. For sale. Class 66. Blue. 74. Blue Splendor, CFA 673, born April 1909, Shiraz, Regal, Andromeda. Breeder, owner, Mrs. R. P. McCoon. 75. Scotty, born March 1909, Captain Fluff. Breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Owner, Mrs. L. M. French. 76. Kilravok, Sir Bors, born April 1909, Kilravok Beppo, Kilravok Mora. Breeder, owner, Mrs. J. R. Crow. 77. Waverly Delight Dunbar, born May 1909, Honorable John Dunbar, Genesee Valley Bonbon. Breeder, Mrs. J. C. Urquhart. Owners, Mrs. J. C. Urquhart and Miss E. L. Brace. Class 67. Smoke or Masked Silvers. 78. Ahmet, born May 1909, Shiraz Minette. Breeder, owner, Mrs. H. V. Furness. For sale. Class 68. Chinchilla. 79. Duke of Helen, born April 1908, Captain Fluff. Breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Owner, W. J. Snyder. 80. Prince Alex, born May 1909, Alteric Valeria. Breeder, owner, Mrs. G. S. Tuttle. 81. Lady Evelyn, born May 1909, Altaric Valeria. Breeder, owner, Mrs. G. S. Tuttle. Price, $30. 82. Little Miss Butterfly, born May 1909, Altaric Valeria. Breeder, owner, Mrs. G. S. Tuttle. Price, $30. Class 69. Silvers. 83. Silver Laddie, born April 1909, Captain Quita. Breeder, owner, Mrs. C. P. Waterbury. Price, $20. 84. Martin Chuzzlewit, born March 1909, De Morrissey, Betty Frost. Breeder, owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. Price, $35. 85. Mark Tapley, born March 1909, De Morrissey, Betty Frost. Breeder, owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. Price, $25. 86. Dorothy Dainty, born March 1909. DeMorrissey, Betty Frost. Breeder, owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. Price, $25. Class 69A, Silver Tabbies. 87. Darius, born March 1909. Democracy, Betty Frost. Breeder, owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. Price, $25. 88. Minoru, born May 1909. King Winter, Lady June. Breeder, owner, Mrs. H. B. Furness and Mr. R. Scully. 89. Ontka, born May 1909. King Winter, Lady June. Breeder, owner, Mrs. H. B. Furness and Mr. R. Scully. 90. Kubla Khan, born March 1909. Sparkle, Melba. Breeder, Mrs. L. H. Travis. Owner, Mrs. Reginald. Class 70. Brown Tabby. 91. Diana, born April 1909. Captain, Quita. Breeder, owner, Mrs. C. P. Waterbury. Price, $25. Class 71. Orange Tabby, male. 92. King Topaz, born April 1909. Copper King, Bula. Owner, Mrs. C. W. Pratt. 93. Robin, born March 19, 1909. Sadladine, Lady Benda. Owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. 94. Billy, born March 19, 1909. Sadladine, Lady Benda. Owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. 95. Red Lion, born April 19, 1909. Torrington Fall, Beulah. Breeder, owner, Mrs. E. A. Street. 96. Torty Faw, born April 19, 1909. Torrington Faw, Beulah. Owner, Mrs. George Yates. Class 71A, Orange Tabby, female. 97. Lady Topaz, born April 19, 1909. Copper King, Beulah. Owner and breeder, Mrs. C. W. Pratt. 98. Amber, born April 19, 1909. Copper King, Beulah. Owner, Mrs. C. W. Pratt. 99. Copper Faw, born April 19, 1909. Copper King, Beulah. Owner, Mrs. C. W. Pratt. 100. Lady Q, born February 1909. Lord Q. Tangerine, Lady Torrington. Breeder, owner, Mrs. John R. Hurd. 101. Bonnie Bell, born April 19, 1909. Lord Q. Tangerine, Lady Benda. Owner, breeder, Mrs. E. A. Street. Class 72. Tortoiseshell or Cream. 102. Lady Sienna, born May 1909. Cyrus the Great, Persnickety. Breeder, owner, Mrs. H. V. Furness. For sale. 103. Lady Cadmium, born May 1909. Cyrus the Great, Persnickety. Breeder, owner, Mrs. H. V. Furness. For sale. Class 73. Any Other Color. 104. Cooney, born July 1909. Cricket, Cooney. Owner, Mrs. T. M. Ryder. Price, $10. 105. Bosco, born June 1909. Bosco, Fuzzy. Breeder, Mrs. T. M. Ryder. Price, $15. 106. Lady, born July 1909. Cricket, Cooney. Breeder and owner, Mrs. T. M. Ryder. Price, $10. Short-haired cats. Class 74. White, blue-eyed. 107. Combo, CFA, Jumbo, Pearl. Breeder, Mrs. F. Y. Mathis. Owner, Miss J. R. Cathcart. Class 77. Blue, female. 108. Cricket, born 1908. Owner, Mrs. George Stark. 109. Bluebell, born 1908. Silver Boy, Marvel. Breeder and owner, Mrs. George Yates. For sale. Class 107. Black, female. 110. Lucy Black, born April 1908. Tom Black, Blue Girl, owner Mr. Black. Class 81, Smoked, female. 111, Cinderella, owner Miss J.R. Cathcart. 112, Sadie, born September 1909, owner Mrs. T.M. Ryder, price $5. Class 82, Silver Tabby, male. 113, Silver Stripes, born 1905, James II, Bunny, breeder Mrs. Collingwood, owner Miss Cathcart. Class 83, Silver Tabby, female. 114, Sweet Alice, born 1906, Sir Thomas Sylvia, breeder Mrs. F.I. Palmer, owner Miss F.Y. Mathis. 115, Sylvia, born March 1908, Blackie, Silver Boy, breeder Mrs. O'Connor, owner Mrs. George Yates. 116, Dame Fortune, born 1905, Sweet William, Dame Fortune, breeder Miss Booney, owner Miss J.T. Cathcart. Class 84, Silver Male. 118, Silver Boy, born 1907, owner Mrs. J.C. Michelson. Class 90, Orange or Cream. 119, Sunray, born 1908, owner Miss J.R. Cathcart. Class 94, A.C. Tabby. 120, Inspector, born 1907, owner L.R. Gans. 121, Debbie, born 1908, Silver Stripes, Sweet Alice, owner and breeder Mrs. F.Y. Mathis, price $10. Class 96, Siamese, male. 122, Romeo Siam, born 1906, breeder L.F. Swift, owner Mrs. H.G. Dykehouse. 123, Siam de Paris, owner Mrs. J.R. Cathcart. Class 97, Siamese, female. 124, Duchess, owner Mrs. J.R. Cathcart. Class 98, Manx, male. 125, Bunny, owner Miss J.R. Cathcart. Class 99, Manx, female. 126, Boblet, owner Miss Helen Woodruff Smith. Class 100, Russian, male. 127, Speedwell of Bath, born 1906. The Muscovite, Madre Mai, breeder Miss Bailey, owner Miss J.R. Cathcart. Class 104, AOC, Tabby with White, neuter. 128, Beau, born 1903, breeder Miss F.Y. Mathis, owner Miss L.M. French. Class 105, AOC, neuter. 129, Grey Boy, owner Miss Cathcart. Class 107, Manx, neuter. 130, CFF 341, Ian, Iolel, owner Miss Johnson. Class 109, Black. 131, Black Regret, born February 1909, owner Miss L.G. Hopkins. Class 111, Smokes. 132, Button, born 1909, owner Mrs. T.M. Ryder, price $5. Class 113, Silver. 133, Bluebell, born March 1909, owner Miss T.M. Ryder, price $3. 134, Frida, born 1909, Silver Boy, Marvel, Mrs. George Yates, for sale. 135, Sissonsby, born 1909, Silver Boy, Sweet Alice, breeder and owner Mrs. F.Y. Mathis. Class 115, Orange or Tabby. 136, Blondie, born May 1909, owner Mrs. T.M. Ryder, price $10. 137, Lionel, owner Mrs. Brooker. Class 116, Cream or Tortoiseshell. 138, Ginty, born 1909, owner Mrs. George Yates, for sale. Class 117, AOC. 139, Dan, born May 1909, Silver Boy, Marvel, owner Mrs. George Yates, for sale. 140, Diamond, born May 1909, Silver Boy, Marvel, owner Mrs. George Yates, for sale. List of exhibitors. A. Albin, Mrs., Broad Street, Stamford, Connecticut. B. Brace, Mrs. E. L., 473 Frost Avenue, Rochester, New York. Barnett, Mrs. P. T., 112th Street, New York. Borodarn, L.B., 2333 Broadway, New York. Brooker, Master Willie, Norton Heights, Connecticut. C. Cathcart, Miss Jane R., Oradell, New Jersey. D. Dutcher, Dr. C.C., 247 Forest Avenue, Buffalo, New York. Dyke House, Mrs. H.G., Grand Rapids, Michigan. F. Furness, Mrs. H.V., 152 West 131st Street, New York. Furness, Dr. William, 152 West 131st Street, New York. French, Mrs. L.M., Norton Heights, Connecticut. G. Grant, Mrs. S.D., 192 Upland Road, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Granz, L.R., 3 Clark Street, Hartford, Connecticut. Gould, Miss Ella, Springdale, Connecticut. Gregory, Helen, Wilton, Connecticut. H. Hurd, Mrs. John, 14 Milton Road, Brookline, Massachusetts. Hopkins, Laura Gould, 103 East 15th Street, New York. I. Isham, Charlotte T., 211 High Street, Hartford, Connecticut. J. Johnson, Miss M., 54 West 140th Street, New York. K. Kenny, Mrs. R. W., 516 South Highland Avenue, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Crow, Miss J. R., 196 Center Street, Orange, New Jersey. M. McCoon, Mrs. R. V., Oyster Bay, New York. Mathis, Mrs. F. Y., Norton Heights, Connecticut. Mitchelson, Mrs. J. C., Tariffville, Connecticut. McKinsey, Mrs. J. K., 3 Lamberton Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Middleton, Miss Mary, 272 West 128th Street, New York. R. Ryder, Mrs. T. M., 35 Pearl Street, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Reginald, Mrs., 2441 7th Avenue, New York. S. Smith, Mrs. H. W., Linden Lodge, Stamford, Connecticut. Snyder, W. J., Hartford, Connecticut. Street, Mrs. E. A., 33 Maple Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Stark, Mrs. George, Norton Heights, Connecticut. T. Tuttle, Mrs. G. S., Alexander Street, Dorchester, Massachusetts. Tuttle, Mr. G. S., Alexander Street, Dorchester, Massachusetts. Travis, Mrs. L. H., 166 West 129th Street, New York. U. Uquarthart, Rochester, New York. W. Wiswell, Mrs. D. B., Walnut Street, Newtonville, Massachusetts. Waterbury, Miss C. P., Springdale, Connecticut. White, Fanny, Chester, Connecticut. Walker, Mrs. John, Riverside, Connecticut. Wood, Mrs. M., Rochester, New York. Y. Yates, Mrs. George, Jr., Tariffville, Connecticut. End of Cat Show Department. From the Catalogue Program for the Connecticut 1909 Fair by the Connecticut Fair Association.
Chapter 7 of Notes on the Parish of Redenhall with Harleston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Churchwardens Accounts, Book Number 1, from 1573 to 1699, by Charles Candler. The earliest volume of Churchwardens Accounts remaining in the parish church at Redenhall bears on the cover 2 labels. The lower is inscribed, "In the town chest belonging to the parish of Harleston is contained the Churchwardens Accounts of the said parish from the year 1573 to 1768, in a regular succession in 2 books, except 3 years' entries near the beginning of each book, which are lost out thereof. Collected together September the 5th, 1786, by me, Edmund Gillingwater, Overseer, Samuel Bennett, Churchwarden. 1573. Item collected upon Plough Monday, £1 and a penny. Received of Buck for house farm, 8 shillings. Item paid to John Little for the scripturing of the church. Item paid for paper and wafer bread, 8d. Item paid for supplying the bill, 7d. Item paid for writing the bill of register, 1 shilling and 4d. Item paid for the registering of said bill, 1 shilling. Item paid for wine at Easter and washing of the linen. Item paid for 1 bushel and D of lime, and the fetching. 1585. Paid unto the masons for anchoring of the steeple, £12. 21 quarts of Malmsey at 19d, and 1 quart of claret wine at 10d. Scourg the lectern. Received of Mr. Braben for the burial of 2 of his children in the church, 13 shillings and 4d. Received of John Cook for burying his brother Thomas Cook in the church, 6 shillings and 8d. Received more of Jane Moulton, executor of the last will and testament of Thomas Moulton, late of Harleston, deceased, which was given by the last will and testament of the said Thomas. Received John Hutchinson, rector, 3 shillings and 4d. 1587-88. Received of Machin the drover for repairs of his father's grave, 4d. Received of Edward Bacon, generally for his child's grave, 6 shillings and 8d. 1589. Item given to 1 Rafe Mason, his brief dwelling without Temple Bear Court, Middlesex, 6d. Item given to John Young of Bircham County, Somerset, merchant, for his loss at sea, 10d. 1590. Item received of Thomas Corbin, for a legacies given by his father's will towards the recreations of parish church of Redenhall, 10 shillings. Item paid for the witchcrafts of the court at Stratton, 1 shilling and 4d. Item received for bread and wine, 12 shillings and 8d. Item received for clerk's wages, £1, 1 shilling and 6d. Item received of John Mendham for the 4th part of bread and wine and other charges, 11 shillings. 1591. Paid to a gather for the loss of a sheep, 1 shilling. Paid for 8 pints of muscadine, 8 shillings and 2pence. Paid for bread for the communion, 1 shilling. Paid to Thomas Fale in Norwich for the relief of the prisoners, 8pence. Paid to John Ward's wife for bread and beer for the ringers on the Coronation Day, 1 shilling. 1593. Item laid out for bread and wine with other charges about the church and bells, £1, 13 shillings and 4pence. Item laid out for 3 loads of straw for the townhouse, with the carrying of the straw, 1 shilling and 6pence. Item paid to Buck for his wages and clerkship, 1 shilling and 6pence. Paid him more for his wages, 9pence. Paid to Harley, being sexton, for 1 year, 8pence. 1594. Imprimis, 1 new service book, 7 shillings and 6pence. Item for the prayer book, 6pence. Item laid out for 1 citation, 1 shilling. 1595. Paid for Dr. Bilson's book, 3 shillings and 6pence. Paid for the 10 Commandments, 1 shilling and 6pence. Paid to Robert Ray of Hingham, collection for Burnon, 4pence. 1596. Item paid for a prayer book for the Queen's Majesty, 2pence. Item paid at the Bishop's visitation for our captives in Turkey, 2 shillings and 6pence. Item paid at London for a Bible and the carriage of the same, £1, 13 shillings and 4pence. 1 old Bible was sold unto Baxter by James Thomson for 10 shillings. 1597. Item paid to Bryant Doggett for the pulpit raising, 2 shillings and 8pence. Item paid to John Suntley for hanging the seat, 10pence. Item paid for a prayer book, 6pence. Item paid for a doss or cushion for the minister's seat, 6pence. Item to Simon Warner, gatherer for the poorhouse of Walsingham. Item to Christopher Manners for a burning. Item to Thomas Cranwood, gatherer for the hospital of Mile End. Item to Thomas Carrow of Claydon, gatherer for a burning. Item to George Ranwald, gatherer for the poorhouse of Dunstable. Item to Richard Moore, gatherer for the poorhouse of St. Stephen's. Item to Richard Joint, gatherer for the poorhouse at Madling. Item to a poor man on New Year's Day, gatherer for poorhouse at St. Tallings. 1600. The account of John Clews and James Hall, churchwardens for Harleston and Redenhall, in Anno Domini 1600, as followeth. Item to the Goodman Ward, the constable for the main soldiers, and the prisoners the 5th day of June for the half year, 23 shillings and 5pence. Item laid out at the visitation, 10pence. Item laid out at Stratton Court for demesne fee, 1 shilling and 6pence. Item laid out for our charges there, 1 shilling. Item laid out for a bell rope and a bell rope's end, 3 shillings and 4pence. Item laid out to the glacier for glacing of the windares, 8 shillings and 6pence. Item laid out to him for 7 pounds of lead and 1 pound solder, 2 shillings and 8pence. Item laid out to him for 2 days' work, 1 shilling and 8pence. Item laid out for 4 pounds of grease for the bells, 1 shilling and 4pence. Item laid out for the bill indented, 1 shilling and 4pence. Item laid out for taking in the bill at the court, 6pence. Item laid out for the church linen washing, 1 shilling. Item laid out for the lectern scarings, 1 shilling. Item laid out for 10 cant rails, 10 feet long apiece, 6 shillings and 4pence. Item laid out for 9 posts at 9pence apiece, 6 shillings and 9pence. Item laid out for 60 feet of plank, 5 shillings and 6pence. Item laid out for 24 feet of rail, 2 shillings. Item laid out for 3 feet of plank, 2 shillings and 6pence. Item laid out for 2 rails for the gate, 10pence. Item laid out for 3 store and 14 sawn pails, 9 shillings and 6pence. Item laid out for 300 nails, 1 shilling and 6pence. Item laid out for the carrying of the timber, 2 shillings. Item laid out for a bushel of lime, 6pence. Item laid out to Bryant Doggett for 12 days' work and a half, 12 shillings and 4pence. Item laid out to Thomas Buck for 4 days' work, 2 shillings and 8pence. Item laid out to Thomas Stokely for the settings of the stairs, 1 shilling and 8pence. Item laid out for bread and wine for the whole year, £1 7 shillings. Item laid out for nails for the Pauls, 4pence. Received by our rate made for these charges, £6. Received of the good man Stanton, Churchwarden of Wurtwell End, for the 4th part of this charge, 22 shillings. Received of him for bread and wine, 7 shillings and 3pence. 1609. Imprimis paid to the chief constables for the maimed soldiers, £3 5 shillings. Paid for demission fee for the decis of the king, 2 shillings and 8pence. Paid for bread and wine for the whole year, £1 11 shillings. 1612. Imprimis paid for a book called Mr. Jewell's Works for the church, £1 6 shillings. Item for clasps for the Book of Martyrs, 1 shilling. Received of Mr. Moore for breaking the church for Mr. Holland, 6 shillings and 8pence. 1613. Item paid to John Allen for the frame of the hourglass, 3pence. 1622. Item paid for an hourglass for the chapel, 10pence. 1623. Memorand. There was used in lead which belongeth to the church, which was at this time used about the mending of the church, £88, £68. Paid to Mr. John Basely, to the use of my Lord of Arundel, by Nicholas Cook, for want of a cookstole, 10 shillings. Paid Ellet for leather to New Bottom the tankard, 3 shillings. Paid Bungay for mending the tankard, 2 shillings and 6pence. Paid for mending a gold pace, 6pence. 1624. Item paid Giles Harcock for a rope for the great bell, 3 shillings. Item paid him more for one other bell rope, 2 shillings. Item paid for the turning the leads of the church, 4 shillings and 4pence. Item paid for bread and beer at that time, 4pence. Item given to 3 passengers at 3 several times, 1 shilling and 6pence. Item given to Irish people at another time, 1 shilling. Item given to John Buck for keeping the clock for the whole year, 5 shillings. Item given to John and Richard Bourke, Irish people, their wives and children, 2 shillings and 6pence. Item given to Catherine Dismond, Ellen Dismond and Joan Dismond, Irish people, 2 shillings. Item given to Irish folks, passed by letters of commendation, 1 shilling. Item paid for clasps for the Book of Martyrs, 4pence. Item given to Elizabeth Smith and Anne Ripley, commended by the bailiffs of Yarmouth, 2 shillings. 1625. Paid for 2 books for the fast, 2 shillings. Paid for wine and sugar for the justices, 1 shilling. Paid for proclaiming the fast in 2 markets, 8pence. Paid for the writing the bills for the alteration of the market, 2 shillings. Paid for a book of articles, 6pence. 1626. Item paid to the ringers on Coronation Day, 1 shilling. Item given by John Allen to 2 Irish travellers, 1 shilling and 4pence. 1629. Item laid out for bread and wine at Christtide, 3 shillings and 4pence. Paid for bread and wine the 22nd of March, 6 shillings and 10pence. Paid for bread and wine the 4th of April, 10 shillings and 8pence. Item for clasps and mending of the Book of Martyrs, 2 shillings. 1630. Charges for bread and wine upon the following days. Whitsuntide, the 3rd day of October, the 26th day of December, the 3rd day of April, Easter Day, the Sunday after Easter. Paid for 1 prayer book for the Queen, 2pence. Paid for a book of thanksgiving for the Queen's deliverance, 2pence. Paid for 11 yards and half a quarter of holland cloth for a surplus at 2 shillings and 3pence a yard, £1 5 shillings. Paid for 1 prayer book for the Coronation Day, 8pence. Paid for 1 yard and a half of elbrode canvas and 1 yard of narrow cloth to line the King's arms with, 2 shillings and 3pence. 1631. Item paid for 4 yards of holland to make the communion cloth, and for making of it and a pillow bare to keep the surplice in, 9 shillings. 1632. Maimed soldiers and Marshalseas, £3 5 shillings. Bread and wine. Whitsuntide, St. Michael, Christtide, Palm Sunday, Easter Day, Sabbath following. Given to Frances Botwright at 3 times in her need, 6pence. Item paid for the mending of the church door key and for a staple for the chain of the Book of Martyrs, 6pence. Paid for Thomas Sheldrake's wife's rent, ended at Our Lady, 12 shillings. Paid for the widow Skidmore's house rent for the half year, 6 shillings. Paid for 10 pair of indentures for the apprentice putting forth, 15 shillings. Paid to the parator, 2 shillings. Received for breaking up the church for the burial of Nicholas Cook and his wife and James Spalding, £1. 1633. Item paid for the communion table and the fetching of it, 13 shillings. Item paid for a prayer book for the Queen's safe delivery, 4pence. Item paid for a holy day book, 6pence. Item paid for washing the surplice 3 times and sweet water to take away the scent of soap, 4 shillings. Item paid for perfume candle, 2pence, and sweet powder for the surplice, 2pence. Total, 4pence. Item given to 2 travellers, James Smith and Morris Dennis, that came distress out of the fleet, 1 shilling. Paid for a clasp and the chain for the Book of Martyrs, 6pence. 1634. Item laid out for timber for repairing of the vestry and for the carrying of it, £1, 19 shillings and 9pence. More for 200 boards and for the carrying, £1. Paid to Mr. Barwell for a licence to take down the chamber over the vestry, 13 shillings and 4pence. Laid out more for a cholder of lime, 10 shillings. Laid out more for lime, 1 shilling. Paid for the carrying of the lime into the belfry, 4pence. Laid out to the mason for his work, £1, 2 shillings and 10pence. Paid for making of a sawing pit to saw the timber, 1 shilling and 2pence. Paid to Skinner for carpenter's work, £1, 6 shillings and 6pence. Laid out to the plumber for new lead, £2, 15 shillings and 6pence. Paid for £8, and of speaking to nail the laths, 3 shillings and 4pence. Paid to the plumber for shooting of the lead and for his workmanship of laying it on, £2. Paid to the carter for carrying and fetching the lead from Fulham Market, 7 shillings. Laid out for bread and beer when he came to take the lead off the vestry, 1 shilling and 6pence. Laid out for wood to melt the lead, 2 shillings and 6pence. Laid out for our dinners and for bread and beer for workmen, 3 shillings. For our own pains at Fulham when the lead was shooting, 2 shillings. Paid for the plumber's horsemeat at church, and for bread and cheese for them that holp to draw up the lead, 2 shillings and 7pence. Paid for £2 3 ounces of nails to nail on the lead, 1 shilling and 4pence. Paid to John Rochester for glazing the vestry, 10 shillings and 6pence. Paid for beer for the mason, 2pence, and to the boy going twice to Halston, total 4pence. Laid out for 4 bushels of hair, 1 shilling. Paid to Roger Brock for 5 days' work about the vestry, 5 shillings. Laid out for a default found in the vestry before the repairing, 8pence. Laid out by the Churchwarden of Wirtwell for the work he did, 2 shillings and 4pence. 1635. Item paid for writing the sentences on the walls in the church, £1, 10 shillings. Item given to a poor man taken by the Turks and delivered out of slavery, March the 6th, 1 shilling. Paid to Roger Brock to fetch Elmer from Bungay, 6pence. Paid for the sending of money collected for the distressed ministers, 6pence. Given to 4 distressed passengers which came together, 8pence. Given to 2 other passengers, 4pence. Given to an Irishwoman and to another woman with 2 children on the 12th of July, 9pence. Laid out to a poor man in the church the 26th of August, 1 shilling. Given to a poor man undone by shipwreck. Varnon Corbett, 29th of August. 1 shilling. Given to 3 several passengers. 11 pence. Given to a poor man by consent at Christtide. 2 shillings and 6 pence. To another poor man by consent in the church. 1 shilling. Given to 2 distressed men the 1st of February. 1 shilling. Given to 2 poor women with 2 children much distressed. 1 shilling and 2 pence. Item paid the 27th of May for 25 pints of wine for the communion. 12 shillings and 6 pence. More for 16 pints of wine and a half, the 3rd of October. 8 shillings and 3 pence. The 25th of December for 17 pints of wine. 8 shillings and 6 pence. For 16 pints of wine, the 11th of April. 8 shillings. For 22 pints of wine, the 17th of April, and 3 quarters. 11 shillings and 4 pence. For 26 pints of wine, the 24th of April, 13 shillings. Paid for bread for the communions aforesaid, 5 shillings. Laid out to make up the constable's rate, 3 shillings and 4 pence. 1636. For want of a book of homilies, and for want of a book for minister, and for not railing in of the communion table, 2 shillings. Item to Goodman Lynn for the rail making and removing the desk and other works in the church, £1. Given for the relief of a Frenchman, 2 pence. Laid out at Norwich for my absolution, 1 shilling and 4 pence. To Berman for the mat and dossers, 1 shilling and 6 pence. 1637. For Mr. Bryden's dinner at the time of the perambulation, 10 pence. For Goodman Brock's dinner at the perambulation, 10 pence. For the King's Arms, £1 11 shillings. For the hood and making it, £1 9 shillings. For an excommunication, 22 pence. 2 demission fees, 16 pence. Total, 3 shillings and 2 pence. For an indictment between Redenhall and Starston, 7 shillings and 6 pence. For frankincense for the church and sweetwood, 6 pence. For writing a note of the ministers' names, 1 shilling. Paid to Jonathan Norton and Nathaniel Owen for engrossing the register, 4 shillings. Charges disbursed for the sidemen and questmen of Redenhall, 4 pence. A grave for Mr. Richard Frere and a child of Mr. Tobias Frere, 10 shillings. 1638. Item for the doctor's dinner at the time of perambulation, 1 shilling. Item for new binding of the Book of Martyrs, 10 shillings. Item for searching of divers persons in the time of the smallpox, 5 shillings. 16.39. For the doctor and his wife, for Mr. Frank and his wife, for Mr. Barry's daughter, and for Roger Brock, their dinners at the perambulation, 6 shillings. Given to 6 poor Irishmen and women, 1 shilling. To a poor minister, 6pence. Total, 1 shilling and 6pence. Item for bread and wine for 6 several communions, £2 and 12 shillings. Item for the hourglass, 8pence. 16.40. Item for the ministers' and clerks' dinner at the pambulation, for bread and wine for 6 several communions, £2, 17 shillings and 6pence. 16.41. Paid Lynn for taking down the organ case and setting up the screen, and for mending the stoles at the lower end of the church by the south door, 7 shillings and 2pence. Item laid out at Mr. Whiting's for communion wine, taken the 1st of May, 9 quarts at 16p the quart. Total, 12 shillings. Item paid for the bread for the communion several times, 5 shillings and 3pence. 16.42. Paid for Mr. Mower's dinner and Roger Brock's when the perambulation, 2 shillings. 16.44. May the 4th. For writing out the covenant, 1 shilling. May the 6th. For a copy of the rate for collection given in to the committee for the raising of £200,000, 2 shillings. May the 14th. For taking down the crosses from the ends of the chapel, 8pence. For taking down the pictures within the chapel and defacing others, 9pence. June the 24th. To an ancient soldier for his relief, 2pence. July the 17th. To a poor woman dwelling near Poole, being stripped, 1 shilling. July the 26th. To 4 poor men that came out of Lincolnshire, relief. August the 7th. To a poor man of Thetford, commended to us by Mr. Frank, 2 shillings. The same day, to a tradesman of Alsford, who was plundered, 6pence. August the 9th. To a poor man of Alterham in the county of Six, near Hamburg, 1 shilling. August the 13th. To Ellen Welsh, who came out of Gloucestershire, 8pence. September the 6th. To John Horsley of Saltfleet in Lincolnshire, 6pence. September the 9th. To William Walter out of Shropshire, 6pence. September the 20th. To Richard Herbert of Birmingham, where was an 155 dwelling house burnt by Prince Rupert, 6 shillings. September the 27th. To Ellen Foster, a captain's wife, and to her 2 children, 1 shilling. November the 4th. To May Meredith, who came out of Ireland, 6pence. November the 5th. To the ringers given, 5 shillings. Same day to Daniel Jones of Hammingham in Worcestershire, and to his wife and 7 children, 8d. November the 7th, for glazing the windows at the church house, £5. November the 8th, to Anne Jones and Dorothy Beales, 6d. November the 22nd, to William Beck and Robert Beck of Southferry in Lincolnshire, 4d. December the 2nd, to William Brown, 12d. December the 9th, to Margaret Brown and 2 children, 3d. Total 1 shilling and 3d. 1644.45. January the 20th, to Honora Murray, Mary Talgood, 6 children and a maid, their loss £1,500, 1 shilling. March the 21st, to a mariner that was lame, 4d. March the 22nd, to John Stoneheen, his wife and 2 children, 4d. Total 8d. March the 24th, to John Stark of Lancashire, with his wife and 3 children, loss £1,500, 6d. 1645. For making the pulpit cloth and the cushion, 2 shillings. For the doss for the pulpit, 6d. Total 2 shillings and 6d. For 2 skins for the cushions, 14d. For nails and speaking, 2d. Total 1 shilling and 4d. For removing the pulpit and the desk, 7d. For the sound board and setting it up, £1 4 shillings. Received as followeth for things sold. For lead, £1 5 shillings and 8d. Received for the 3 posts that stood about the font, 2 shillings. Received for the surplice, 14 shillings, and for the hood, 6 shillings and 8d. Total £1 and 8d. To a poor woman that came out of Ireland, 6d. To 16 poor travellers for relief, 1 shilling. Expenses when I went to Norwich to carry the money that was gathered for Leicester, 1 shilling. 1646. Paid to Goodwife Haythorpe for keeping of old Goodman Skipper, 2 shillings. To Thomas Field of Glossop in the county of Derby, commended by Mr. Rand, 2 shillings. To Anne Mullinax come out of Ireland, for her relief, 1 shilling. To Elizabeth Ladale come out of Lincolnshire with 5 children, 1 shilling. To John Hale for relief, having divers of the Parliament's hands to a certificate, 2 shillings. To Anne Moling out of Staffordshire, 12d. To a poor woman out of Ireland, 12d. Total 2 shillings. To 4 lame soldiers for relief, 1 shilling. Given to 72 poor people at several times, whereof many lame soldiers, 9 shillings and a penny. for sallet oil for the clock and grease for the bells, 2 shillings. 1648. Given to an Irishman for relief, 6d. To James Welsh for relief, 4d. Total, 10d. Given to Mary Spencer and Elizabeth Spencer for relief, 8d. To Anne Hunting and her 4 children for relief, 8d. To John Brooks and Thomas Brooks, their wives and children, 6d. To William Grimes' wife that came to have left a brief to gather, 1 shilling. For an hourglass for the chapel, 8d. 1650. Item to the upper bench and Marshalseas, £3 5 shillings. Item for taking down the late King's arms and sending to Denton, 1 shilling. 1651. Paid to a company that had an order under the hands of the Committee for the Irish Affairs directed to the Churchwardens for relief, 2 shillings. 1658. Item paid William Stubbs for a public basin, 3 shillings and 4d. 1659. Received of Mr. Frere for breaking up the church, 6 shillings and 8d. The like Mr. Granger, 6 shillings and 8d. 1660-61. To the ringers upon Coronation Day, 4 shillings. Paid for Mr. Frost's dinner when he went perambulation, 2 shillings. Gave to 4 distressed seamen going home, 1 shilling. Gave to another in the same want, 4d. For Brock when he went perambulation for his dinner, 1 shilling. 1661. For running £8,000 weight of lead at 4 shillings and 8d per hundredweight, £18, 13 shillings and 4d. For wine and bread for the sacrament, 5 shillings and 8d. 1662. Paid for the King's Arms at London, £4 and 5 shillings. For a box and bringing down, 2 shillings. Total, £4 and 7 shillings. For a frame for the King's Arms, 9 shillings. For help to set up the King's Arms and for making clean the spread eagle, 5 shillings. Paid to John Brown for glazing the church before the great wind, £2, 6 shillings and 6d. For an act made for the King's preservation, 4d. Paid for the surplus, 16 shillings. 1663. Item to John Morley for drawing the 10 Commandments, 5 shillings. Item for a Master of Art, his hood for the minister, £1, 6 shillings. Item paid to Thomas Neach for a town chest, £1. Item for writing a certificate of non-communicants. Item to Goodman Barker for carrying and bringing again the font from Norwich, £1, 7 shillings. Item to Martin Morley, for stone and for fitting and setting up the font, £13 15s. To Mr. Edwards, an Essex man, prosecuted by the Pope, from Silesia, 6d. To several persons coming from the Isle of Weedy, 2s. 1663-64. January the 12th. To a captain's wife and a doctor's wife, Irish persons, 1 shilling and 6d. 1664. Given to Captain Hickey and his servant, who were to be relieved according to his Majesty's order, 1 shilling and 6d. Given unto 2 women whose husbands are in slavery in Turkey, 1 shilling and 6d. For scouring the flagon and the communion cup, 2d. 1665. To the apparator for 2 books for Thanksgiving for the victory over the Dutch, 6d. For a quart of sack and a jug of beer for the visitors, 2 shillings and 2d. Received by the order of the Justice of the Peace by the hands of William Rogers for Obadiah Skinner in absenting himself from the parish church, 3 shillings. Of Ferdinando Reed for his wife for the like, 12d. Of the wife of Mr. Simon Jacob, 12d. for the like. And of Henry Smith, 3 shillings for the like. In all, 8 shillings, distributed to the poor. 1666. To Thomas Smith for a chain, padlock and staple for the Book of Martyrs, 1 shilling. To the apparator for the book and proclamation for the victory over the Dutch, 6d. Given to a doctor of physic and others who came out of the Isle of Isa in Ireland, 1 shilling. 1667. To Nathaniel Owen for writing the certificates twice about taking off the charge of hearth money from the poor, 3 shillings and 6d. The charge at the sessions about taking the hearth money off from the poor, 5 shillings and 6d. 1668. For planks and work about Lusher's Bush and cutting of it, 7 shillings and 6d. To 2 travellers having losses at sea by certificate, 2 shillings and 10d. For a burning at Loddon, 2 shillings and 6d. To a distressed minister, 18d. Total, 4 shillings. Given to several passengers, whereof divers Irish people and some seamen with passes, £1 and 9d. 1669. July the 18th. To John Davis, a wine cooper of London, lost £4,000, 2 shillings and 6d. August the 25th, to Mrs. Butler, widow of Captain William Butler, aged 80 years, 18d and 7d for her diet. Total, 2 shillings and a penny. December the 14th, to Richard White, a soldier, under Major General Lambert, 6d. 1670. 3rd of April. Collected for 6 slaves in Sally, redeemed by Thomas Wunby, merchant. 8 shillings and a penny. 1670-71. January the 21st. To Christopher Coburn, gentleman's son-in-law to Col Fitzwilliam. 1 shilling and 6pence. 1671. Laid out to the ringers when the king passed by. 5 shillings. 1674-75. Paid to Goodman Poole for killing of 3 foxes. 3 shillings. 1675-76. Item for going to Bungay, to speak the plumber for the bowl for the font, for my horse and horse meat. 1 shilling and 6pence. In relief to a seaman, 6pence. Paid in relief to 3 seamen that travelled by certificate, 6pence. A large outlay this year for lead, including the bowl for the font weighing 2 quarters, 23 pounds, at 3pence per pound, 19 shillings and 9pence. 1675. Item paid to Samuel Knights for going twice down to Captain Freeston's for the porch key, 6pence. 1676. Item laid out to an ancient man that came with certificate, 6pence. 1677. Laid out the 7th of November at the Bishop's Court for 4 men and their horse. Journeys for Mr. Mingy's, Henry Mingy Rector, dinner and expenses. £1 9 shillings and 2pence. 1678-79. Laid out the day of perambulation by Edmund Herring, 6 shillings and 8pence, and by John Wright, 5 shillings and 8pence. Total, 12 shillings and 4pence. Given to a family that suffered great loss by fire, 1 shilling. For mending the tippet, 8pence. For making clean the spread eagle to Robert Buxton, and for carriage and recarriage, 15 shillings. Paid Robert Buxton for making clean the church clock, 12 shillings. 1680. Item for want of a book of homilies and a plate to set the communion bread on, both presented by visitors, 2 shillings. Paid Samuel Knights for gathering up the stones which fell from the steeple, 1 shilling. 1681. Disbursed by Henry Fenn, gentleman. Expended at the half moon, upon Mr. Fanton, when we made a bargain with him for rebuilding of the turret of Redenhall steeple, 6 shillings. Paid Isaac Tooley for 2 bottles of tent wine for the communion the day before Whit Sunday, and for 2 breads, 4 shillings and 10pence. Paid for a bottle of claret for the visitors, 1 shilling. Expended upon Mr. Fanton and his men at several times whilst they were doing their work at the church, 4 shillings and 10pence. Paid for a bond for Mr. Fanton, to scale to for maintaining the spire or turret of the steeple, 6pence. expended at the sealing the bond and the concluding of all, 1 shilling. Paid Peter Caton for 2 bottles of tent wine for the communion at Christtide, and for 4 breads, 5 shillings. Paid Mr. Fanton for building the turret of the steeple and other work done about the church on my part, £14. Disbursed by Mr. John Doe. Paid to Mr. Brigstock for viewing of the turret of the steeple and expenses, 14 shillings. Paid Thomas Stubbs for a plate to set the communion bread upon, 1 shilling and 3d. Expended upon the workmen about the steeple, 1 shilling and 2d. Item paid to the Norwich wherryman for bringing up the stone and other materials to repair the steeple, 14 shillings. Item paid for fetching the materials from the Staithe, 12 shillings, and for help to load them, 1 shilling. Total, 13 shillings. Item paid to Mr. Fenton for his work done in repairing the church steeple for my part, £15, 10 shillings. Item paid to Zachary Gower for fetching 2 loads of lime from Norwich and carrying 2 loads of sand to church, and for carrying of Mr. Fenton's tools and stuff back to Norwich, £1, 13 shillings. Item paid to John Brown for laying down the leads that were reeved up by the wind, 3 shillings. 1682. Given to a poor scholar, 3 shillings. 1684-85. To the ringers, the day of proclaiming King James II at Harleston, 10 shillings. To the ringers upon the coronation of King James II, 10 shillings. For the hood, new lining with silk, 12 shillings. 1686. Paid Isaac for 2 bottles of wine for Good Friday sacrament and bread, 4 shillings and 10d. September the 27th. Gave to the relief of Mrs. Elizabeth Long and Mary Penrose, whose husbands were taken slaves in Saley by the Turks. Their loss was £4,000, and their redemption 400, 3 shillings. Laid out for a printed book to be read in the church against marrying people without licence, 6d. October the 1st. Gave to 2 poor widows whose husbands were slain in the West, 6d. Paid for making clean of the Eagle, 6 shillings and 8d. Item paid Zachary Gower for bringing the Eagle to town and carrying of it back to church, 1 shilling and 6d. Item gave the men that helped to carry it to the cart and carrying it up to the church, 6d. 1690. September the 11th. Then given to the ringers for the King's safe arrival from Ireland, 2 shillings. October the 20th. Then given to the ringers for ringing on a Thanksgiving Day, 2 shillings and 6d. March the 21st, 1691. Agreed that from henceforth the money paid or given by the churchwardens to travellers or seamen, or for ringing the chapel bell on Sundays, shall not be allowed by the parishioners, nor the charge of the perambulation, except 5 shillings per annum. Signed, Joseph Wogan, Roger Bransby, John Dove, James Twist, John Witherby. 1691. October the 22nd. Paid to the ringers on the King's return from Ireland. 6 shillings and 8pence. To the ringers on the 4th of November, being the King's birthday. 5 shillings. November the 26th. Paid for ringing the Thanksgiving Day. 1692. The further accounts of Richard Culver and John Witherby, occasioned by reason of the General not being at Stratton as it formerly used to be, which was kept at Norwich upon May the 20th, 1692, by reason of Bishop Moore's first visitation. Paid to the ringers when the news came of the victory obtained at sea. 6 shillings and 8pence. 1693. Paid the ringers November the 26th, being a day of thanksgiving appointed by their Majesties' proclamation. 5 shillings. Paid for a proclamation and prayer book for the monthly fast. 1 shilling. 1694-95. Paid for tolling the bell the 5th of March, being the day of the Queen's funeral. 2 shillings. For a book of canon and a napkin. 4 shillings. 1695. Paid for a book of injunctions. 6pence. Paid Mr. Freeman for linen cloth for the sentences in the church. 5 shillings. Paid the ringers on the King's return. 6 shillings. Paid Mr. Page for writing the sentences in the church. 14 shillings and 10pence. 1698. Paid for a tippet as by receipt. £1 10 shillings. For a proclamation against immorality. 4pence. For 12½ yards of Holland for a surplus, at 3 shillings and 8pence. Total, £2 5 shillings and 10pence. For making the surplus, 5 shillings. For mending the old surplus, 2 shillings and 6pence. 1699. For the Act of Parliament against swearing, 4pence. For a proclamation against swearing, 6pence. For a prayer book for the fast day for the French Protestants, 6pence. End of the Churchwardens Accounts, Book No. 1, by Charles Candler.
Preface, Advertisement, and Parts 1 and 2 of Description of the Process of Manufacturing Coal Gas for the Lighting of Streets, Houses, and Public Buildings, with elevations, sections, and plans of the most improved sorts of apparatus now employed at the gasworks in London and the principal provincial towns of Great Britain, accompanied with comparative estimates exhibiting the most economical mode of procuring this species of light. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Description of the process of manufacturing coal gas for the lighting of streets, houses, and public buildings, with elevations, sections, and plans of the most improved sorts of apparatus now employed at the gasworks in London and the principal provincial towns of Great Britain, accompanied with comparative estimates exhibiting the most economical mode of procuring this species of light, by Frederick Acomb, operative chemist, lecturer on practical chemistry, on mineralogy, and on chemistry applied to the arts and manufactures, member of the Royal Irish Academy, Fellow of the Linnean Society, member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of Berlin, etc., etc. Preface. Compton Street, Soho. The extraordinarily rapid progress which the recent invention of lighting with coal gas has made in this country is perhaps without a parallel in the history of the useful arts. It was an invention not exempted from the misfortune common to all innovations on established practices, of encountering opposition, but it had the fortune common to few of obtaining an almost instantaneous triumph. A single exhibition of the gas lights in actual use was sufficient to determine the public judgment in favor of the new mode of illumination. To see was in this case, indeed, to believe. The legislature, responsive to the popular voice, and fortified in its responsibility by the results of special enquiries which were ordered to be made into the merits of this invention, and in which I had the good fortune to be professionally engaged, gave the most liberal and decided encouragement to its adoption. Capital, often wanting even in this opulent country for undertakings of magnitude, came to the promotion of the new art of procuring and distributing light in overflowing abundance, and already, ere many years are elapsed, such has been the rapidity with which the gas-light illumination has advanced, that there is not a city and scarcely a town of any note in Great Britain in which the art of lighting by means of gas has not been carried into effect, or in which active measures are not in progress to participate in the benefit of this important discovery. When the art was yet in its infancy, I published a treatise containing a description of the apparatus and machinery best calculated for illuminating streets, houses, and public buildings by means of coal gas, with remarks on the utility, safety, and general nature of this new branch of domestic economy, as far as then understood and practiced in the metropolis. The universal avidity for information on the subject, more perhaps than any particular merit in the work itself, produced a demand in this country for 4 large impressions of this work in the course of a few years, and I have also had the satisfaction of finding that the treatise has been translated into the French, German, and Italian languages. Since this work was written, however, the art of manufacturing and applying coal gas has undergone so many material improvements, all combining to bring it to a degree of simplicity, precision, and economy far surpassing everything which the original mode of practice exhibited, that I have felt I should be guilty of an injustice to the constant demand which still exists for my former treatise, had I not made it my duty to publish the work I now present to the reader, superseding altogether the former publication, but superseding it from circumstances of necessity, and with a view to good, which I trust will be found not illusory. The present treatise, as its title expresses, is intended to exhibit the superior process of manufacturing coal gas now employed in the metropolis and the provincial towns of Great Britain, and to lay before the reader the elevations, sections, and plans of the improved gas-light machinery, which has stood the test of practice and is now in action at the most celebrated gas-light establishments. In the first and second part of the treatise, I have, as introductory to the rest, given a sketch of the chemical theory and production of gas-light. I have pointed out the leading objects of public and private utility, to which the art of lighting with gas has been, or remains to be, applied, and added such other facts and observations as may serve to remove all doubt in the minds of the reader as to the important benefit which this country in particular, and the world at large, have gained by this discovery. In the third part, I have stated the maximum quantities of gas obtainable in the large way from different kinds of coal. In the fourth part, I have given a description of all the various forms and dimensions which the distillatory vessels or retorts have successfully assumed, as well as of the improvements that have been made in the mode of setting the retorts, with a view to saving them from undue deterioration, and preventing any improvident waste of fuel. I have here given a particular account of the distillatory apparatus now used at the most celebrated gasworks in the metropolis. The fifth and sixth parts lead the reader considerably further into a knowledge of the economy and practice of this art. They contain an account of a great variety of experiments which have been pursued on a large scale in order to ascertain the most profitable mode of employing the retorts, the differences of opinion which have existed among practical men with respect to the degree of temperature fittest to be applied, and the number of hours at a time during which the retorts may most advantageously be kept in action, with the particular results which the experiments instituted into these points have afforded, and such other data as will enable the reader to adopt that mode of operation which under every circumstance of locality will be found most advantageous. The changes which have taken place with respect to the retorts have been before detailed in Part Fourth, but in order to give the manufacturer a nearer insight into the superior advantages attending retorts of the construction lately brought into use, I have given in Part Seventh a detailed description of the horizontal rotary retorts, the application of which has led to a more economical, expeditious, and easy method of manufacturing coal gas than heretofore practiced. I have distinctly pointed out the advantages which these retorts present, the particular results they afford, and the method of applying them. The purification of coal gas forms the subject of Part 8th. I have compared here the apparatus for purifying coal gas as it was originally constructed with the improved machinery lately adopted, showing the inefficacy and defects of the former and the decided superiority which belongs to the latter. The ninth part gives an account of the various improved gas holders which have been invented and are now in action at the most recent establishments, for the purpose of storing large quantities of gas. The improvements that have been made in this department of the gas-light machinery are particularly valuable and have contributed more perhaps than any other to lessen the expense of manufacturing gas for commercial purposes. In the 10th part, I have given a description of an entirely new machine, called the gas meter, or self-acting gauge, lately adopted at the Birmingham, Chester, and other gas works, which measures and registers the quantity of gas manufactured in any given time, from any given quantity of coal, or consumed during any period by any number of burners or lamps. The great services which such a machine must render both to the manufacturer and consumer of gas are particularly pointed out and illustrated to the manufacturer by serving as a complete check on his workmen as to the quantity of work that ought to be performed, and to the consumer as an exact measure of the quantity of gas he receives and ought to pay for. The 11th part is appropriated to the description of another apparatus called the governor, also of recent invention, and now in use at numerous establishments. The design of this machine is to regulate the pressure of the gas before it enters the mains, the importance of which must be sufficiently manifest. I have also pointed out the application of this apparatus for regulating the magnitude of the flames of gas burners and lamps. The 12th part treats on gas mains and branch pipes. I have here stated the rules and practical proceedings necessary to be observed for applying and distributing gas pipes to the greatest advantage. The most efficient method of introducing the gas to the interior of houses forms the subject of Part 13. All the necessary instructions are here given to workmen for adapting the gas pipes and ensuring success at the least cost under every variety of circumstances. The 14th part gives an account of the illuminating power of coal gas, the quantity of gas consumed in a given time by different kinds of gas burners and lamps, the relative cost of gas, tallow, and oil lights of different intensities, and the most improved method employed for ventilating apartments lighted by gas. In the 15th and 16th parts, I have added an account of the manufacture of carburetted hydrogen gas from coal tar, vegetable tar, and oil, with such other observations as may enable the reader to form a proper estimate of the comparative advantage of manufacturing gas from oil or tar under certain circumstances. I have here also given an account of the manufacture of carbonate of ammonia, as now practiced, from the ammoniacal liquor obtained in the gaslight process, and of the manufacture of other saleable products obtainable from coal, namely pitch, coal tar, and oil. In conclusion, I have to observe that my object throughout has been to make the work a compendium of all the best information which the practice of the art down to the present moment has been able to afford, embodying a great number of data, with which I have been obligingly favored by gentlemen, the most practically versant in the art, and for which I beg they will individually accept this public expression of my thanks and obligations, as well as the results which my own labors in this department, neither few nor inconsiderable, have furnished. To supply the reader with a work of practical utility in a most valuable and growing branch of national economy has been my object, and I need scarcely add that the suffrages of the public to the zeal and industry at least which I have endeavored to obtain that object will be a source of infinite satisfaction. Frederick Acomb, London, 1819. Advertisement. The author of this work respectfully informs the public that they may be furnished with estimates and plans for the building of gasworks, particularly adapted to the circumstances of the places where they are to be established, and that he proposes to superintend the erection of the works. Mr. Acomb also engages to supply the whole of the gas apparatus ready for immediate use, and to guarantee its efficient performance. Or he will contract with any committee, directory, or public company for lighting with gas any town, manufactory, or building upon whatever scale of magnitude for an annual specific sum. Of the qualifications for the services which he thus proffers, he would speak with diffidence. Such proofs as he is able to offer of them are to be found in the work here laid before the reader, beyond which he would add no more than the flattering testimony of approbation, with which his labors have been honored, in having been selected by His Majesty's government to plan and erect the gas works at the Royal Mint, and since entrusted with the active management and superintendence of that establishment. Compton Street, Soho, May 28, 1819. The following particulars are required to be stated by those who are desirous of receiving estimates concerning the comparative economy of applying coal gas as a substitute for oil, wax, or tallow light. 1. A plan of the place to be lighted with gas, drawn to a scale not less than 1/10 of an inch to 10 feet. The design must exhibit the particular spot where the machinery is to be erected. 2. The kind of gas lights required, namely, whether the lights shall be equal in illuminating power to one or more tallow candles of a given weight, or equal to an argand lamp. 3. The number of lights. 4. The average time the lights are to burn throughout the year. 5. the average price of coal and rate of workmen's wages at the place where the light is wanted. An account of the process of manufacturing coal gas. Part 1. General nature and advantages of the art of procuring light by means of carburetted hydrogen or coal gas. The new art of lighting houses, streets, and manufactories with carburetted hydrogen or coal gas is one of those modern discoveries on which the admirers of science and the inhabitants of this country in particular have greater reason to congratulate themselves than any other invention or discovery of the present age. This art is so wonderful and important, it speaks so forcibly by the effects it has already produced, that it cannot fail to increase the wealth of the nation by adding to the number of internal resources as long as coal continues to be dug in this island from the bowels of the earth. For if we distribute the catalogue of human wants, which a civilized state of society has introduced, the production and supply of artificial light holds next to food, clothing, and fuel the most important place. We might indeed exist without it, but how large a portion of our lives would in that state be condemned to a state little superior in efficacy to that of the animals around us. If we could for a moment suppose the privation of artificial light during the absence of the sun, it would follow as an immediate consequence that the greatest part of the globe on which we dwell would cease to be the habitation of man. Whether he could ensnare or overtake those animals upon whose unprepared remains he would then be compelled to feed, whether he might store the fruits of the earth for his winter supply, what might be the physical and moral consequences of a state of such desolation may perhaps be conjectured, but no estimate can show its dreadful magnitude. How much do our comforts, and how greatly does the extent of our power depend upon the production and supply of artificial light? The flame of a single candle animates a family, every one follows his occupation, and no dread is felt of the darkness of night. It might be a curious speculation to inquire how far, and in what respect, the morals of men would become degraded by the want of this contrivance. But it is sufficient on the present occasion that, previous to entering upon a dissertation respecting a new art of procuring light, a train of ideas has slightly been hinted at, which cannot fail to show its magnitude and importance. The progress of the new art of lighting houses, streets, and public buildings by means of the inflammable gas obtainable from coal has been within these few years uncommonly rapid. The number of gas lights already in use in the metropolis alone amounts to upwards of 51,000. The total lengths of mains in the streets through which the gas is conveyed from the gaslight manufactories into the houses now measures 288 miles. The gaslight illumination has also spread far and wide through the country. Establishments for the supply of the new lights are carried on at Edinburgh, Glasgow, Liverpool, Bristol, Bath, Cheltenham, Birmingham, Leeds, Manchester, Exeter, Chester, Macclesfield, Preston, Kidderminster, and in many other towns and places of Great Britain. Everybody is now convinced that pit coal is capable of furnishing light superior to that obtained from oil, wax, or tallow. The public attention is awakened to the new value of coal, and will not rest till the art of lighting with gas is pushed to the utmost of its extent. In order to arrive at a full and accurate knowledge of the many advantages attending the application of carburetted hydrogen or coal gas as a substitute for candles or lamps, it may be necessary, especially for the information of those readers who have never personally witnessed this mode of illumination, to take a brief preliminary view of some of the leading objects of public and private utility to which this mode of procuring and distributing light may be applied, and of the extent to which it is entitled to national encouragement. The chief advantages attending the use of gas are superiority and uniformity of light, saving of labor, cleanliness, safety, and cheapness. It must be difficult for a person wholly unacquainted with this art to imagine with what facility and neatness gas lights are managed. The gas being collected in a reservoir is conveyed by means of tubes which branch out into smaller ramifications until they terminate at the places where the lights are wanted. The extremities of the branching tubes are furnished with burners, having small apertures out of which the gas issues with a certain velocity according to its degree of pressure. Near the termination of each tube there is a stopcock or valve, upon turning which, when light is required, the gas instantly flows out in an equable stream. There is no noise at the opening of the valve, no disturbance in the transparency of the atmosphere. The gas instantly bursts on the approach of a lighted taper into a peculiarly brilliant, soft, and beautiful flame. It requires no trimming or snuffing to keep the flame of an equal brightness. Like the light of the sun itself, it only makes itself known by the benefit and pleasure it affords. The gas flame is entirely free from smell. The gas itself has a disagreeable odor before it is burned, and so has the vapor of wax, tallow, and oil as it comes from a candle or lamp newly blown out. This concession proves nothing against the flame of gas, which is perfectly inodorous. The gas light flame is perfectly steady, a benefit which persons accustomed to read or write by candlelight are particularly capable of appreciating. With the other modes of illumination, we have never the light of the same intensity for 2 minutes together, independent of that unpleasant, dancing, unsteady flame which is so harassing to the sight. The size, form, and intensity of the gas flame are regulated by simply turning the stopcock which admits the gas to the burner or lamp. The flame may at command be made to burn with an intensity sufficient to illuminate every corner of a room, or so low and dim as barely to be perceived. It is unnecessary to point out how valuable lights of this description are in nurseries, stables, warehouses, and chambers of the sick. From the facility with which the gas flame can be conveyed in almost any direction, from the diversified size and shape which it can be made to assume, there is no kind of light so well adapted for ornamental illumination. The flame of coal gas is of a pure white color, and of a body full and compact. In large masses it becomes of the same flickering character which is common to all flames of large dimensions, and is owing to the agitation of the surrounding heated atmosphere. The saving of labor connected with the employment of gas light may seem on a small scale to be trifling, but when it is considered that in large manufactories it is not unusual to find several persons employed for no other purpose than trimming the lamps or setting and snuffing the candles of the establishment, the advantage gained on this head by the use of a species of light which require no sort of attention whatever cannot but appear very considerable. The cleanliness of the gas lights is also a consideration of no small importance. They are attended with none of that spilling of oil and dropping of grease which makes the employment of oil lamps and candles so injurious in many warehouses, shops, and private dwellings. The flame of a gas light, compared in point of brilliancy to that of a candle, is as the flame of a common oil lamp compared to the flame of a lamp of Argand. The difference between a street, on the night of a general illumination, and any other night when the street is under the dull glimmering light of the ordinary oil lamps, is scarcely more remarkable than the difference between a street lighted by gas and one lighted by oil. While the ordinary oil lamps may be said merely to serve the purpose of making darkness visible, the gas lights really dispel the dominion of night and diffuse a body of light so wide-spreading and intense as almost to rival the clearest moonshine. The same brilliancy which makes the gas lights of such utility out of doors in lighting the streets has been found of equal advantage in illuminating the interior of private dwellings and large public buildings, such as churches and theaters, etc. From a cluster of gas lights, fewer by 1/2 than the number of oil lamps and candles required for lighting up a public edifice of this description in the most ordinary manner, a body of light is furnished which diffuses through the whole a degree of mellow clearness which is not to be attained by the greatest number of oil lamps or candles, which a due regard to respiration will admit of being employed. As examples of this, we have only to name the public theaters of the metropolis, all of which are lighted with gas, and in a manner which excites universal admiration. It may perhaps be imagined that with a substance so inflammable, and amidst the blaze of resplendent flame which produces such beautiful effects, there is a peculiar risk of accidents by fire. But so far is this from being the case, the gas lights are the safest of all lights. No danger can arise from these lights in any way but what is common to candle lights and lamps of all kinds, and is the fault of none of them. The gas lights are in fact a great deal less hazardous. There is no risk of those accidents which often happen from the guttering of candles, from sparks being detached, or from carelessly snuffing them. The gas-light lamps and burners must necessarily be fixed to one place, and therefore cannot fall or otherwise become deranged without being immediately extinguished. And further, at any time by shutting the main tube which conveys the gas to the burners and lamps, all the lights in the house can be immediately extinguished. In short, where gas is used, the master of the house, when he has turned the main stopcock which conveys the gas into the collateral branch pipes, may retire to rest free from any of those apprehensions which before harassed him, lest a candle might have been left burning, or lest the accidental dropping of a spark might become the cause of enveloping himself and family in destruction. But the best proof of the great safety of the new lights is, that notwithstanding upwards of 51,000 gas lamps burn nightly in London, we have not heard of a single accident occasioned by them, though the lamps and burners are generally carelessly managed, while we have too often occasion to lament the effects rising from sparks of candles, or carelessness in snuffing them. Hence the fire insurance offices engage to insure manufactories and public works at a less premium where gas is used than when lighted by other means. The excessive expense of insurance, arising from the numerous candles employed in most of the first-rate manufacturing establishments, and the combustible nature of the structure of the buildings, the great difficulty of retrieving the injury resulting to a well-organized business from the accidental destruction of the machinery, are considerations alone sufficient to furnish the strongest economical as well as political recommendations for the adoption of the new lights in all manufactories where work is done by candlelight. We have as yet only adverted to the application of gas in the more ordinary cases where light is wanted, but among other special purposes to which gas lights may be applied, it would be improper to overlook the peculiarly advantageous use which may be made of them in the supplying of lighthouses. From the splendor and distinguishing forms which the gas-light flame is capable of assuming, nothing can possibly be better calculated for such a purpose, and in point of economy, the employment of it would be attended with a saving of at least 1/2 of the ordinary expense of oil lights. By means of a single furnace, as much gas may be produced in 3 hours as will furnish during the longest winter night a flame of greater brilliancy than is now furnished by any lighthouse in Britain, or indeed in the world. The body of flame may be increased to any size merely by increasing the number of burners, and whatever may be the magnitude of the flame, it will continue to burn without becoming in the least clouded by smoke, or the reflectors being in the least obscured. Should these considerations lead, as it is to be hoped they will, to the actual employment of gas in the lighthouses around the British Islands, it will readily occur that in proportion as the gas would be found attended with less expense than the present mode of lighting by oil, it would enable the commissioners for lighthouses, out of the surplus means which would be thus placed at their disposal, to multiply the number of lighthouses, and thus to add most essentially to the security of British navigation. Nor is it in the case of maritime signal lights alone that the use of gas is applicable, by its superior efficacy and cheapness. The saving of expenses to the country, which would be effected by the substitution of coal gas for oil and tallow in these and other public establishments, is a consideration which cannot be too much pressed on public attention. The annual expenditure for lighting the barracks of Great Britain alone is said to fall little short of £50,000, for less than one half of which sum they might be lighted by means of gas much better, and a great deal more safely. Some idea may be formed from the practical saving in this department. How great might be the total saving were this new mode of lighting adopted in all our national establishments. In the case of public arsenals, however, the saving from the employment of coal gas is a consideration of far inferior importance to the superior security attending it. On the preservation of the stores which they contain may depend in a time of war the whole chance of success against the enemy, nor can anybody who has lived in this country at such a time have forgot the feverish alarm with which the people have frequently seen this security endangered by accidents arising from the use of movable lights. Were coal gas exclusively employed in such establishments, the fixed position which can be given to the burners, and the absence of all danger from sparks, must give a degree of security to those places from fire far beyond what they at present possess, even when superintended with the greatest possible caution and fidelity. The same remark is equally applicable to the government offices, public libraries, museums, in short, to all public establishments where the national value of the articles preserved is such that no possible means of increasing their security from destruction should be neglected. We have now to turn our attention to another general point of view in which the introduction of lighting by gas is not less an object of interest to the public. We allude to the application of gas as a means of heating as well as lighting. Mr. Meiben was the first who directed the attention of the public to this subject. He ascertained that gas from coal gives nearly the same heat when put into combustion, which is yielded by a third part of the coal from which it is extracted. In other words, it has been found that a quantity of fuel giving a particular degree of heat may be employed so as to produce at the same time another substance yielding nearly an equal degree of heat in a different and more manageable form, a form in which it can be preserved for any length of time, divided into any portions, distributed in any direction, consumed in an open fireplace or in a stove concealed in any shape. A form in which the flame may issue equally well from iron or from stoneware, be instantly lighted up and instantly extinguished, be made to burn as long or as short a time as may suit us, and in any degree of intensity between the most animating and brilliant blaze and its total extinction, be extinguished in one room, and the next moment lighted up in any other. In short, such a form that by one proper arrangement from the beginning, with the same portion of fuel, we may at any time have the command of a cheerful fire, an adequate and comfortable warmth in any part of our dwelling to which we may have occasion to move, as manageable and in this way as portable as the taper by the touch of which it is kindled. To those who have been accustomed to see before them a solid mass of burning fuel, this gas flame may at first have the less satisfactory appearance of a fugitive blaze which we perceive nothing to support. But its uniformity and permanence will soon banish this impression, while it is attended with other advantages not inconsiderable with respect either to comfort or convenience. There are no coals to be carried in, no ashes to be carried out. There is no blowing, no sweeping of cinders, no dust, no interruption of servants. There is no excessive heat in one stage, no sudden dampening at another. We have the choice of any temperature, and which we can regulate with the utmost ease. The fire itself is lively and pleasant to the eye. Enclosed in transparencies, it receives a degree of splendor not easily imagined. Numerous applications of gas as a source of heat for airing rooms and other purposes have already been adopted. It is used in kitchens for keeping meat warm and for boiling water, in storerooms, in picture galleries, in libraries, for maintaining them at an equal temperature. By copperplate printers, it is used for warming their plates, and by jewelers and other artists for soldering. It remains further to be observed that the coal, by yielding gas and other products, namely tar, pitch, and ammoniacal liquor, is not entirely lost. It produces, besides light, an excellent fuel, namely coke, and as a manufactory or workshop generally requires heating as well as lighting, there is a gain both ways. The manufacturer, by distilling his coal instead of burning it as it comes from the pit, saves his candles and improves his fuel. One effort at the outset in erecting a gas apparatus will reduce his annual disbursement for those two articles of prime necessity, much in the same manner, though in a greater degree, as the farmer gains by building a thrashing machine and laying aside the use of the flail. The coal is so far from being reduced in consequence of the gas light process to an useless mass, that in many places immense quantities are reduced to the state of coke for the purpose of rendering the coal a better fuel than it was in its natural state, for coke gives a strong and lasting heat. It is equally valuable for kitchen and parlor fires, and still more as a necessary requisite in some important branches of manufacture, so that in whatever quantity coke may be produced, it can never want a good market. The demand for coke in this capital, since the establishment of the gas-light works, has prodigiously increased. Numerous taverns, offices, and public establishments, which heretofore burnt coal, now use coke to the total exclusion of coal, and in almost every manufactory, which requires both extensive lighting and heating, gas and coke are now the means jointly employed. A coke fire emits a very uniform and intense heat. It produces no sparks, and burns free from soot and smoke. It requires no trouble in managing, and to those who have the misfortune of being plagued with a smoky chimney, affords the only certain cure. Another valuable product is the tar which is deposited during the production of the gas. This tar, when rectified by a slight evaporation, has become an article of commerce. Large establishments, both of coal tar, coal oil, and pitch, are in full action, and the commodities which they furnish have become in great demand. The ammoniacal liquor which the gas-light process affords has of late given rise to very important branches of chemical manufacture, carried on upon a large scale. But as the gas is at present supposed to be the only object in view, for the sake of the light which it yields, the other products being only accidentally connected with its extraction, let us leave the idea of profit on them out of the question, and with the utmost latitude of concession require them only to stand as in part for a portion of the coal employed in the process. We have still the gas, an article which performs the functions of the oil, the tallow, or the wax for which it is substituted, and to the price of which we have no need to call the attention of those who make use of them. There remains only to be opposed, on the other side, the expense of the apparatus by which the gas is to be prepared and the lights maintained. From the materials and the workmanship, with the interest of the capital sunk, the expense in the first instance must be very considerable. but where the quantity of light must be great, even from cheap substances, or where, with a less quantity of light, the substances from which it is derived must be of the costliest kind, such is in either case the enormous expense of these materials, that by superseding them and making every reasonable allowance to the engineer who erects the gas apparatus, the sum it costs, both principal and interest, is soon liquidated, leaving at last a total saving, excepting the expense of accidental repairs, which, from the durability of the materials employed, seldom exceeds a trifling sum. The principal expense in the pursuit of this new branch of civil and domestic economy is, therefore, the dead capital employed in erecting the machinery for obtaining and conveying the gas. The floating capital, after the first cost incurred in erecting the apparatus, is comparatively small. Even if usurious interest is allowed for the first cost of the apparatus and its deterioration, the saving must always be considerable, especially if the number of lights furnished are comparatively in a small place. At the same time, were we to offer advice to the public on this subject, it would be that no private individual resident in London should attempt to light his premises, for the sake of economy, with coal gas by means of his own apparatus, whose annual expense for light does not exceed £40. But when a street or small neighborhood is required to be lighted, the operation may be commenced with safety. The sum required for erecting the apparatus and the labor attending the process, together with the interest of money sunk, will then soon be liquidated by the light and other products. Individuals have accordingly engaged successfully in the distillation of coal and trade with advantage in the articles produced by the process. In like manner may the lighting of cities be accomplished without the aid of incorporated bodies, and parishes may be lighted by almost as many individuals as there are streets in a parish. The supplying of light to the street or parish lamps alone, of any district of street lamps only, can never be undertaken with economy in this capital, nor indeed in any other, for the money sunk in furnishing the mains or pipes only must always greatly exceed what any revenue from the lighting of the streets alone can compensate. The most beneficial application of gas lights unquestionably is in all those situations where a great quantity of light is wanted in a small place, and where light is required to be most diffused. The profit of this mode of illumination is the least. Hence the lighting of the parish or street lamps alone, without lighting shops or houses, can never be done with economy. It may be objected to the universality of our conclusion that the price of coal differing very much in different places will occasion a variation in the expense of the new mode of lighting. The price of coals can, however, have but little effect upon the cost of the gas lights, because the very refuse or small coal which passes through the screen at the pit's mouth, and which cannot be brought into the market, nay, even the sweepings of the pit which are thrown away, may be employed for the production of coal gas. It makes no difference in what form the coal is used. This circumstance may contribute to enable coal merchants to furnish coals in larger masses, and as they come from the mine, instead of increasing the bulk by breaking them into a smaller size, which is a practice commonly followed. The demand which the gas light occasions for inferior sorts of coal may hereafter contribute to lower the price of the superior kinds, and keep a level which cannot be shaken under any circumstances. It may contribute to prevent combinations which do certainly operate to the prejudice of the public, and sometimes put this great town at the mercy of a few proprietors in the north, who deal out this commodity in any way they please. The competition thus produced, it is impossible not to consider as an advantage, which would tend to prevent such combinations, and put the inhabitants of London out of the reach of them. The advantages which the coal trade must reap from the introduction of the gaslight must be very considerable. There is already less waste, but a greater consumption of coal than formerly. The lower classes of the community are scantily supplied with firing, and nothing but a reduction of price is necessary to increase to a very large amount the average quantity of fuel consumed in the country. The lightness of the coke produced by the gaslight manufacture, diminishing the expense of land carriage, facilitates its general diffusion. The comforts of the poor are being materially augmented, and a number of useful operations in agriculture and the arts are beginning to be carried on, which have been hitherto checked by the extravagant price of fuel. If any additional vent were wanted for the coke, it would readily be found in the continental market, coke being better suited than coal to the habits of most European nations. Many and unquestionable as are the advantages of this new mode of procuring and distributing light, it was not to be expected that an invention which went to impair a branch of trade, in which a large portion of skill and capital had hitherto been successfully employed, should escape encountering very considerable opposition. On the first introduction of the gaslights, great but happily unsuccessful endeavors were made to alarm the public mind by dismal forebodings of the destruction which would ensue to the Greenland trade, and the consequent loss of a valuable nursery of British seamen. When impartially considered, it will be found that there was nothing more in this objection than the common clamor that is always set up against any new means of abridging labor, to which, had the public listened, an interdict would have been laid upon the spinning and threshing machines, the steam engine, and 1,000 other improvements in machinery. Such clamor scarcely ever fails to be made when the extension of machinery, the application of inanimate power, and the abridgment of labor consequent on either, is a matter proposed. We are then sure to be told that the scheme of mechanical or chemical improvement is pointed against the human species, that it tends to drive them out of the system of beneficial employment, and that, on the whole, the sum of the improvement is not only a less proportion of good to society, but a positive accession of misery to the unemployed poor. The misfortune of this argument is that, to be good for anything, it would prove a great deal too much. It is not confined in its scope to any particular species or defined extent of improvement, but is equally proscriptive of all improvements whatever. It is a principle for savage life, not for a state of civilization. It takes for its basis that it is an advantage to perpetuate that necessity for hard and incessant labor under which man finds himself originally placed by nature, with all the wants, privations, ignorance, and ferocity, which are attendant on that condition, and that every discovery, invention, or improvement which tends to abridge the quantity required of human labor, and to augment the resources for living and enjoyment, is a serious injury to society. The advocates of this narrow theory do not go the whole length of maintaining that diminishing labor and increase of substance are in themselves positive evils, a position too absurd perhaps for anyone to uphold. But they maintain what ends in a consequence nearly as untrue, namely, that neither the one nor the other is of any advantage to society at large. The palpable error of this theory is that it supposes that all improvements which tend to supersede human labor are necessarily made for the benefit of a few and not for the common benefit of the many, that instead of lessening to each individual the share of labor requisite to obtain the means of his substance, their only tendency is to lessen the value of each person's labor and to oblige him to work more in order to live equally well. Now, however the existing state of things may be in this country, or in other countries, arising out of a variety of arbitrary circumstances foreign to the natural, and in all cases the ultimately inevitable course of industry, it is a matter of justice, clear and undeniable, that every improvement in society ought to be the property of the many and not of a few, and that it ought either to lessen the quantity of labor necessary for acquiring the means of living, or to increase the profit to be gained by continuing the same quantity of labor. Nor does there seem any reason for believing that, in point of fact, the actual distribution of things is so far from according with this principle of justice as some superficial and prejudiced observers are fond of representing. The laborer or artisan may now work a greater number of hours daily than he did years ago. But how seldom do we find this to be the case without his comforts being more than proportionally multiplied, and his ultimate independence from labor essentially promoted. In general, however, the fact is, if we may give credit to well-informed economists, that the working classes do not labor more than formerly, and yet live, or at least have the means of living, better, and that, by working even less than formerly, they can obtain the means of living quite as well. Let the real state of matters in this respect, however, be as it may, the question comes to be one merely as to the distribution of the produce of nature and of art, and instead of opposing improvements because they tend to increase that produce, the object of those who have really the good of their fellow creatures at heart ought to be, to encourage such improvements as much as possible, but at the same time to obtain a correction of any partiality or injustice which may have crept into the distribution of their beneficial consequences. It is not to be denied that all the new improvements which interfere with and change the occupations and habits of the working classes of people must at first expose them to inconvenience and distress, against which it is in fairness the duty of society to protect them. But let not that temporary inconvenience and distress which can and ought to be provided against be held as an insuperable obstacle to the adoption of an improvement, the ultimate tendency of which it is to better the condition of mankind. It is likewise true that the manufacturing classes often suffer great want by the occasional suspension of employment, and sometimes actual oppression by the demand for labor. But that involves a question more immediately connected with political economy than the present subject. It is not the machinery that is at fault in such cases, but those speculators who occasion an inordinate excess of employment, or those statesmen who, with their folly, derange the great machine of human interests and intercourse. Every invention which tends to diminish the labor of men must be a benefit to the species, and it is wicked to argue against the use of anything from its occasional abuse. If the application of mechanical inventions thus tends to improve the humanity of the public, if it reduces the necessity of hard labor and diminishes the danger of many occupations which we contend it does, they who contribute to this object deserve our respect and gratitude. It may be true that we have now no such minds as those of Homer or Bacon or others of their stamp, but we should reflect that the circumstances which produced such characters are gone by, and great facilities have found other objects and other materials to work with. The use of mechanical industry not only improves and augments the comforts of domestic life, but it also, perhaps, does as much to soften the feelings of mankind towards one another as the precepts of philosophy. It tends to engender a detestation of hard labor, and to make the world consider not what the laborer may be able to do in tasking him, but what he ought to do without detriment to himself. It effects this by withdrawing, to a great degree, from observation, the distressing spectacle of men and animals toiling beyond their strength. It ought never to be forgotten that it is to manufactories carried on by machinery and abridgment of labor that this country is indebted for her riches, independence, and prominent station among the nations of the world. Authentic estimates have shown that the use of machinery in Great Britain, is equivalent to the addition to the population of upwards of 100 millions of adult persons. This immense accession of power has enabled this country to withstand assaults and to achieve objects of political ambition that appear almost miraculous when compared with the geographical extent and numerical population of the kingdom. With respect to what has been advanced as to the probable injury that would result from the general adoption of the gas lights all over the country to the Greenland trade, it may be observed that the traffic might with more propriety be called a drain than a nursery of the naval force. The nature of the Greenland service requires that the crew should consist of able-bodied sailors, and being protected men, not subject to the impress law, they are rendered useless for national defense. The nursery of British seamen is the coasting trade, and as the gaslight illumination becomes extended, it will increase that trade as much as it diminishes the Greenland fishery. Even on the extreme supposition that it would annihilate the Greenland fisheries altogether, we should have no reason to regret the event. The soundest principles of political economy must condemn the practice of fitting out vessels to navigate the polar seas for oil, if we can extract a superior material for procuring light at a cheaper rate from the produce of our own soil. The consequence of lighting our dwellings and manufactories with gas can, in fact, prove injurious only to our continental friends, one of whose staple commodities, tallow, we shall then have less occasion to purchase, although the new lights can never supersede entirely the use of candles and movable lights. Part 2. Outline of the new art of procuring light by means of coal gas and theory of the production of gas lights. All substances, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral, consisting of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, when exposed to a red heat, produce various inflammable elastic fluids capable of furnishing artificial light. The gases thus obtained are called carburetted hydrogen. They produce, from their combustion, water and carbonic acid. The species of carburetted hydrogen produced from pit coal has of late been called coal gas. We perceive the evolution of this elastic fluid during the combustion of coal in a common fire. The coal, when heated to a certain degree, swells and kindles and frequently emits remarkably bright streams of flame, and after a certain period these appearances cease and the coal glows with a red light. The flame produced from coal, wood, turf, oil, wax, tallow, or other bodies which are composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, proceeds from the production of carburetted hydrogen gas evolved from the combustible body when in an ignited state. It must have been noticed at the same time that in the common mode of burning coal in a fireplace or stove, nearly the whole of this inflammable gaseous matter is lost. We often see a flame suddenly burst from the densest smoke, and as suddenly disappear, and if a light be applied to the little jets that issue from the bituminous part of the coal, they will catch fire and burn with a bright flame. The fact is that the greater part of the carburetted hydrogen gas, capable of affording light and heat, continually escapes up the chimney during the decomposition of the coal, whilst only a small part is occasionally ignited, and exhibits the phenomena of the flame. If coal, instead of being burnt in the way now stated, is submitted at a temperature of ignition in close vessels, all its immediate constituent parts may be collected. The bituminous part is melted out in the form of coal tar. There is disengaged at the same time a large quantity of an aqueous fluid, contaminated with a portion of oil and various ammoniacal salts. A large quantity of carburetted hydrogen, carbonic oxide, carbonic acid, and sulfurated hydrogen also makes their appearance, and the fixed base of the coal alone remains behind in the distillatory apparatus in the form of a carbonaceous substance called coke. An analysis of the coal is thus effected by the process of destructive distillation. The products which the coal furnishes may be separately collected in different vessels. The carburetted hydrogen, or coal gas, when freed from the foreign gases, may be propelled in streams out of small apertures, which, when lighted, may serve as a flame of a candle and then form what we call gas lights. It is in this manner that from pit coal, a production of our own soil, we procure a pure, lasting, and brilliant light, which in other cases must be derived from materials in part imported from abroad. In order to apply this mode of procuring light on a large scale, as now practiced with unparalleled success in this country, the coal is put into vessels called retorts, and furnished with pipes connected with reservoirs to receive the distillatory products. The retorts are fixed into a furnace and heated to redness. The heat develops from the coal the gaseous and liquid products. The latter are disposed into receivers, and the former are conducted through water in which quicklime is diffused, by which the carburetted hydrogen gas is purified. The sulphuretted hydrogen and carbonic acid, which are mixed with it, become absorbed by the quicklime, and the pure carburetted hydrogen is stored up in a vessel called the gas holder, and is then ready for use. From the reservoir in which the gas has been collected proceed pipes which branch out into smaller ramifications until they terminate at the place where the lights are wanted, and the extremities of the branch pipes are furnished with stopcocks to regulate the flow of the gas into the burners or lamps. The production of gas lights is therefore analogous to that of flame produced from tallow, wax, or oil. All these substances possess, in common with coal, the elements of certain peculiar matters, which are capable of being converted into inflammable elastic fluids by the application of heat. The capillary tubes, formed by the wick of a candle or lamp, serve the office of the retorts placed in the heated furnace in the gaslight process, and in which the inflammable gaseous fluid is developed. The wax, tallow, or oil is drawn up into these ignited tubes, and is decomposed into carburetted hydrogen gas, and from the combustion of this substance the illumination proceeds. In the lamp as well as in the candle, the oil or tallow must therefore be decomposed before they can produce a light, but for this purpose the decomposition of a minute quantity of the materials successively is sufficient to give a good light. Thus originates the flame of a candle or lamp. Nothing more therefore is aimed at in the gaslight process than to separate the immediate products which the coal affords when submitted to a temperature of ignition in a close vessel, to collect these products in separate reservoirs, and to convey one of the products, the inflammable gas, by means of pipes and branching tubes to any required distance, in order to exhibit it there at the orifice of the conducting tube, so that it may be used as a candle or lamp. The whole difference between the gigantic process of the gaslight operation and the miniature operation of a candle or lamp consists in having the distillatory apparatus at the gaslight manufactory instead of being in the wick of a candle or lamp. In having the crude inflammable matter decomposed previous to the elastic fluid being wanted and stored up for use, instead of being prepared and consumed as fast as it proceeds from the decomposed oil, wax, or tallow. And lastly, in transmitting the gas to any required distance, and igniting it at the burner or lamp of the conducting tube, instead of burning it at the apex of the wick. The principle of the gaslight manufacture is therefore rational, and justifiable by the general mode in which all light is produced. It only remains to be observed that while the new and important use to which pit coal may thus be applied affords a strong confirmation of what has been well observed, that of all subterraneous combustible substances, coal is in this country by far the most important natural production. Quote, It is connected not only with the necessities, comforts, and enjoyments of life, but also with the extension of our own important arts, our manufactures, commerce, and national riches. Essential in affording warmth and preparing food, it yields a sort of artificial sunshine and in some measure compensates for the disadvantages of our climate. By means of it, metallurgical processes are carried on, and the most important materials of civilized life furnished. The agriculturalist is supplied with a useful manure, and the architect with a necessary cement. Not only manufactories and private houses, but even whole streets and towns are lighted by its application. And in furnishing the elements of activity in the steam engine, it has given a wonderful impulse to mechanical and chemical ingenuity, diminished to a great extent human labor, and increased in a high degree the strength and wealth of the country." Footnote: Davy on the Safety Lamp. End of Description of the Process of Manufacturing Coal Gas for the Lighting of Streets, Houses, and Public Buildings by Frederick Acom. A portion of Chapter 1 of Sketch of Thermodynamics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tricia G. Sketch of Thermodynamics by P. G. Tate. Chapter 1. Historical Sketch of the Dynamical Theory of Heat. What is heat? The metaphysical arguments on this question, which in countless heaps encumber the shelves of medieval libraries, would merely stupefy the reader and tend to prevent him from easily understanding the actual facts and their bearings. From the earliest times, man's apprehension of the causes and connections of natural phenomena has been rendered uncertain and imperfect by his willfully ignoring the great fact that natural philosophy is an experimental and not an intuitive science. No a priori reasoning can conduct us demonstratively to a single physical truth. We must endeavor to discover what is, not speculate on what might have been or presumptuously decide what ought to have been. Hence it matters not to us what Aristotle or Bacon may have laid down, or Locke and Descartes imagined with regard to the nature of heat. It would be of little use to waste time in a preliminary sketch of the early history of our subject. Such a sketch might, perhaps, be made very attractive, but the materials for it do not yet appear to have been collected. The rapid march of modern discovery renders it not only useless, but destructive to the progress of the natural philosopher to spend much time or trouble in exploring the beginnings of his science. While he gropes about, seeking the source, his contemporaries are borne, with ever-increasing swiftness, along the broadening and deepening current of the river, to the great ocean of truth which lies unexplored before them. In the physical world, we are cognizant of but 4 elementary ideas besides the inevitable time and space. They are matter, force, position, and motion. And matter is said to possess energy in virtue of its position or its motion. Of these, motion is merely change of position, and every change of motion of matter is commonly said to be due to force. In reality, force is merely the rate at which energy is transferred or transformed per unit of length in a given direction, or the rate at which it would be transferred or transformed if some obstacle were removed. The notion of force is directly suggested to us by our so-called muscular sense, and it is thus difficult to get rid of the idea that there is such a thing as force. But the direct evidence of our senses, uninterpreted by reason, is usually wholly misleading, when not meaningless, in physical science. Now it is evident that to one or other of the four elementary ideas above, every distinct physical conception must be referred. To which does heat belong? The old notions of heat were that it was matter, or, according to some philosophers, force. It is only within about a century that proofs have been gradually arrived at that when a body is hot, its particles are in motion, and that the so-called latent heat of black may possibly not be heat at all, but may depend on position. In other words, that heat is in all cases a form of energy. These may be startling statements as they are now advanced, but they will be fully explained and to some extent developed in the course of the work. Thus it appears that, of the four available hypotheses as to the nature of heat, the two necessarily erroneous ones have, till lately, been almost universally adopted. So much for the trustworthiness of the metaphysical treatment of a physical question. Such a lesson should never be lost sight of. So deserved and so complete a refutation of the sophistical nonsense of the schoolmen, and so valuable a warning to the philosopher who may be disposed to a priori argument as more dignified and less laborious than experiment, can scarcely occur again. Even the despised perpetual motionist has more reason on his side than the metaphysical pretender to discovery of the laws of nature. He, to his cost, but to his credit also, appeals to experiment to test the validity of his principle. But the mighty intellect of his rival scorns such peddling with apparatus. To it, all truth is intuitive. Nay, more, what it cannot comprehend cannot be truth. But the days of its authority have nearly expired, happily for human progress. When heat is considered to be matter, under the name of caloric, it was, of course, regarded as uncreatable and indestructible by any process at the command of man, and there can be no doubt that many very plausible explanations of curious physical phenomena were arrived at by the labor and ingenuity of the partisans of this theory. Thus it was natural to suppose that, when caloric entered a body, or rather combined with it, the body should in general expand, and, even when heating produced contraction, there were analogies quite sufficient to bear out the theory supplied by such mixtures as alcohol and water, or alloys as copper and tin, where the bulk of the compound is considerably less than the sum of the bulks of the components, and, as Faraday has shown in the combination of potassium and oxygen, sometimes less than the bulk of either. Conduction of heat, or transference of caloric from one body to another, or from part to part of the same body, also presented no difficulty. So it was with the experiments which led to what was called, from the principles of this theory, the specific heat of bodies. It had merely to be assumed that different bodies required different proportions of caloric to be mixed with them to produce equal effects in the form of change of temperature. Thus the specific heat of water being called 1, that of mercury is 0.033, that is, a pound of water requires 30 times more caloric to be mixed with it to produce a given change of temperature, measured by the thermometer, than a pound of mercury. The fact that in heating ice no rise of temperature is observed, however much heat may have been applied, until the whole of the ice is melted, and similar phenomena observed in every case of melting or liquefaction, as well as in boiling or vaporization, led Black to propound the doctrine of latent heat. The fundamental ideas of this doctrine, that water differs from ice at the same temperature simply by the admixture of a definite equivalent of caloric, that the steam which escapes from boiling water, though showing the same temperature when tested by the thermometer, contains a vastly greater amount of caloric, and similar ideas for all similar cases, were thus easily and directly reduced to the caloric theory. The additional quantity of caloric was supposed simply to change the molecular state of the body without altering its temperature. Hence it was said to be latent. There need be no hesitation, so far as these and many other phenomena of heat are concerned, in pronouncing the explanations given by the material theory quite satisfactory, although in several cases they are certainly cumbrous and difficult of application. The following extract from Black's Lectures gives a very fair idea of some of the best of these speculations and attempts at explanation. Quote, "Thus, to consider in the first place the slacking of lime, the formation of lime water, and some of the qualities of lime water. The calcareous earth, in its quicklime state, or deprived of its air, as it has an attraction for water, will be found to resemble the salts in several particulars in the mode of this attraction. The salts, if we take them in their purest state, are disposed to combine with water in two different ways. With a certain quantity of water they unite closely and with considerable force to constitute the crystals of salts, in which the water is joined with the particles of salt in such a manner as to become solid along with them. There are some of the salts which become very hot in uniting with this portion of water. Such are Glauber's salt, Epsom salt, fixed alkali, and several others. This heat is supposed by most authors to come out of the salts. I am rather inclined to think it comes from the water. After this, if more water be added, the salt unites with it in a different manner, so as to become fluid along with it, or form a solution or liquid in which the salt is dissolved in the water, and, in this part of the process, cold is produced. In the same manner, if water be added to quicklime, a certain quantity of it is attracted by the quicklime and deprived of its fluidity with violence and heat, and it adheres to the lime with considerable force, constituting with it a dry powder, which is called slacked lime. But if this slacked lime be mixed with a much larger quantity of water, a part of it is dissolved and composes with the water a lime water. The heat produced in slacking lime is just one of the numberless examples of the immersion of latent heat. And if any person should think that the heat produced in some of these instances is too great to be explained in this way, let him consider that the 140 degrees, which escape from water in congelation, refers only to the difference between the heats necessary for appearing in the forms of water and ice. But we have no authority to say that the same abstraction of heat from the same quantity of water will suit its subsequent appearance in a crystal of Glauber's salt, Epsom salt, or niter. A much greater immersion may be necessary, or a much less. Therefore, till the experiment be tried, we cannot say how much heat must emerge before the water can unite with quicklime in a solid form. And let it be further remarked that the heat extracted in this crystallization can be very little diminished by the subsequent solution, because there is very little lime dissolved in the lime water." End quote. But another class of common phenomena afforded no such easy application of the theory, namely, the development of heat by friction or percussion, and it must be allowed that many of the warmest supporters of the caloric hypothesis frankly admitted that their explanations of these effects were not quite satisfactory. The general tendency of these explanations was towards assuming a change in the capacity for caloric to be produced by the disintegration caused by friction or by the compression caused by impact, though it was excessively difficult to see how two such opposite processes could each produce a diminution of the capacity. And though the difficulty is lessened by considering a change in latent heat as well as in capacity to be produced by attrition or condensation, it is by no means removed. The mischievous consequences of long persistence in a false theory were perhaps never better exemplified than in the case of the supposed materiality of heat, for so completely were the scientific men of last century imbued with it, that when Davy gave a conclusive proof of the actual creation of heat in a very simple experiment, his consequent argument against the materiality of heat, or the existence of caloric, attracted little attention, and was treated by many of those who condescended to notice it as a wild and extravagant speculation. It is certain that even Davy himself was led astray in his argument by using the hypothesis of change of capacity as the basis of his reasoning, and that he might have been met successfully by any able calorist who, though maintaining the materiality of heat, might have been willing to throw overboard one or two less essential tenets of his school of philosophers. But Davy's experiment, rightly viewed, is completely decisive of the question, and, in spite of the imperfection of his reasoning from it, due entirely to the prevailing sophisms of the calorists, was perfectly satisfactory to himself. He developed, in a singularly brief and lucid form, the fundamental principles of the true theory in a tract, forming part of the Contributions to Physical and Medical Knowledge, principally from the west of England, collected by Thomas Beddoes, M.D., published at Bristol in 1799. Davy commenced by causing 2 pieces of ice to rub against each other, until both were almost entirely melted by the friction. Here water somewhat above the freezing point was produced. Davy's confused argument from this is as follows, quote, "From this experiment it is evident that ice by friction is converted into water, and according to the supposition its capacity is diminished. But it is a well-known fact that the capacity of water for heat is much greater than that of ice, and ice must have an absolute quantity of heat added to it before it can be converted into water. Friction, consequently, does not diminish the capacities of body for heat." End quote. To show that no heat was abstracted from surrounding bodies, he proceeded to cause 2 pieces of metal to rub against each other by means of clockwork, the whole apparatus being placed on a block of ice, which had some unfrozen water in a canal on its surface, and enclosed in a very perfect vacuum, produced by the now well-known application of carbonic acid gas and caustic potash. Here again heat was developed by the friction, but it did not come from the ice, for the water in contact with it was not frozen, nor from surrounding bodies, for in this case it must have passed through and melted the ice, but the ice remained unaltered. From these perfectly conclusive experiments Davy proceeds thus, quote, "Heat, then, or that power which prevents the actual contact of the corpuscles of bodies, and which is the cause of our peculiar sensations of heat and cold, may be defined a peculiar motion, probably a vibration, of the corpuscles of bodies, tending to separate them. It may with propriety be called the repulsive motion. Bodies exist in different states, and these states depend on the differences of the action of attraction and of the repulsive power on their corpuscles, or, in other words, on their different quantities of attraction and repulsion." End quote. Let us here remark, incidentally, what an immense simplification is at once introduced into our conception of the laws which regulate the intermolecular forces in bodies. Davy, by a simple sentence or 2, thus demolished forever the ingeniously unnatural speculations of Boscovich and his school, who represented the law of the force exerted by one molecule or particle of a body on another by a most complex alternation of attractions and repulsions, succeeding each other as the distance between the two was gradually diminished, a law so inconsistent with the simplicity of that of gravitation that it is amazing that it was ever seriously propounded. Davy, in fact, makes this very application, and illustrates the effect of the repulsive motion in balancing the attraction of cohesion in bodies by the very apt comparison to that of the orbital motion of a planet, which prevents its being drawn nearer to the sun. We shall not attempt to follow his further development of this discovery, where he falls into an ingenious mistake in consequence of his belief in the corpuscular theory of light. It has nothing to do with our subject. Yet, though now known to be erroneous, it is worthy of its author. The rest of this short tract, so far as it relates to heat, is concerned with the laws of communication of heat, which are shown to be quite analogous to those of the communication of motion. It was not, however, so far as we know, till 1812 that Davy distinctly laid down, in a thoroughly comprehensive form, the law of the phenomenon. In his Chemical Philosophy, published in that year, he enunciates the following perfectly definite and most important proposition. Quote, "The immediate cause of the phenomenon of heat, then, is motion, and the laws of its communication are precisely the same as the laws of the communication of motion." End quote. The immense consequences of this statement we shall presently consider, after we have briefly described the labors of a contemporary of Davy, who almost succeeded, in 1798, in demonstrating the immateriality of heat, but whose work is especially valuable as containing the first recorded approximation to the measurement of heat in terms of ordinary mechanical units, which, singularly enough, does not appear to have been attempted by Davy. In the Philosophical Transactions for 1798, there is a most instructive paper by Count Rumford, entitled An Inquiry Concerning the Source of the Heat which is Excited by Friction. Footnote. This remarkable man, Benjamin Thompson, was driven to Europe for his loyalty when the British colonies in America rebelled. He effected various important reforms in Bavaria, and chose the title by which he was generally known, and which was conferred on him for these services, from the village, now called Concord, in New Hampshire, where he had been obliged to leave his wife and his infant daughter. End footnote. The author's experiments were made at Munich while he superintended the boring of cannon in the arsenal. Indeed, he remarks that, quote, "Very interesting philosophical experiments may often be made, almost without trouble or expense, by means of machinery contrived for the mere mechanical purposes of the arts and manufactures." End quote. He was struck with the very great heat developed by the friction or attrition of the steel borer on the brass casting, and especially in comparing it with the very small quantity of chips or powder removed from the metal, justly observing that it was inconceivable that a mere change of the capacity for heat in so small a relative quantity of brass could develop heat sufficient in some cases to boil a large quantity of water. Quote, "In reasoning on this subject," he says, "we must not forget to consider that most remarkable circumstance, that the source of the heat generated by friction in these experiments appeared evidently to be inexhaustible. It is hardly necessary to add that anything which any insulated body, or system of bodies, can continue to furnish without limitation, cannot possibly be a material substance, and it appears to me to be extremely difficult, if not quite impossible, to form any distinct idea of anything capable of being excited and communicated in the manner that heat was excited and communicated in these experiments, except it be motion." End quote. Had Rumford only completed his experiment by dissolving separately in an acid the brass turnings and an equal weight of the metal in large fragments, he would have been entitled to the sole credit of the experimental discovery of the true nature of heat. We shall have occasion again to allude to the contents of this extremely lucid and philosophical paper. Meanwhile, we may merely observe that Rumford pointed out other methods to be employed in determining the amount of heat produced by the expenditure of mechanical power, instancing particularly the agitation of water or other liquids, as in churning. It may be well to pause for a moment at this stage and carefully consider to what extent the true theory of heat had really been advanced about the commencement of the present century, and it is easy to see from the preceding pages that the following important facts were then completely acquired to science. 1. That heat is motion, or rather, in strict modern phraseology, energy. 2. That the laws of its communication are the same as those of the communication of motion, or, in modern and more expressive phraseology, energy. 3. Hence, that the laws of the communication of heat are those laid down by Newton with such expressive brevity in the scholium to his third law of motion. 4. Hence, that heat has a definite mechanical value, and may be converted into mechanical effect, and vice versa. 5. That the determination of the accurate value of the mechanical equivalent of a given amount of heat is a question to be resolved by experiment. 6. That Rumford had obtained an approximation, a pretty close one as we know now, to the value of this equivalent. 7. That this equivalent may be determined by expending work in the boring or friction of solids or in agitating liquids. For the benefit of such readers as may not be acquainted with the elements of mechanics, it will be useful to give a few explanations of some of the preceding statements, especially with the view of showing their logical sequence. 1 and 2 are simply Davy's own expression of his experimental conclusion. As to 3, Newton shows, though not in precisely the same words, that when work is expended solely in setting a body in motion, the energy of the motion is a measure of the work expended. This grand statement of Newton's will be considered in the next chapter. Work is here used in the ordinary engineering sense of so many foot-pounds, i.e., so many pounds raised 1 foot. From this it follows that the heat present in a body is really a certain definite amount of energy of motion, which is equivalent to a certain definite amount of mechanical effect or work. This is statement 4. With reference to 6, which is the only other requiring explanation, it is easily calculated from the data of one of Rumford's experiments, that is, that the work of 1 horse for 2 hours 30 minutes raised by 180 degrees Fahrenheit the temperature of a mass equivalent in capacity for heat to 26.58 pounds of water, that it requires about 940 foot-pounds of work to be expended to raise the temperature of a pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. Note: we have somewhat altered the result first deduced by Joule from this experiment, for we have used 30,000 instead of 33,000 foot-pounds per minute as the value of a horsepower, the latter, or Watt's estimate, being now allowed to be too great. End note. No account was taken of the heat lost by radiation and evaporation, which must have been considerable from the high temperature produced, and the duration of the experiment, so that, as Rumford himself noticed, this value must be too high. It is now known to be about 20% too great. Still, it is a most remarkable result. It does not follow that, if the chief fundamental laws and principles of a science are known, the development of them is an easy matter. Take, for instance, the law of gravitation. It is scarcely possible to conceive a simpler expression than this for the mutual action of two particles. Yet, even for the simplest possible application, the motion of one particle about another, the numerical details are very troublesome, and when we have three mutually attracting particles, the problem, so far as exact solution is concerned, completely transcends the power of known mathematical processes. It is, of course, infinitely more formidable when we consider the mutual action of the particles of a body, and without the aid of hypotheses, suggested by experiment, such a case would be incapable of even approximate treatment. Thus we are prepared to find that for the practical application of the above facts regarding heat, hypotheses, of a kind suggested by experiment, will always be required until we know the mechanical constitution of bodies and have immensely improved our mathematical methods. For a considerable portion of the present century, Davy's discoveries about heat were neglected or only casually mentioned, but this was of comparatively little consequence, as their early reception might have kept back for a time the grand developments which must next be mentioned, immense strides in the theoretical and mathematical treatment of the subject, and to a considerable extent independent of the nature of heat. These are due to Fourier and Sadi Carnot, and it may well be said that it is in great part attributable to their remarkable works that the true theory of heat, when revived about 35 years ago, received so rapidly its present enormous development. Fourier's Théorie de la Chaleur, composed before 1812, is one of the most exquisite mathematical works ever written, abounding in novel processes of the highest originality as well as practical utility. It is devoted solely, so far as its physical applications are concerned, to the problems of the conduction and radiation of heat. Whatever may eventually be found to be the true laws of conduction and radiation, Fourier gives the means of completely solving any problem involving these processes only, and applies his methods to various cases of the highest interest. He works out in detail these important cases with the particular assumption that the flux of heat is proportional to the rate at which the temperature changes along the line of flow, and to a coefficient depending on the nature of the body called its conductivity. It is only very recently indeed that Forbes has shown that the conductivity of a body for heat diminishes as its temperature increases, and thus that the details of Fourier's solutions, in which the conductivity is assumed to be constant, are not strictly accurate when great differences of temperature are involved. But besides the fact that Fourier has shown how to adapt his methods to any experimental data, the solutions he has given are approximate enough for application to many most interesting investigations, such as the secular cooling of the earth, underground temperature as depending on solar radiation, etc. By this powerful method, Fourier has reduced the treatment of any question involving transference of heat by conduction or radiation to a perfectly definite form, and he must therefore stand, in the history of the subject, as one of its greatest promoters. Very different in form and object from the systematic treatise of Fourier is the profound and valuable essay of Sadi Carnot, Réflexions sur la puissance motrice du feu, published in 1824. The author endeavors to determine how it is that heat produces mechanical effect, and though some of his assumptions are not correct, he investigates the question in an exceedingly able and instructive manner. Starting with a correct principle, which, obvious as it is, has been sadly neglected in many later writers, he is led into error by assuming the materiality of heat. But with true philosophical caution, he avoids committing himself to this hypothesis, though he makes it the foundation of his attempt to discover how work is produced from heat. He says, quote, "If a body, after having experienced a certain number of transformations, be brought identically to its primitive physical state as to density, temperature, and molecular constitution, it must contain the same quantity of heat as that which it initially possessed, or, in other words, the quantities of heat lost by the body under one set of operations are precisely compensated by those which are absorbed in the others. This fact has never been doubted. It has at first been admitted without reflection, and afterwards verified in many cases by calorimetrical experiments. To deny it would be to overturn the whole theory of heat, in which it is the fundamental principle. It must be admitted, however, that the chief foundations of which the theory of heat rests would require a most attentive examination. Several experimental facts appear nearly inexplicable in the actual state of this theory." End quote. This fundamental principle of Carnot is evidently axiomatic, so far as regards the quantity of heat in the body when it is restored to its original state. But there is a serious error as regards the equality of the quantities of heat received and given out by the body during the transformations. The erroneous portion of the above statement of Carnot is contained in the clause, quote, "In other words, the quantities of heat lost by the body under one set of operations are precisely compensated by those which are absorbed in the others." End quote. This is only true when as much work has been expended in bringing back the body to its primitive state as has been done by it in expanding. But we must remark the peculiar merit of Carnot's reasoning, which consists in the idea of bringing the body back to its initial state as to temperature, density, and molecular condition under a cycle of operations, before making any assertion as to the amount of heat which it contains. We shall be enabled to appreciate the value of this idea better when we see what others have been led to by ignoring it. Thus, from Carnot's point of view, it is evident that the motive power of heat depends upon its being transferred from one body to another through the medium by whose change of volume or form the external mechanical effect is produced, as this medium is supposed to remain at the end of the operation in precisely the same state as at the commencement. He gives, as analogous, the instance of work derived from water falling from a higher to a lower level. Hence, for the production of mechanical effect, we are to look to the successive communication of heat to, and abstraction of heat from, the particular medium employed. And to illustrate this, it is natural to consider the steam engine as the most extensive practical application of the principle. Carnot's reasoning may easily be made intelligible without mathematical details. In the simple case given below, all that is attempted is to show that in the ascent of the piston in the cylinder, more work is done against external forces than is required to be done by them to produce the descent and restore the piston to its first position. And in order that Carnot's axiom may be applied with strictness, and yet with simplicity, it is better to consider a hypothetical than an actual engine. Suppose we have two bodies, A and B, whose temperatures, S and T, are maintained uniform, A being the warmer body, and suppose we have a stand, C, which is a non-conductor of heat. Let the piston and the sides of the cylinder be also non-conductors, but let the bottom of the cylinder be a perfect conductor, and let the cylinder contain a little water, nearly touching the piston when pushed down. Set the cylinder on A. Then the water will at once acquire the temperature S, and steam at the same temperature will be formed till the space above the water is saturated, so that pressure must be exerted to prevent the piston from rising. Let us take this condition as our starting point for the cycle of operations. First, allow the piston to rise gradually. Work is done by the pressure of the steam, which goes on increasing in quantity as the piston rises, so as always to be at the same temperature and pressure, and heat is abstracted from A, namely the latent heat of the steam formed during the operation. Second, place the cylinder on C and allow the steam to raise the piston farther. More work is done, more steam is formed, but the temperature sinks on account of the latent heat required for the formation of the new steam. Allow this process to go on till the temperature falls to T, the temperature of the body B. Third, now place the cylinder on B. There is, of course, no transfer of heat, but if we now press down the piston, we do work upon the contents of the cylinder, steam is liquefied, and the latent heat developed is at once absorbed by B. Carry on this process till the amount of heat given to B is exactly equal to that taken from A in the first operation, and place the cylinder on the non-conductor C. The temperature of the contents is now T, and the amount of caloric in them is precisely the same as before the first operation. Fourth, press down the piston farther, till it occupies the same position as before the first operation. Additional work is done on the contents of the cylinder. A farther amount of steam is liquefied, and the temperature rises. Moreover, it rises to S exactly by the foundational axiom, because the volume occupied by the water and steam is the same as before the first operation, and the quantity of caloric they contain is also the same, as much having been abstracted in the third operation as was communicated in the first, while in the second and fourth operations the contents of the cylinder neither gain nor lose caloric, as they are surrounded by non-conductors. Now, during the first two operations, work was done by the steam on the piston. During the last two, work was done against the steam. On the whole, the work done by the steam exceeds that done upon it, since evidently the temperature of the contents, for any position of the piston in its ascent, was greater than for the same position on the descent, except at the initial and final positions, where it is the same. Hence the pressure also was greater at each stage in the ascent than at the corresponding stage in the descent, from which the theorem is evident. Hence, on the whole, a certain amount of work has been communicated by the motion of the piston to external bodies, and, the contents of the cylinder having been restored exactly to their primitive condition, we are entitled to regard this work as due to the caloric employed in the process. This we see was taken from A and wholly transferred to B. It thus appears that caloric does work by being let down from a higher to a lower temperature. And the reader may easily see that if we knew the laws which connect the pressure of saturated steam and the amount of caloric it contains, with its volume and temperature, it would be possible to apply a rigorous calculation to the various processes of the cycle above explained, and to express by formulae the amount of work gained on the whole in the series of operations, in terms of the temperatures S and T of the boiler and condenser of a steam engine, and the whole amount of caloric which passes from one to the other. Though the above process is exceedingly ingenious and important, it is to a considerable extent vitiated by the assumption of the materiality of heat which is made throughout. To show this, It is only necessary to consider the definition given for the limit to which the condensation is to be carried in the third operation, being that as much heat is to be emitted during it as was taken in during the first operation. But it is quite easy, as seems to have been first remarked by J. Thomson in 1849, to put Carnot's statement in a form which is rigorously correct, whatever be the nature of heat. J. Thomson says, quote, "We should not say in the third operation, compress till the same amount of heat is given out as was taken in during the first, but we should say, compress until we have let out so much heat that the farther compression during the fourth stage to the original volume may give back the original temperature." End quote. It is preferable, therefore, to go through Carnot's cycle again with the slight change of starting with the fourth of the preceding operations. This we leave to the student. The reason will be easily apprehended by him when he reads the remarks on Watt's indicator diagram given in the third chapter. It is but bare justice, however, to acknowledge that Carnot himself was by no means satisfied with the caloric hypothesis, and that he insinuates, as we have already seen, more than a mere suspicion of its correctness. The student may easily see the difficulty if he considers that heat may be let down, by conduction merely, between bodies of different temperatures without doing any work. But we owe to Carnot much more than this, as will now be shown. Deferring to a later section an examination of the curious particulars in which his results for the steam engine or the air engine differ from those now received. If we carefully examine the above cycle of operations, we easily see that they are reversible, i.e., that the transference of the given amount of caloric back again from B to A, by performing the same operations in the opposite order, requires that we expend on the piston, on the whole, as much work as was gained during the direct operations. This most important idea is due to Carnot, and from it he deduces his test of a perfect engine, or one which yields from the transference of a given quantity of caloric from one body to another, each being at a given temperature, the greatest possible amount of work. And the test is simply that the cycle of operations must be reversible. To prove it, we need only consider that, if a heat engine M could be made to give more work by transferring a given amount of caloric from A to B than a reversible engine, N, does, we may set M and N to work in combination, M driven by the transfer of heat, and in turn driving N, which is employed to restore the heat to the source. The compound system would thus in each cycle produce an amount of work equal to the excess of that done by M over that expended on N, without on the whole any transference of heat, which is entirely contradictory of experience. Carnot therefore proved, upon his assumptions, that the ratio of the work done by a perfect, i.e., a reversible, engine to the heat taken from the source is a function of the temperatures of the source and condenser only, because no mention is necessarily made of any particular substance. When these temperatures are nearly equal, this function is expressible by the product of their difference into a function of either, which is called Carnot's function. W. Thomson, so early as 1848, seized upon this remarkable proposition and made it the basis of the earliest suggestion of an absolute thermometric scale, absolute in the sense of being based upon strict thermodynamic principles, and entirely independent of the properties of any particular substance. This extremely valuable suggestion will be carefully considered in our third chapter. The remarkable consequences deduced by W. Thomson, by a combination of the methods and results of Fourier and Carnot with reference to the dissipation of heat and the final transformations of all forms of energy, though properly belonging to this part of the development of the subject, are left to a future page, so that the chronological order may be adhered to as closely as possible in presenting the most important additions to the science. A little before the publication of Carnot's work, a second method of procuring mechanical effect from heat was discovered by Seebeck. It consists in the production of electromotive force by the action of heat on heterogeneous conducting matter, and the employment of the current thus produced to move a galvanometer needle, or, in later improvements, to drive an electromagnetic engine. It is not alluded to by Carnot, and it will tend greatly to the simplicity of this explanatory narrative if the consideration of the other physical agents which the grand principle of conservation of energy has shown to be so intimately related to heat be deferred to another chapter. We shall therefore at present confine ourselves as strictly as possible to the relation between heat and mechanical effect, which is, however, only one branch of the dynamical theory. Clapeyron, in 1834, recalled attention to Carnot's reasoning and usefully applied the principle of Watt's diagram of energy to the geometrical exhibition of the different quantities involved in the cycle of operations by which work is derived from heat by the temporary changes it produces in the volume or molecular state of bodies. He also, first, gave a representation of Carnot's processes in an analytical form. But for nearly 20 years after the appearance of Carnot's treatise, little appears to have been done with reference to the theory of heat. Then there appeared, almost simultaneously, a group of 3 or 4 speculators and experimenters whose relative claims have been since pressed, in some cases, with considerable warmth, though it seems not very difficult to estimate them so far as the discovery either of the true theory or the mechanical equivalent of heat is concerned. In 1837, Moore pointed out very clearly many of the necessary consequences of the establishment of the undulatory nature of radiant heat, and showed how the work equivalent of heat might be found from the 2 specific heats of air. In 1839, Séguin, a relative of the celebrated Montgolfier, of whom indeed he says he derived his ideas on the subject of heat, in a very curious work on railways, gave data from which it is easy to deduce 650 kilogram meters as the mechanical equivalent of heat. Footnote: that is, a kilogram of water must fall 650 meters to have its temperature raised by 1 degree Celsius. End footnote. In 1842, Meyer assigned 365 kilogram meters to the value of that physical constant. It is curious to observe that the methods employed by the 2 latter were almost identical, that of Séguin being founded on the principle that the work given out by any body dilating, and thereby losing heat, is the equivalent of the heat lost, while that of Meyer is, that the heat developed by compression is the equivalent of the work expended in compressing the body. Neither makes the slightest limitation as to the nature of the substance to be experimented on. Both their statements are perfectly general, and, it may be added, not only inaccurate, but, with certain exceptions, not even roughly approximate. Meyer professes to found his process on a species of metaphysical reasoning as to the indestructibility of force, craft. We have already seen what value is to be attached to speculations of this nature. Besides, Meyer gives, as an analogy to the compression of a body and the subsequent production of heat, the fall of a stone to the earth, or the impact of a number of gravitating masses, and the consequent heating of all. This, it need scarcely be said, is inadmissible. His hypothesis might possibly have been a law of nature, but it never could have had any analogy with the gravitation case he compares it to. Besides, so far as air is concerned, the hypothesis had been given only 5 years before by Moore in the very same journal. Meyer does not even allude to Moore's paper. But what it most concerns us to note here is that all three entirely ignore Carnot's fundamental principle, that is, that no deduction whatever can be made as to the relation between heat and mechanical effect when the body operating or operated upon is in different states at the beginning and end of the experiment. Take, for instance, the second operation in the cycle of Carnot as above explained. Yet it is to be observed that Seguin distinctly pointed out that steam, which has done work in an engine, ought not to heat the water in the condenser so much as if it had been directly let into it, and made numerous but indecisive experiments to prove the truth of this statement, conclusively verified by Hearn in 1862. The numerical data requisite for the application of either of these erroneous methods were known at the time for only 1 or 2 bodies, and, even for these, very inaccurately, so that it is not at all remarkable that the equivalents above given are far from exact. Seguin reasoned from steam, Moore, and after him Meyer, from air. It happens that this paucity of data led Meyer to choose a substance which Joule afterwards experimentally proved to be capable of giving, even with the erroneous hypothesis, a result not far from the truth. But, even if Meyer had in 1842 possessed accurate data, and had therefore been fortunate enough to obtain an approximate result instead of a very inexact one, his determination could never have been correctly called more than a happy guess founded upon a total neglect of sound reasoning. It has been stated by some writers that Meyer is the author of the dynamical theory of heat, and that he deduced in 1842, by a simple calculation, as accurate a value of the dynamical equivalent as Joule arrived at in 1849, after 7 years of laborious experiment. It is difficult to perceive the grounds on which such statements are made. The dynamical theory, as we have already seen, was established by Davy and Rumford. Meyer, 3 years later than Seguin, and 5 years later than Moore, enunciated and applied, like them, a false principle, and got, from the experiments of others on the specific heats of air, a widely erroneous result, which was improved, not by its author, but by Joule, 2 or 3 years afterwards, who, after finding the true result by a legitimate process, proved by experiments on air that Meyer ought to have got a good approximation. Another of the group is Kolding, a Danish engineer, whose results were published in 1843. He appears to have been led by a species of metaphysical reasoning to the idea of the conservation of energy, but, unlike some other speculators, to have appealed to experiment before publishing his views. The value, 350 kilogram meters, of the equivalent of heat which he thus obtained from friction experiments is not much more accurate than that deduced from Rumford's data, and is not to be compared with Joule's of the same year. Still, Kolding evidently went to work in the right way, and deserves an amount of credit to which Moore, Seguin, and Meyer have no claim. It must be premised that much of Joule's work, which dates back as far as 1840, has reference to the general theory of conservation of energy, and that his first determinations of the dynamical equivalent of heat were obtained by means of the magneto-electric machine, so that, in accordance with the definite object of the present chapter, only such of his investigations will be now noticed as strictly bear on the immediate relation between heat and mechanical effect. His earliest published experiments of this class are described in the appendix to a paper published in 1843 in the Philosophical Magazine, having been read before the British Association at its meeting in Cork. The valuable discoveries contained in this paper do not properly belong to the present subject, but will be carefully considered in the second chapter. In the appendix, however, there is described an experimental method of directly determining the mechanical equivalent of heat, so simple and yet so effective as to deserve careful consideration. It consisted in working up and down in a closed cylinder filled with water, a piston formed of a number of capillary tubes bound together, so as to constitute a mass with visible pores. The friction of the water when forced to pass through these tubes of course developed heat, which, as well as the work spent in moving the piston, was carefully measured. It is very remarkable that, from the series of experiments agreeing well with one another, which were made with this simple apparatus, Joule deduced as the dynamical equivalent of heat, that is, of the heat required to raise the temperature of a pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit, 770 foot-pounds, differing only by about 0.25% from the results of his subsequent and far more elaborate determinations. Footnote: to compare this with the estimates of Seguin and Meyer, and the result of Colding, we must remember that a meter is 3.28 feet, and a centigrade degree 3/5 of a degree Fahrenheit, while the unit of heat is capable of raising the temperature of a kilogram of water by 1 degree Celsius, so that Joule's numerical result, expressed in kilogram meters, is 9 times 770 divided by 5 times 3.28 equals 422 nearly. End footnote. The close agreement of the results of successive trials was quite sufficient to justify him in publishing this as in all probability a very close approximation to the desired value of the equivalent. Note: it is curious that the mean of the values deduced from Rumford's and Colding's experiments, the two legitimate ones whose publication preceded that of this result of Joule's, differs from it by only about 2.5%. End note. Before leaving this part of our subject, it may be desirable to complete the enumeration of the results of Joule's direct experiments for the determination of the mechanical equivalent, as they are certainly superior in accuracy to those of any other experimenter. Repeating in 1845 and 1847 his experiments on the friction of water, but now by means of a horizontal paddle turned by the descent of known weights, he obtained results gradually converging, as in each successive experiment extraneous causes of error were more completely avoided or allowed for. The value of the equivalent deduced in 1847 from a great number of experiments with water was 781.5 foot-pounds, and with sperm oil 782.1. In the paper of 1845 we find his first speculations as to the absolute zero of temperature, or the temperature of a body absolutely deprived of heat. The most interesting of his results are that the absolute zero of temperature is 480 degrees Fahrenheit below the freezing point of water, and that a pound of water at 60 degrees Fahrenheit possesses, in virtue of its heat, mechanical energy to the enormous amount of at least 415,000 foot-pounds. Changes have since been shown to be necessary in these numbers, but they are comparatively unimportant, and it must be regarded as one of the most extraordinary results of physical science that a pound of water at ordinary temperatures contains heat capable, if it could be applied, of raising it against gravity to a height of at least 80 miles. Finally, in 1849, Joule published the results of his latest and most elaborate experiments, of which, after what has already been said, the results only need be given. From friction of water, 772.692 foot-pounds. From friction of mercury, 774.083 foot-pounds. From friction of cast iron, 774.987 foot-pounds. The conclusions of this valuable paper, after all allowances made for slight but inevitable losses of energy, by sound and other vibrations, are thus given. First, the quantity of heat produced by the friction of bodies, whether solid or liquid, is always proportional to the quantity of work expended. Second, the quantity of heat capable of increasing the temperature of a pound of water, weighed in vacuo and taken at between 55 and 60 degrees, by 1 degree Fahrenheit, requires for its evolution the expenditure of a mechanical force represented by the fall of 772 pounds through the space of 1 foot. It is only necessary to observe that the determination is for the value of gravity at Manchester, and must of course be diminished for higher and increased for lower latitudes, according to the well-known law. As no one has yet pretended to rival in accuracy the experiments of Joule above mentioned, and as his celebrated result of 1843, so very close to the truth, preceded all other recent sound attempts to determine the mechanical equivalent of heat, the results of direct methods since employed by other observers may be passed over, with the remark that they agree more or less perfectly with those of Joule. We now come to the consideration of the method suggested by Moore, Seguin, and Meyer, with which Joule seems to have occupied himself experimentally in 1844. We shall briefly describe his experiments, though not in the order in which they were made, this change being required for the continuity of our exposition. Joule, repeating in a greatly improved form an old experiment of Gay-Lussac, compressed air to 20 atmospheres or so in a strong vessel, which was afterwards screwed to another previously exhausted. A very perfect stopcock prevented all passage of air from one to the other until it was desired. The whole was placed in a vessel of water, which was stirred to bring it to a uniform temperature. On opening the stopcock, the air rushed from the first vessel to the second, so that in a short time the pressure was the same in both. On measuring the temperature of the surrounding water again, no change was perceptible, at least after the proper corrections, determined by separate experiments, had been made for the amount of heat produced by the stirring, etc., during the operation. This is a most important result, as will be shown immediately, though it is as well to say at once that it is not absolutely correct, as is proved by subsequent experiments capable of even greater accuracy than that just described. The condensed air has been allowed to expand without doing work on external bodies, and though its volume has been greatly increased, no heat has been lost, though we might have imagined such would be the case. From this we are entitled to conclude that the heat developed by compressing a gas is, to the amount of approximation already mentioned, the equivalent of the mechanical effect expended in the compression, and thus that the assumption made by Moore, Seguin, and Meyer, unwarrantable as it is for bodies in general, is very nearly true for air. Why, then, was Meyer's value for the mechanical equivalent so erroneous? Simply because the direct determination of the specific heat of air is an exceedingly difficult and delicate operation, and had been only very roughly effected before 1842. Rankin and Thomson first theoretically assigned the true value, founding their calculations on Joule's experimental results from the friction of fluids. Joule, by a direct experiment, obtained a closely accordant value, and finally Reginault, also by direct experiment, obtained exactly the number predicted from theory. What actually took place in Joule's experiment was, the air in the first vessel, suddenly expanding, produced mechanical effect in forcing a portion of its mass with great velocity into the second vessel. This it did at the expense of its store of energy in the form of heat. Thus the first vessel was cooled to a certain extent. The air rushing into the second vessel produced, by friction against the connecting tube and the sides of the vessel, and amongst its own particles, and by the condensation produced by each successive arrival of air upon all which preceded it, a development of heat. Thus the second vessel was heated. Now it is obvious that we are not at liberty, without experimental proof, to assume that the loss of heat in the first vessel will be exactly, or even nearly, equal to the gain in the second. But as experiment has shown them to be almost equal, either the heat produced by condensing air or the cold produced by its expansion from a condensed state may legitimately be taken as one of the data for an approximate determination of the mechanical equivalent. The last cited paper of Joule's contains 5 sets of careful experiments made for this purpose by one or other of these methods. The extreme results are 823 and 760 foot-pounds respectively. The mean of the last 3 sets, chosen as the most likely to be correct, giving the number 798 foot-pounds, only about 3.5% too great. The student ought carefully to notice here that the process employed in Joule's experiment is essentially an irreversible one. The expanded gas has lost no heat to external bodies, and it has done no external work, yet its power of doing work has been notably diminished, and it could not be restored to its original condition without expenditure of work from an independent source, and subsequent removal of an equivalent amount of heat. In fact, the whole energy contained in the gas remains unchanged in amount, but part of its convertibility into work has been lost. This will be more easily understood when we have considered the dissipation of energy. End of a portion of Chapter 1 of Sketch of Thermodynamics by P.G. Tate.
Volume 28, numbers 137 to 139 of the Federal Register. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Federal Register, by the United States, Office of the Federal Register. Federal Register, Volume 28, number 137, Washington, Tuesday, July 16th, 1963. Contents: Agricultural Research Service, Rules and Regulations, Mediterranean Fruit Fly Quarantine, Regulated Areas, 7259. Agriculture Department, C. Agricultural Marketing Service. Army Department, C. Engineers Corps. Civil Aeronautics Board. Notices. Paramount Airlines, Inc. Oral Argument, 7266. Civil Service Commission. Rules and Regulations. Veterans Administration. Exception from Competitive Service, 7258. Defense Department. C. Engineers Corps. Rules and regulations. Anchorages and danger zones. Los Angeles and Long Beach Harbors, California, and Mosquito Lagoon and Atlantic Ocean, Florida. 7262. Navigation. John Day Dam navigation lock and approach channels. Columbia River, Washington and Oregon. 7263. Federal Aviation Agency. Rules and regulations. Airworthiness Directive. General Dynamics Models 340 and 440 aircraft. 7260. Control Zone. Alteration. 7259. Positive Control Area. Designation. 7260. Transition Area. Designation. 7259. Federal Maritime Commission. Notices. Agreements filed for approval. Export-Import Services, Inc. 7268. Japan Atlantic and Gulf Freight Conference. 7266. Japan Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands Freight Conference. 7267. Keyhawk Shipping Company Limited and Ned Lloyd Line Joint Service. 7267. Matson Navigation Company. Pallets and Containers. Pacific Coast/Hawaii Trade. 7267. Federal Power Commission. Notices. Hearings, etc. Bonquette Gas Company. 7268. Cypress Mines Corp. et al. 7269. El Paso Natural Gas Company. 7270. H.L. Hawkins et al. 7270. United Fuel Gas Company. 7270. Federal Trade Commission. Rules and Regulations. Prohibited Trade Practices. Friedman, Felix. 7260. Gottlieb, Emo E. et al. 7261. Fish and Wildlife Service. Notices. Indian fishing in Alaska. Delegations of authority to enforce regulations. Director, Commercial Fisheries Bureau. 7266. Regional Director, Region 5, Commercial Fisheries Bureau. 7266. Food and Drug Administration. Rules and Regulations. Food Additives. Menadione. Order acting on objections to denial of petition and revocation of extension. 7262. Foreign Claims Settlement Commission. Notices. Certain World War II losses by U.S. nationals. Time for filing claims for compensation. 7271. Rules and Regulations. Appearance and practice before the Commission. 7264. Filing of claims and procedures therefore. 7264. Health, Education and Welfare Department. C. Food and Drug Administration. Interior Department. See also Fish and Wildlife Service. Notices. Changes in financial interests. Brenton, Walter, 7266. Gamble, Lester R., 7266. Lever, Charles R., 7266. Internal Revenue Service. Rules and Regulations. Estate and Gift Taxes. Miscellaneous Amendments. 7251. Facilities and Services Excise Taxes. Tax on amounts paid for communication services. 7252. Income tax, annuities and other matters. 7245. Interstate Commerce Commission. Notices. Fourth section applications for relief. 7279. Motor carrier transfer proceedings. 7279. Labor Department. C. Wage and Hour Division. Securities and Exchange Commission. Notices. Hearings, etc. Emhart Manufacturing Company et al. 7271. High Voltage Engineering Corp. and Addressograph Multigraph Corp. 7271. Treasury Department. C. Internal Revenue Service. Wage and Hour Division. Notices. Certificates authorizing employment of full-time students working outside school hours in retail or service establishments at special minimum rates. 7271. Federal Register. Volume 28, Number 138. Washington. Wednesday, July 17th, 1963. Contents. Agricultural Marketing Service. Proposed Rulemaking. Milk in Chicago, Illinois. Marketing Area. Notice of Recommended Decision and opportunity to file written exceptions on proposed amendments to tentative marketing agreement and to order. 7301. Milk in Northeastern Wisconsin Marketing Area. Notice of proposed termination of certain provisions of the order. 7303. Milk in Quad Cities Dubuque Marketing Area. Decision on proposed amendments to tentative marketing agreement and to order. 7303. Milk in Rock River Valley Marketing Area. Notice of proposed termination of certain provisions of the order. 7303. Milk in South Bend, LaPorte, Elkhart, Indiana Marketing Area. Notice of recommended decision and opportunity to file written exceptions on proposed amendments to tentative marketing agreement and to order. Partial. 7302. Rules and regulations. Avocados. Import regulations. 7288. Milk in Colorado Springs, Pueblo Marketing Area. Order amending order. 7288. Milk in Eastern Colorado Marketing Area. Order amending order. 7289. Plums grown in California. Regulation by size. 7287. Regulations other than rules of practice under the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act, 1930. Correction. 7287. Valencia oranges grown in Arizona and designated part of California. Handling limitation. 7287. Agricultural Stabilization and Conservation Service. Rules and regulations. Puerto Rico. Sugar. 1962, 63, and subsequent crops. Determination of normal yields and eligibility for abandonment and crop deficiency payments. Correction. 7287. Agriculture Department. See also Agricultural Marketing Service, Agricultural Stabilization and Conservation Service, Commodity Credit Corporation. Notices. Designation of areas for emergency loans. Arkansas. 7310. Mississippi. 7310. Mississippi and Texas. 7310. Wyoming. 7310. Rules and regulations. Sales of agricultural commodities on credit under long-term supply contracts. Policies and procedures applicable to agreements with private trade. 7285. Army Department. C. Engineers Corps. Civil Aeronautics Board. Notices. International Air Transport Association. Agreement adopted relating to terminal charges. 7312. Commerce Department. See also International Business Bureau, International Commerce Bureau. Notices. Assistant Secretary for Administration. Delegation of Authority, etc. 7310. Under Secretary of Commerce, Duties and Responsibilities. 7311. Commodity Credit Corporation. Notices. 1962 Crop Loan Cotton. Notice of Acquisition by CCC. 7309. Rules and Regulations. Wheat. 1963 Crop Loan and Purchase Agreement Program. Rules and Regulations. Wheat. 1963 Crop Loan and Purchase Agreement Program. Correction. 7290. Customs Bureau. Notices. Steel reinforcing from Canada. Purchase price less than foreign market value. 7309. Defense Department. C. Engineers Corps. Emergency Planning Office. Rules and Regulations. Designation of Supply and Requirements Agencies. 7291. Federal Aviation Agency. Proposed Rulemaking. Federal Airways. Associated Control Areas and Control Area Extension. Alteration. 7307. Segments of Federal Airways. Associated Control Areas and Control Area Extension. Revocation and Alteration. 7308. Transition Area. Alteration. 7307. Rules and Regulations. Federal Airways. Alteration. 3 documents. 7290. Federal Communications Commission. Notices. Hearings, etc. Clay Service Corp. 7312. Healthman, Stanley. 7313. Merritt, Guy A, the third. 7313. Michael, James E. 7313. Williams, Albert John, KTYM. 7314. Rules and Regulations. Television Broadcast Stations. Minneapolis-St. Paul, Minnesota. Table of Assignments. 7293. Federal Maritime Commission. Notices. Agreements filed for approval. City of Anchorage, Alaska, and Alaska Freight Lines, Inc. 7315. Delta Steamship Lines, Inc. et al. 7315. North Atlantic Continental Freight Conference and Continental North Atlantic Westbound Freight Conference, 7316. Notices. Managing Director and Deputy Managing Director, Redelegation of Authorities, 7316. Orders of Investigations and Hearings. American Star Line, 7314. Compañía de Transportes Calagro, S.A., 7315. Gulf/Australia-New Zealand Conference, 7314. Federal Power Commission. Notices. Hearings, etc. Arkansas-Louisiana Gas Company, 7316. Blandon Power Company, 7316. Maine Public Service Company, 7317. Superior Oil Company, 7317. Fish and Wildlife Service. Proposed Rulemaking. Lake Isom National Wildlife Refuge, Tennessee. List of open areas, Upland Game, 7307. Rules and Regulations. Carolina Sandhills National Wildlife Refuge. Hunting, 7293. Food and Drug Administration. Notices. Ferguson Fumigants, Inc. Notice of filing of petition regarding food additive, 7311. Health, Education, and Welfare Department. C. Food and Drug Administration. Housing and Home Finance Agency. Notices. Acting Regional Director Community Facilities, Region 7. Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. Designation, 7317. Interior Department. See also Fish and Wildlife Service, Land Management Bureau. Notices. Statement of Changes in Financial Interests. McNeely, John Lawrence, 7309. Watson, Charles W., 7309. Internal Revenue Service. Proposed Rulemaking. Liquors and Articles from Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, 7295. International Business Operations Bureau. Rules and Regulations. Changes in Codification, 7291. International Commerce Bureau. Notices. S.R. Tippett & Company Limited. Order Terminating Denial Order, 7310. Rules and Regulations. Changes in Codification, 7291. Interstate Commerce Commission. Notices. 4th Section Application for Relief, 7335. Motor Carrier Alternate Route Deviation Notices, 7317. Motor Carrier Applications and Certain Other Proceedings, 2 documents, 7319, 7332. Motor Carrier Intrastate Applications, Filing, 7334. Motor Carrier Transfer Proceedings, 7333. Proposed Rulemaking. Explosives and Other Dangerous Articles. Transportation, 7308. Land Management Bureau. Notices. Nevada. Small Tract Classification. Correction, 7309. Rules and Regulations. Exchanges to eliminate private holdings from national parks and national monuments. Point Reyes National Seashore, California, 7291. Federal Range Code for Grazing Districts. Miscellaneous Amendments, 7292. Treasury Department. See also Customs Bureau, Internal Revenue Service. Notices. Titanium dioxide from Finland. Fair value determination, 7309. Federal Register. Volume 28, number 139. Washington, Thursday, July 18th, 1963. Contents. Agricultural Marketing Service. Notices. Designation of areas for emergency loans. Mississippi, 7364. Wyoming, 7364. Proposed Rulemaking. Potatoes. Recommended decision and opportunity to file written exceptions regarding agreement and order, 7348. Agricultural Research Service. Proposed Rulemaking. Interstate movement of animals because of brucellosis, 7348. Agriculture Department. See Agricultural Marketing Service, Agricultural Research Service, Commodity Credit Corporation. Atomic Energy Commission. Notices. New England Tank Cleaning Company. Issuance of amendment to byproduct, source, and special nuclear material license. 7364. Civil Aeronautics Board. Notices. Axico Airlines Inc. et al. Supplemental Air Service. 7366. IATA Traffic Conference Agreement relating to fares. 7366. Civil Service Commission. Rules and Regulations. Exceptions from competitive service. Peace Corps. 7341. State Department. 7341. Physician Classification. Delegation to Departments of Authority to determine coverage under Act. 7341. Commodity Credit Corporation. Rules and Regulations. Dry Edible Bean Loan and Purchase Agreement Program, 1963 crop. Correction. 7341. Federal Aviation Agency. Proposed Rulemaking. Airworthiness Directive. Certain Navion aircraft. 7360. Controlled Airspace. Alterations, designations, and revocations. 9 documents. 7349, 7350, 7352 to 7358. Federal Airway. Associated Control Areas and Reporting Points. Revocation. 7358. Federal Airway, Control Area Extension, and Restricted Areas. Alteration. 7359. Positive Control Area. Designation. 7359. Restricted Area. Alteration. 7360. Rules and Regulations. Continental Control Area. Alteration. 7341. Restricted Area. Alteration. 7342. Revocation. 7342. Restricted Area and Controlled Airspace. Alteration and Designation. 7342. Alteration and Revocation. 7341. Federal Communications Commission. Rules and Regulations. Radio Broadcast Services. Use of Automatic Logging Devices. 7378. Radio Broadcast Services and Commercial Radio Operators. Operator Requirements for Standard and FM Broadcast Stations. 7382. Federal Power Commission. Notices. Southeastern Gas Company et al. Hearings, etc. 7366. Federal Trade Commission. Proposed Rulemaking. Flammable Fabrics. Infant Blankets. Extension of time for submitting views. 7361. Rules and Regulations. Prohibited Trade Practices. Formulette Company Inc. et al. 7343. McConnell Airline School Inc. et al. 7344. Parker Allen Industries Inc. et al. 7343. Parker Allen Industries Inc. et al. 7343. Younker Brothers Inc. and State Fur Trading Company. 7344. Fish and Wildlife Service. Rules and Regulations. Hunting. National Elk Refuge, Wyoming. 7346. Sport Fishing. Sabine National Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. 7347. Indian Affairs Bureau. Rules and Regulations. Operations and Maintenance Charges. Rules and Regulations. Flathead Indian Irrigation Project, Montana. 7345. Interior Department. C. Fish and Wildlife Service, Indian Affairs Bureau, Land Management Bureau. Interstate Commerce Commission. Notices. 4th Section Applications for Relief. 7374. Motor Carrier Transfer Proceedings. 7374. Movers and Warehousemen's Association of America, Inc. Application for approval of amendments to agreement. 7373. Labor Department. C. Wage and Hour Division. Land Management Bureau. Notices. Arizona. Small Tract Classification. 7362. California. Proposed withdrawal and reservations of lands. 3 documents. 7362, 7363. Minnesota. Filing of plat of survey and opening of public lands. 7363. Nevada. Small tract classifications. 2 documents. 7364. Post Office Department. Notices. Organization and Administration. Assistant Postmaster General. Bureau of Transportation. 7362. Rules and Regulations. Mail addressed to military post offices overseas. Mailing conditions. 7346. State Department. Notices. Procurement transactions. Delegation of authority. 7362. Tariff Commission. Notices. Hot-rolled carbon steel wire rods from France. Determination of no injury or likelihood thereof. 7368. Veterans Administration. Rules and Regulations. Procurement. Forms. 7346. Wage and Hour Division. Notices. Certificates authorizing employment of full-time students working outside school hours in retail or service establishments at special minimum wages. 7369. Rules and Regulations. Fabric and leather glove industry in Puerto Rico. Wage order. 7345. Federal Register. Volume 28, number 140. Washington. Friday, July 19th, 1963. Contents. Agricultural Marketing Service. Rules and Regulations. Bartlett pears grown in California. Regulation by grades and sizes. 7391. Peaches grown in Mesa County, Colorado. Regulation by grades and sizes. 7392. Plums grown in California. Regulation by size. 7391. Agricultural Research Service. Rules and Regulations. Modified, certified, brucellosis areas. 7392. Agriculture Department. C. Agricultural Marketing Service. Agricultural Research Service. Budget Bureau. Notices. Tennessee Valley Authority. Order transferring use, control, and possession of certain land and land rights near Oak Ridge, Tennessee, from Atomic Energy Commission. 7401. Civil Service Commission. Rules and Regulations. Training Regulations. Miscellaneous Amendments. 7391. Defense Department. See Navy Department. Federal Aviation Agency. Notices. Determinations of hazard to air navigation. Maine Radio and Television Company. 7403. Mellow Broadcasting Corp. 7403. Proposed Rulemaking, Airworthiness Directives, Belanca, 7399. Douglas, 7399. Sensenich, 7400. Operation of 3 engine airplanes, 7398. Rules and Regulations, Airworthiness Directives, de Havilland, 7394. Edison, 7394. Piaggio, 7394. Federal Airways, Alteration, 7394. Federal Maritime Commission, Notices, Agreements filed for approval, Board of Port Commissioners and Howard Terminal, 7404. Port of Oakland and Encinal Terminals, 7405. Sea Lane Shipping Company, Inc., et al., 7404. Federal Power Commission, Notices, Alert Oil and Gas Company, Inc., et al., Application for Certificates, Abandonment of Service, and Petitions to Amend Certificates, 7405. Federal Trade Commission, Rules and Regulations, Robin Products et al., Prohibited Trade Practices, 7395. Fish and Wildlife Service, Rules and Regulations, Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge, Idaho, Hunting, 7397. Interior Department, C. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service, Land Management Bureau. Interstate Commerce Commission, Notices, Georgia and Florida Railroad, Order vacating previous order, 7410. Rerouting or diversion of traffic, 7409. Rules and Regulations, Fees for copying certification and services in connection therewith, Charges, 7397. Justice Department, Rules and Regulations, Antitrust Civil Process Act, Documentary Evidence Produced, 7395. Land Management Bureau, Notices, Oregon, Proposed Withdrawal and Reservation of Lands, Amendment, 7401. National Park Service, Notices, Theodore Roosevelt Birthplace and Sagamore Hill National Historic Site, Establishment, 7401. Navy Department, Rules and Regulations, Non-Judicial Punishment, Naval Courts, and Certain Fact-Finding Bodies, 7396. Proceedings in Civil Courts, 7396. Securities and Exchange Commission, Notices, Hearings, etc. Continental Vending Machine Corp., 7406. Gendamo, Inc., 7406. Great Southern Capital Corp., 7408. Investors Syndicate of America, Inc., 7409. Seaboard Associates, Inc., 7407. Townsend Management Corp. and Townsend Corporation of America, 7407. Transatlantic Fund, Inc., 7408. Treasury Department, Notices, Maryland National Insurance Company, Extension of Authority to qualify as surety on federal bonds, 7401. End of Volume 28, numbers 137 to 139 of the Federal Register by the United States of America. Read by Verla Vieira, Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, September 7th, 2021.